European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. We are back here in Spain, and 12 months after we saw the Netherlands 11 lifting the trophy, it's time for the third ever Euros of cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship 2023. We're the biggest ever, with 31 countries involved, and it all starts right here with the home side on the rack. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship 2023, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day on the European cricket calendar. It is day one of the 2023 edition of the Euros of Cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. This tournament, the third edition, it's grown from 15 countries in 2021 to 21 last year, and now 10 new countries involved, so 31 countries will get involved. And how it works, there are 6 groups of 5, and each 5-team group, they will play kind of like a 3-day mini tournament. The third day is a finals day. Only the winners of the groups will make it through to week 4, which is Championship week, where the Netherlands 11, the defending champions, are waiting for the group winners. So we have 5 matches today. We are starting with match 1, of course, which is Spain versus France. So the hosts are on the rack first up this morning. Let's get ready for the coin toss. Rob Kemming looking fantastic in his brand new European cricket blazer. He's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
France, it's your call. Spain, tails is called. It is tails. We're going to bat first. Brilliant. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you.
So it is Noman Amjad, the French skipper, who's won the toss, and he's elected to bat first. Now, France are quite an interesting case. They scraped into the finals for their group after losing all their first few matches, actually, but they kind of turned it around. They've got a really strong bowling lineup. In fact, they were the best bowling lineup in their group last year statistically, but they have historically struggled with the bat at this level. It was their first ever Euros of cricket last year, but some players to watch out for. Noman Amjad is a very, very good bowler. Also probably bat somewhere in the middle order. He leads the side very, very well. There's a few kind of live wires in there as well. Dawood Ahmedzai, I call him Mr. Universe. He's a bit of a mystery leg spinner, and also Action Jackson behind the stumps. He's always fun to watch. So France, I think they're just trying to get a score on the board, hopefully something they can defend with their strong bowling attack. Spain, led by Daniel Dorcalle this year. Their regular skipper, Christian Munoz-Mills, is out with quite a serious knee injury, and he's been out for quite a few months. So a good opportunity for the man we call DDC to lead the side, and they've got a mixture of youth and experience in their side as well. Spain made a deep run to the last day of the tournament last year, and to finish in the top 4, I think, is a very good result from them. I think they'll find it pretty tough in this group, though, if they can qualify, and they're always a chance in Championship week as well. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, fantastic conditions at the moment. We have an 11:30 start, so it's not super early. We don't really have any dew issues at the moment. Expecting 29 degrees. It's going to be about 25 for us to get to the first ball very, very shortly. Well, here's the man, Rico Fool, who will take you through to the start of the action with his team, of course, Spain, involved early on. I think there's going to be a good fight here in match 1. Let's get over to the commentary box now. Rico is standing by, and the news from the toss here in Group A, match 1, is that France, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first.
Buenos dias, hello, good morning, and welcome, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Hello world, let's get ready to party. It's the moment you've been waiting for. It's the biggest event of the year, the biggest cricket event in Europe ever. Yes, it is. It's the European Cricket Network European Cricket Championship 2023, and as you heard from Mr. Maximo there in the middle, this time around is the biggest one ever. 31 nations will do battle. They'll do battle over 4 weeks here at the magnificent Cardiff Oval in this beautiful setting in Spain, in Andalusia, 109 matches will be played, and after that we'll know who will be crowned the kings of Europe. Will it be the Netherlands again? They are the reigning champions. We won't see them, of course, until week number 4, which is going to be, of course, Championship week. But until then, we've got some group action. There's going to be 6 groups in action. This is Group A and B this week. And we're going to start off with the hosts, Spain. Gonna get España. Vamos, vamos, chicos. Well, Spain, of course, did really well last time round. They got to 3rd. It was an incredible journey for them. Can they go better this time? They're up against France. France, remember, they had their struggles in the group stages last time round, but they did come back strong, but only just missed out on the group finals there. Nice to see the CEO there, Roger Finer, along with some of the dignitaries from Andalusia. And well, we thank Andalusia for their huge support. What a lovely part of Spain this is in Andalusia, Malaga. The Carlem Oval, here we go. We're getting ready for the battle of bat versus ball. The umpires are out there, Asad Ali and Charles Croucher. And the first ball is to be bowled by Mohamed Baba of Spain. Welcome, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, Sastri Akal, I ball 1. Let's get ready to party. Here we go. The first ball of the European Cricket Championship. Played away, a bit of an inside edge there. To the man at behind square. Makes the stop. Spain, of course, looking dashing in their vibrant red and yellow. A team that really did excite last year. And they got a lot of local support here as well. Here at the Carlem Oval. Baba once again. Played down the ground and well fielded there by the captain, Daniel Dorkaya. What a fantastic series he had last year. He was the highest run scorer. 541 runs he scored. And he's certainly going to be key this time around. Of course, leading the lads with that injury to Christian Munoz-Mills. And swing, edge, gone. That is out. And it's just a big swing. A good bit of bounce there from Babar as well. No mistakes from Awais Ahmed behind the stumps. So the first wicket of the Euros of cricket here, the European Cricket Championship, and it is Mohamed Baba that takes it. And that is the end of Zain Ahmed. He's going to have to make that long walk back. One of the batters that you'd expect to do well here. And he goes early. Here we see it again. It gets that extra bit of bounce. That one does really climb up. A little bit of away movement as well. Finds the edge. And Awais Ahmed make no mistake there at all. Just trying to give it a big clobber, isn't he, Zain? So Zain Ahmed makes his way back. It's a cracking start here for the Roja. ¿Qué tal todos? Muy buenos días. Yes, hello to everybody that will be tuning in via La Liga here in España. And also, as bonjour to those of you that are tuning in via Sport France. Nice to have you with us. And, well, I think it will be the Spanish that'll be the happier at the moment as Ahmed goes just for 1 of 2 deliveries. Babar gets the wicket. Gulami just plays this one down. We're starting this year from what I call the lake end. We will switch occasionally. And I always have said historically there's more bounce from this end, and I think that's been extracted here by Babar. It's getting the ball to hit the seam, it's getting it to torque, getting it to come up. Gulami gets off the mark. Wild swing. Totally loses his shape in this one. Just a little of a wild swing, really. He's just not really looking at the ball, and he gives it everything, doesn't he? Trying to send it to the moon. Good areas from Babar. Keeping that ball in that off-stump corridor. And at the moment, The French batter's just trying to hit the ball in one area, not really trying to play in the offside. Well, this one's up in the air, and it will go all the way. Bolle, kinna sona. Shaka lagya que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras. So the last ball of the over. This time just goes a little bit closer to the stump, doesn't he? After attacking the area outside the off, he goes a little bit straighter, and the batter is onto it and hits it big. So Umar Bashir hits the first maximo of this European Cricket Championship. These are the groups that we're going to be seeing in the next 3 weeks. Group A and B this week. Of course, starting off here with the host, Spain, taking on France. France, of course, last year, they had their struggles in the group. In Group C, and they lost their first 5 matches, couldn't get their rhythm going. Issues was with the batting. The bowling fielded really well, and didn't make it through to finals week. They lost out to Belgium. One was down the leg side from Hamza Salim Dar. Now this guy is a very exciting prospect. Excellent all-rounder. He was the 3rd highest scorer last time round when he scored plenty of runs for his side, 268, and also he was the pretty useful with the ball as well. Short, and this is get clobbered away, a little bit too short. Fantastic hook shot. So Mukhtar Gulami gets his first boundary and smiles on the faces of the French. That's what they want to see. Nice shot, but a little bit too short. They've just got to get this ball slightly pitched up, and straight away you can see that DDC captain having a chat there with Dar and saying, come on, get this ball pitched up a little bit more, but a good shot. What's the reply from Dar? He does go outside the off and sneaks it inside. No issues there for Oasis. Yeah, so going back to France, of course they beat Luxembourg in Eliminator number 1, but then lost out to Belgium in Qualifier 2, and lost badly, only getting 68. Belgium getting there with 31 balls to go. Goes for it, high up in the air. This is a chance. Goes a long way up, and it's been called, and it's been easily taken there by Mohamed Ishan. So no mistake, so a wicket for Dar. And it's a good one to get. He was looking pretty dangerous, wasn't he? Dali Gulami played a good shot, but once again, good adjustment from Hamza. After being a little bit too short and at the body of the batter, he gets the ball outside the off, gets the dot ball through. And then, well, that one just hoiked high up in the air. And no issues at all for Mohamed Ishan. Comes round and takes a really good catch. So 2 wickets down here now. Let's watch this. Just doesn't get it right, does he? Watch the way the bat just slips in his hands, goes aerial. And a good catch that, nicely called. You can see that Atif Mohammed was there as well. But Ishan says, "Is mine, Gadjimira." And he takes it as well. Otra más for Equipo España. 14 for 2. France here. So another wicket goes down in this, the second over. So 2 batters already back in the shed. We saw Zain Ahmed was caught behind off Mohamed Babar just for 1. And now it's been joined by Mukhtar Ali Gulami, 5. Did hit one nice boundary for 4. And thick edge, and this is going to be 1 bounce for 4 carreras. A poquito de suerte for Kanasane. Comes in, swings hard, gets the edge. Applause though for Dar. That's the channel you want to be in. Once again, the extra bounce there. Just outside that off stump, but well, aggressive play, if I'm going to say, gets a boundary for his first ball. Dar back in again. And oh, that's quick. And at the body, but it's just a little bit down the leg side, and it gets called wide. The quicker ball from Hamza Salim Dar puts a bit more into this. Obviously didn't like the fact that he was edged for the boundary before. Not a bad delivery if it's straight out the body. That's what he's got to try and get right here. I want to say a very good morning to a lot of people that are on our chat. Nice to have you with us. I know there's a lot of excitement in that chat, a lot of buzz, and so there should be. Another dot, there's another wild swing. I just think I think the French batters there, they've come out, they've shown good intent. They want to be aggressive, but the shot selection has not been so good. There's been a number of deliveries where the batters should be looking to be playing the ball sort of in that sort of backward point area. And they're just trying to go cow corner all the time. Dark, can he finish the over well? Well, he goes very wide and too wide outside the off this time. A wide ball signal by the umpire. There he is, the sheriff. The umpire, Charles Croucher. Asad Ali is the man at square. Our man in black, Nirmal Singh from Italy. He's the third umpire. And of course, as we saw at the coin toss, led brilliantly by the one and the only Sir Rob Kemin. Looking dashing in his blazer, as Vinny said. And this is going to be a minimal. Minimal, of course. What we hear on the European Cricket Network say is 5 because it's a wide. It goes all the way to the boundary, 5 wide. So valuable bonus runs here from extras for France. Remember, we've seen a boundary in a 6 and 4. And now we've seen 5 with that one. That's a minimo. And just like that, now the score starting to look pretty decent. 25 for 2. Still a ball to go in this, the second over. Short, and he's high up in the air. Will it carry? Yeah, it's 6 runs. Foot is on the line. So Mohamed Baba does take the catch, but he plants his left foot on the line. I think you'll see this on the replay. We have it. So it's 6 runs, 6 carreras. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Porque eso es una 6. Well, fortune favours the brave. Swings hard at this. And just have a look at Babar here. That foot just there on the rope. And that is 6. So 2 overs in. And from nowhere, the acceleration comes in this over. All right, there was a wicket from it. But plenty of runs as well. And that turns out to be a magical over. 22 coming off it. So now, at the start of over number 3, it will be Babar who gets the ball again to bowl his second. Of course, 3 over power play here in this T10 format. So at the moment, still only 2 allowed outside 30-yard circle. Babar, I think this is a little bit too wide. It is too wide. He has a quick look back. They're at the umpire, but Asad Ali is on it like a flash. What a moment this is, of course. Today, of all days, is the Day of Dreams. It is. It's International Day of Dreams. And, well, it's quite fitting that is the International Day of Dreams. Here we are at the Field of Dreams, the Cardamom Oval. And, of course, all of these 31 nations with one dream in mind, and that's to be crowned the kings of Europe. Well, what a shot that is. Well, that is worthy of any king. It is hit hard. It is hit flat, and it goes all the way. 6 carreras. Qué guay. Qué grande. Eso es un otra máximo. That is a fantastic strike there from Umar Bashir. Absolutely clobbers it. As of a look at this again. Oh, wow. Well, we've seen a fair bit of swinging and missing. Well, not missing that one. And now it's pitched up. Oh, it's been smashed right back at Babar. Now that goes down as a chance, but this could have done some damage. I know that Mohamed Babar, he is a strong, mighty person. But this has been blasted back at him. That is travelling. And this could be nasty. And Mohamed Babar is not one man that you want to see injured. And that, yeah, I think that sort of hits just between the palm and the start of the fingers. That's going to be one that hurts. It's a good time to welcome the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy. Welcome to the, well, what a view, what a viewpoint this is.
It's so nice to be here, but my entrance has been upstaged by Magic Spray Mary, who's made her first appearance. It won't be her last appearance here during this European Cricket Championship. Yeah, good morning, everyone. And wherever you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company. Third edition of the ECC. That was an absolute bullet that was hit back at Mohamed Babar there. Luckily, if you want to say luckily, it's his non-dominant hand, so it's not his bowling hand, so he should be able to bowl okay. But it's tough to put that down as a chance. I suppose if you're really harsh, you'd say it was one.
He's a brave man to put his hand in the way of that, because that was motoring. It was out of the middle. But I suppose he saves 4 runs. That was travelling.
Yeah, possibly. I think it was probably too straight for the man at mid-off. But yeah, France, interesting. We've seen a lot of them during the summer on the European Cricket Network in both 10 over and 20 over cricket. A couple of players we haven't seen so much of. One of them is Umar Bashir, who's made a lightning start here. Interesting also that they kept Action Jackson, a specialist keeper, out of the lineup. Gulami, who we have seen depart already. He'll have the gloves for France. Kanasane had a bit of a breakout innings in Malta in T20 international cricket earlier in the year. Anyway, Baba is good, and he's good to keep going.
Well, this is, I think, the slower ball. He runs his fingers over this one. You'll see this again. It's a clever delivery. And the batter plays far too early. Let's watch this. Watch how he rolls those fingers around this one. It's slower. And it's a bit of a knuckleball, you know.
Yeah, could have been. And Baba's bemused. That's climbed over the stumps. Had a few questions in the comment section. One is it a new pitch? Same pitch that we've been using the last couple of years here, Kartama.
Well, that's a Gunda full toss. It's a Gundy ball, isn't it? Down leg side of batter. He probably feels he should have done better with that one, at least put it to the boundary. And he misses out on it, but he will get the wide.
A few questions as well. Nabi was in the squad for France. Of course, he led Dreux with the bat to the ECL Trophy, the Champions League earlier in the year, but he was a late withdrawal due to some availability issues.
Oh, he gets hold of this, and he's going to go all the way. Well, that's a big hit. And it was in the slot, though, wasn't it? It's very similar to the last ball that Baba bowled in his first over. He goes for the stumps, and every time you go for those pegs, well, the batters are waiting, and they're doing this. They're hitting it big. Is another Maximo.
Yeah, slow ball, and this time is picked, and Kanasana goes large. Oh, it's so nice to see the ball flying at the Carlton Oval, although Spanish supporters won't want to see too much of that in the first innings of this tournament. Baba, 2 to go in his spell. You can see the French dugout watching on. Festival of cricket here.
It's going to be a wide now, so he tries to go back outside the off stump. Goes back to the corridor, where he bowled so well in the first over. I think the first 5 deliveries were thereabout. It was only the one that he went on the stumps that went the distance, and he's trying to go back to that line again. Struggling a little bit there as well, but you can see he's still, looks like he's still struggling with that hand, you know. There's a bit of pain there. I know you said it's not his bowling hand, but that's got to hurt. Shot, and this one will go all the way as well, I think, and it does. It's a really good shot. He plays this so well, and well, can I say, after himself swinging a bit wildly when he first went in, it's almost like they're settling in here now. Maybe a few early nerves, but now that's a really good shot. Just watch, gets right under it, and he lofts his over the infield. 6 runs, good hit.
Yeah, really good hit. Once again, he picked the speed well, didn't he? And I suppose one thing with Baba, because it's an external injury, there's every chance he could go off and still bat. 50's up now. Last ball of power play.
Oh, just wide of the fielder. It was a teaser, wasn't it? For the man who's out there, that's Yasir Ali. And Yasir, I think he thought he was in with a chance here, but that ball just got past him. It's going to be 4 more. So 6 and 4. And what do we say on the European Cricket Network? Hungry for more.
That's right.
Well, I think a lot of people are hungry for more action, and we're going to have some action. Vinny, the biggest event ever, the biggest cricketing event ever in Europe, this is, without fail. 31 nations, 4 weeks of action, 109 matches.
The thing is, not just in Europe, but the world, actually. We're talking 31 nations coming together in one location for a 4-week festival of cricket. It's something unlike any other cricket in the world. You know, it's different. You can't really compare it to anything. I just think that pound for pound, you're going to get more action here than anywhere else in the world. Consistently, we'll have 5 matches a day. We'll have finals days every 3 days as well in the group, so a lot on the line. And remember, all these players, or most of them anyway, the overwhelming majority, they're amateur cricketers. But this is their chance to shine. It's their big stage. You called it the Field of Dreams. It certainly is. And here's a very good young cricketer we've seen develop over the last couple of years, Atif Mohammed. Young left-arm seamer to come on in the 4th over. So very good power play in the end. Yeah, they lose 2 wickets, but 57, that's really fast going.
And he starts with a short one. And Umar Bashir bashes it big over the leg side boundary for 6 runs. More applause, of course, from the French. Yeah, I mean, they started very nervously. They lost those 2 early wickets, but that one over, that magical over from Hamza Dar, just really, with those the extras in there as well, a couple of boundaries, it got them going. And now, well, they're off to the races, aren't they? I must admit, this man would have been my preferred choice to open the bowling, Atif Mohammed, rather than Hamza. Hamza didn't bowl that much last time round, so it was a surprise move. So let's see if Spain can break this partnership. It's looking pretty healthy now. Edge and over the outstretched diving hand of Fawaz Ahmed. That's going to be 4 more. It's the second time that we've seen the ball go to the boundary here. That, of course, is how Kanasane started and opened his account with 4 in this very fine third-man area. You can see there, Plant swings wild, gets it over always. It's 4 more.
Yeah, you need a bit of luck, don't you, as well, in this form of the game. There's been a couple of these. Of course, we saw the catch that was taken on the boundary, but Baba stepped on the rope. This one just loops over Fawaz Ahmed, who is fighting gravity. But this is a magical rate they're going at the moment. 20 plus and over. What a start by France.
Yeah, it looks like there's a fuel change here now. So we're seeing, because of those boundaries going in that area, that Mohamed Ishan has been put back in onto the boundary, the third man boundary, and the man who was back in the sort of the cover boundary has come inside. So just to sweep her out at point on the offside now. Gets played towards mid-wicket.
And they kind of like Atif bowling overs 4 and 9. It's just kind of what they've done. They think, you know, it's when the batters are really trying to get on with it, I suppose. And he bowls an awkward kind of length normally that, because he's so tall, it bounces a bit more than you think. And so he's tough to take down the ground. But yeah, super excited for this. Of course, Corey Ruckers, who's one of our ECN commentators, he's not the box though in Group A because he is actually the national team coach of Spain. So I know he's been preparing pretty hard.
It's an edge up in the air. Well, they made the fuel change. And it rewards them with a wicket. It's a good catch taken there by Hamza Salim Dar. He doesn't make the mistake. Kanasane, well, he's been a bit lucky in this third man area, but this time the luck runs out. They get the wicket, they get the breakthrough, and it is Atif that does it. 68 for 3.
Yeah, so hold your catches. That's one of the things which I think is going to be super important in this series. And again, tries to go leg side, more or less a leading edge, hangs up a long time. Hamza has plenty of time, and I think Swaran almost does the limbo trying to work out where that one went. And you can see Hamza had no problems at all picking that one out. Looking magnificent in his wide-brimmed red hat as Kanasane makes a useful contribution there. 26 in just 8 balls, but he's the third wicket to fall. It's 68 for 3.
Yeah, he's done his job, hasn't he? Don't forget when he went out there, they were in a spot of bother and lost early wickets. He's got a partnership there with Umar Bashir. So it's a good platform for the other batters to come in. And that rate, I mean, like you said, it's pretty scintillating. It's pretty quick. So really, batters can come in, and they've got time to get in. They don't have to go swinging straight away.
That's true. I mean, it's worked so far, though, even with those first couple of wickets earlier. They just kept on swinging. Atif Mohammed, it's a good example there of what I was just talking about. That extra bounce just meant that Kanasane wasn't in control of the shot. Amjad, the captain, to bat 5.
And Amjad wants to go big straight away, and he gets lucky. He doesn't get this out the middle. They should come back for 2. And they will. And it's the first double that we've seen in the championship. Mostly it's been, well, just singles and boundaries, isn't it?
One of the issues, I think, for Spain, they won't be happy with the amount of extras they've bowled early. Had the minimum of the 5 wides, which obviously never helps. That's just something I'm sure that they're keen to turn around. I haven't had too much time to chat yet, but it's my first time in the box with you for a couple of weeks. Last ball, the over here from Atif.
Okay, high in the air, but this one I think is going to go all the way. Oh, wow. It comes inside. Well, that absolutely amazes me. This one comes inside, looks like it's going all the way. The fielder gets a chance on it, which I didn't think was going to get anywhere near it. That's Hamza Salim Dar, but the catch goes down, it goes for 4.
Yeah, they're all smiles here because of the result. Amjad, again, not in control of this. It looked like it was flying, but just held up, didn't it? And Hamza, in the end, he's behind it, isn't he? It's one thing to not take the catch, another thing that it actually goes to the boundary. So a lucky escape for Amjad as we get to the end of the over. 74 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, look, Amjad is not one that you want to be putting down. This guy was the pick of the players last time. He scored 143 runs, and on a number of occasions he was instrumental. Remember the 23 he scored to beat Malta in match number 18, and then also him and the other Amjad were key in the eliminator win over Luxembourg, where he scored 24 of 19. So you don't want to be giving him a chance. They did, and it could cost him.
Yeah, potentially. Anyway, it's going to be Hassan Ali to bowl over number 5, so it's his first ECC. Again, left arm mode of attack. Bashir faces up on 25.
Big wild swing, just sneaking this one in, but doesn't get his body to go across, does he?
So I think, yeah, last time I was commentating, you was in Germany, and of course, people might not realise if they're watching ECN for the first time, or maybe only ever watch when we come here to Spain for the Euros or the Champions League, that we actually got cricket all throughout the year. We've got over 20 locations during the year for European cricket.
Doesn't quite get this out the middle, does he? But gets enough to get it over the head of the bowler. Nice to see Hassan Ali in the side.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a good selection again. He's not quite a replacement for Mohammad Kamran, who isn't in the side. He's unavailable for this series. But yeah, provides another left-arm option. Yeah, but I've just come from Rome for 2 weeks, which was awesome, and everyone says hello to you there, Rico. I know you took that one off. And of course, yeah, you spent 4 weeks in Germany before that, so that's something that maybe people don't realise on the European Cricket Network, that we're actually providing something like 3,000 plus hours of live cricket a year in this fast-paced format.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a showpiece tournament. It's our biggest tournament of the year because it is international cricket. It's going to involve 31 countries, including representative sides from England, Scotland, Ireland, the Netherlands, some really big cricket countries there. But yeah, we're doing this all the time, and we love what we do.
It's pitched up, and once again it will go, and it will go for 6. This time it does go all the way. Gets plenty behind this, doesn't he, Bashir? When he hits it hard, and he hits it well. And more often than not, it's going over the boundary rope.
Yeah, France just hit the ground running here, haven't they? Just think about a couple of slices of luck they had. There was the caught 6th when Babar touched the rope with his foot. There was the one that Hamza just kind of messed up down there, went for a boundary. There's been a few wides as well, but also some really good shots. Bashir into the 30s.
Bit of a full toss, this one. A slower delivery. And a dot ball, that's a result for the bowler.
And so, last ball, the 5th coming up. Spain, they're going to be chasing a few, but let's be fair to Spain as well. Who will forget the ECC last year in Group A? They were underdogs against the Irish team in the Group A final. They chased down a score under lights in the 130s. Might be more this time.
Well, this one is going to go all the way. He picks these up beautifully. What a strike. Well, you know that the kids are there from Sunland Nova School, which is in Astacia and the Cartama. Well, kids, go fetch it. Well, Jay Wild, well, he's fighting the kids for it. Hello to the kids once again. A big shout out to the Sunland Nova School, of course, here as part of the Cricket Cool program.
Well, it's a very big close-up of Alistair there, the Spanish strength and conditioning coach. But yeah, I'm just happy that didn't take any of the young Spanish kids out. That's one of the great features we've got. The fact that so many kids are getting into cricket as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Here with Rico Full. We'll have Andrew Ryan in the commentary box with us a little bit later on the day as well. Rico, great to be back with you.
Yep.
Festival of Cricket, 31 countries, 109 matches. Also, some new partners coming on board, so it's just getting bigger and bigger. We want to talk a little bit about the World Food Program as well, which is a new charity partnership we've got. And we have a little bit of a goal to raise some money. Did you know, for as little as 70 cents, which is about $1 Australian, it's about 60p, you can actually feed somebody, give them a meal. And we've got a little bit of a goal. We'll talk about it a little bit more during the broadcast, as we see. I mean, Hamza coming in, and he gets drilled straight for a 6 first up. Well, that was massive. Maximo! Hamza gets lucky, but there's nothing lucky about this. Absolutely drilled straight over the side screen.
Well, they go for pace off here. I think maybe that might slow things down. We'll think again, because, well, Numan Amjad, he's not interested in slowing things down. Remember, he was dropped on 0, and now he's looking to cash in. Lovely hit straight down the ground.
Yeah, Hamza. Actually, the brother of Awais Ahmed, who's behind the stumps for Spain. Anyway, welcome to the big leagues.
And 2 in 2. Adiós, pelota, porque eso es una grande. Manos arriba, 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 Vitro, porque eso es 6 más.
Again, it's that kind of length, isn't it? The Cartama Oval, we often see it driven up and out of the ground. So 2 out of 2. Amjad into his work. Yeah, so we have a bit of a goal, and we'll show you how to do this a little bit later if you'd like to. But in 4 years, we've scheduled 4,182 matches on ECN.
Yeah.
So we put those numbers together, 44,182. That's how many meals we'd like to provide during this 4 weeks.
Bit wider. I like the idea. And, well, slight hesitation from the batters. There was a thought there for a moment, I think, for Bashir to try and sneak in a single.
100's up as well now. Yeah, so we'll have like a QR code on the screen. There'll be a link if you'd like to, if you're enjoying the broadcast. That's one way you can, I suppose, we'd like you to contribute, because ECN's also about trying to make the world a bit of a better place.
Goes for it, doesn't quite get it. Is he going to get lucky? Yeah, he is. He doesn't really carry to a fielder. They'll take the single. Yeah, I mean, the staggering thing for me, Vinny, is, you know, I love this share a meal program. I think it's a great initiative, and get involved if you can. But 1 in 10 people are struggling to find food. I mean, that's quite amazing in the world that we live in. So, yeah, we can all do our bit.
For sure.
And that's all part of the United Nations World Food Programme that we're involved in. The European Cricket Network, this is hard in the air, but this one is not going the distance. And I think that's TDC. That comes in, and he takes the catch. Yeah, it is. It's the captain, Daniel Doakai, takes the catch. And that's a difficult one, because the ball, it's not going as far as he thinks. He's having to come in for it, but it's also right up there in the sunshine of the Costa del Sol. Good catch taken. It's another wicket.
Yeah, and it was tough because he was straight into the teeth of the sun here. As you see, Bashir just kind of loses shape a little bit there. And DDC, it was almost a little ice cream cone. Doesn't have the shades on. He's essentially, he is the captain of Spain. He's kind of the acting captain in the absence of regular skipper Christian Munoz Mills. Daniel, very short pair of hands. Made a tough catch look easy there as the 4th wicket falls. But pretty good contribution from Bashir, who scores 38 of 14. It's 102 for 4. Hey, can I tell you, though, when I heard it was called Share the Meal, you know that I'm not huge on sharing my food. Yeah, I think it's on Friends, and Joey says Joey doesn't share food. I'm like, hold on, 1 second. But when it was explained to me that for 70 cents you can provide a meal for a hungry person in the world, I can get around that. Yeah, but as you know, you've been with me at dinner, the food on my plate, I'm like a rabid dog. Plates.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Rome was pretty good to me, actually.
I'm actually quite amazed that you're fitting into your suit pretty well, because when I knew you were going to Rome for 2 weeks, and I know you like the old carbonara,
well, you know,
I had
over the weekend,
fitting.
Over the weekend, you know how jockeys have to 24 hours before? That was me yesterday. Anyway, William Singh gets his first bat at the ECC.
And is going to be a chase on here for the fielder. Iba, si puede. Sí, así, señor. And that's well done. Really well chased there by Hamza Salim Dar. He's after it, and he makes a stop. Gets the foot on it, saves the boundary.
Yeah, so we know that a lot of these countries' football is pretty well established, and you see some of the skills here. Yeah, it looks good to me. And the only thing is you've got to get back in. Yeah, no problem there. It doesn't touch the ball while he's still over the rope.
Yeah, nicely done.
Well done. There's the Sheriff, Charles Crouch. How good to see him back here in Spain.
Hamza gone for 16, last ball of his first over. And it's pretty full, looking to get it in the gap, and he will. So it's going to be another magical one. He does pick up the wicket, of course, of Umar Bashir, which was quite key. However, France, they keep on motoring along. 108 for 4 at the end of 6.
What a platform. Yeah, so it does go magical in the end. And yeah, 20 off the over. I think I'm just waiting to check something here. Looks like they're getting ready to bowl another ball. I had that as the over, but yeah, overcalled. So yeah, 6 overs down. Hey, I want to say a quick hello to everyone, of course, who's watching on the European Cricket Network, but of course all of our international broadcast partners, including FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. And the fact is, more and more channels around the world are picking this up now. So I want to say hello to everyone watching on Magenta in Austria, Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Willow TV in USA and Canada, Sport Deutschland in Germany, Swiss Sport TV in Switzerland, as well as Star Times in Sub-Saharan Africa, SSC in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East and North Africa, as well as Viaplay in the UK and Ireland, La Liga Sports TV globally and in South America, and Sport in France. So yeah, so great that you're a part of our community. This is our showpiece event, the Euros of Cricket, and it's an event that just keeps on growing. 15 countries the first time in 2021, 21 countries last year, 31 this year. Who knows? I mean, we're running out of countries in Europe, but our view is that every cricket-playing country in Europe should get the opportunity to play at this event. As Yasir Ali comes on, the off-spinner in over number 7.
Yeah, Yasir, I think he's going to be pretty key to the way Spain play in this this championship. It's a good all-rounder, great batter. I expect to see him probably opening the batting. See if he can get another breakthrough. So going to keep the pace off here.
Also, it's great with the comment section that we've got. So it's a way to be a little bit interactive. So there's something a little bit different about our broadcast as well, that we want you to contribute. We want you to be a part of it. As Yasser comes around the wicket to the left-hander.
Well, wants to get a bit funky. That's William Singh.
You can see what he's thinking there, hitting with the spin. Probably not too many balls from Yasser hitting the stumps. He's going to go out that direction, so just missed out on it.
And, well, take the bails off here. Asking the question, maybe. I think the foot does go up, but by the time the bails come off, I think foot goes back down.
Prodigious turn, though. Got no problems there. It's yeah, Yasser really spinning the ball viciously away from the left-hander. So this might be a match-up kind of thing. You know, with the left-hander at the crease, I think good time to bowl your right arm off here. And we know that Corey's big on having that variety in the attack, so he can find those matchups.
Singh, oh, he uses his feet beautifully, doesn't he? I can see he was thinking the only way he's going to compensate this movement that Yasser is getting is get to the pitch of it, and he does. He gets himself into a good position, and he clobbers this. Boom! Shaka Lagya. What a hit.
Yeah, that's like, take your match up. This is what I'm going to do with it. He absolutely drills that. William Singh, big raps on him, and that was absolutely pounded. That might have been the biggest hit we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's gone a long way, hasn't it?
Pretty gutsy to come down. You've seen the guy rip one a mile.
Yeah.
So he's like, I'm going to try and neutralise that. Of course, you're big risk of getting stumped there, but William didn't miss out. What a shot.
It's a little bit fuller this time round.
William plays his cricket for the Paris University Club in France, and they have recently secured qualification in the ECL. Next year, of course, with France winning the ECL with their club Dreux, it means they get 2 spots next year.
Oh, lovely hit. And, well, this has been well appreciated by his teammates. Delightfully struck. Once again, it's timing. Timing is epic. Both that just shot one here. Both booty timing, see. Up on a footwork. Both that Chisigi. Shaka Lagya. 6 more. That's the end of the over. And 120 up now. 121 for 4. Still 18 balls to go. So they're looking at the 150 score here.
The thing with France last year is they bowled incredibly well, but they just couldn't make any runs. I think the average score with the bat was in the 70s, and that's not going to win you too many games. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us as well on our personal social media if you want to get involved, if you want to send some questions, some comments, if you've got questions about European cricket, we love receiving those. And also you can have a look at our socials there at European Cricket. I mean, a lot of people see it all around the year for various different reasons. You'll see all aspects, all levels of cricket on European Cricket, but it really is about spreading the game into places where it's not a mainstream sport, and that's something we take great pride in. Hamza comes back for a second over.
Edged and doesn't carry, but it's well smothered there by Dart. Does really well. Well bowled though, better areas this from Hamza. So gets the thick edge on this, but doesn't get past Hamza. Does really well. Okay, now to the left-hander. And, well, William Singh has already shown his intent. He wants to go after the spinners. It's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. Quarter wide.
Yeah, he just kind of lost his direction there, Hamza. I mean, he'd have to be a little bit nervous. How could you not be? And yeah, with the spinner, the margins of error are so fine.
It's full again, and trying to get it in the gap, and he will. So it's a few times that gap there has been exposed between the man who's at long off and mid-wicket. So it's going to be 4 more, but once again, just over-pitching. Ends up being a full toss, gives himself a bit of room, and he dispatches it for 4.
Love the footwork from William Singh so far. He's showing some real bravery here, the way that he's taking on the spin. Hamza has the comeback ball.
Well, he's tried this a couple of times. It's good running, well backed up. So that's Amjad, the captain. He wants to have another go at the spin.
The other thing, we talk about spreading the game to different countries. There's a big focus on youth, of course, at the European Cricket Network and our cricket school project. I know we plan to have like over 1,000 children try cricket, get involved in cricket, visit this tournament. Spanish kids, and they love the experience.
Okay, asking the question. I think we may have a look upstairs, so we're going to see what Spring Productions, our production partner, can come up with here. I think this is going to be close. Let's have a look.
Felt he got back, but let's find out. Oh, just back.
Yeah.
Yes, good alertness from both the keeper and the batter there. So, well, still a dot ball at this stage is handy.
Explosive action there from Awais Ahmed as he knocks the stumps over. Hey, look, while those stumps get put back together, how good is this Karma Oval looking? It is definitely the Field of Dreams, isn't it? It looks absolutely stunning.
It looks amazing. I don't think I've ever seen it in better shape, and it always looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Right now, the home team, they want to come back in week 4. That's what this is all about.
Full toss, and it will go all the way. Bolle, ginna sana. Shaka Lagya. Cracky shot, but you can't be bowling there to quality players. And Nouman Amjad, he wanted to get on strike, didn't he? You can see he wanted to get there. He gets there. He gets a full toss. He uses his feet, and he absolutely dispatches it. What a great shot.
Yeah, I've liked the straight hitting here. They've made some good choices, France, in this innings. Amjad, 28 off 10. Remember how he started as well.
And this time, I think it will be curtains, and he's on his way. You can see the umpire, and no hesitations of giving that out on the field of play. That is Asad Ali. He says, yeah, you got to go. So it's a good hit for 6, but a good comeback also there from Amir Hamza. I think he gets a quicker ball in. It's slightly shorter. Awais Ahmed does the rest. So they get the breakthrough. The captain will go for 28.
Maybe just kind of showed his hand a little bit early there. Came down the wicket, and yeah, Awais. He's very quick to get the bails off.
So he's on his way back. So you see, it's really well bowled. I mean, the wide has been called, but you can see here, no issues at all. So it's got to go. This is the money shot here. No issues with the gloves and clean take. And I think the batter knows as well. He doesn't hang around to see the captain to see the decision given. Good work there from Awais Ahmed. Yeah. Nicely done there by the bowler. Good, clever bowling. All right, it cost him a run because of the wide ball, but he knew that the batter was going to go after him.
All right, so this is going to be Zadasher for the first time at the ECC.
And, well, he hits it pretty well, but straight to the fielder. The catch has been taken. So no mistakes there at all. So another one bites the dust, and that's Babar Khan who takes the catch. It's nice to see Babar in the lineup. Of course, the guy that really excites us when he plays for Badalona Shaheen. He's a 6-hitting machine. Well, let's see how he performs here. But he's going to get his opportunity here in Karma. As well, we see a first baller. It means that we're going to have a chance for a hat-trick. So it's going to be Zadasher will go for a golden.
That's it. Or he might have a chance for a hat-trick. Zadasher, he does the right thing. If he picks a gap there, he's probably getting a boundary. But instead he holds out to Babar Khan. Hamza picks up a third wicket. He'll finish 3 for 33. So he won't be able to get a hat-trick because that's actually the end of his 2-over spell. Still, it's the end of 8 overs and the score is 135 for 6. Also, I want to say, big hello to everyone that's watching in Turkey on Sport TV Turkey. Great that we're in every household potentially in Turkey. Also to Streamster viewers in Austria. So, look, 135 off 8. Still hard to believe they won't get 150 plus here. Really, they're on target for the high 160s. William Singh gets the strike now. Yeah, 9th over, and it's Atif to bowl.
Yeah, I think William's going to be key, isn't he? I think he's the set batter. He's got to stay there, but what does he do? He's going to give his wicket away as well. So we're going to see a team hat-trick. It's not going to be a hat-trick, of course, for Hamza, but the catch has been taken. Big smiles on the face there for Mohamed Ishan. Takes his second catch. So they'd be disappointed here, France, if they slip away here. I mean, wickets fall now. That's a key wicket. I was just about to say William Singh has got to be key in getting them to that 150 mark. So Spain here, this could be a dramatic comeback.
It's got the feeling of a momentum change, doesn't it, at the moment? Of course, 3 consecutive wickets will do that. That classic jinx that you put on the poor batter there, William Singh, who looked amazing and then just kind of stops his shot, didn't have the timing. Again, that's just Atif and his extra bounce that we talked about earlier, getting a bit big on the left-hander. Good innings, though, from William. He whacks 2 6s and 2 4s in his 22. But as he departs, it's 135 for 7.
Yeah, Atif does well, doesn't he? gets the ball in the right areas. And, yeah, at this late stage, I think all the batters that are coming out here now are going to be looking to play the shots. Though, 7 wickets here now down. You got 11 balls to go in the innings. You don't want to see yourself being bowled out. And shorter delivery right at the batter. Liking that from Atif. Showing a little bit of fire here. Bangs it in straight at the body. And doesn't give him any room to manoeuvre. That's why I like that delivery. You can see here now the batters. Both these batters are new. You've got Cameron Ahmadzai and Ibrahim Jubrakel, who's on strike. Both yet to get off the mark. High in the air. And it's going to be another wicket. So wickets are tumbling here. It's going to be another duck. And Jubrakel will go for a 2-ball duck. So just throwing the wickets away here. What a comeback this is now. So that's 4 wickets now we've seen without any runs on the board. So he tries to give himself a little bit of room, but loses his shape, loses his head. And Atif gets another. So 2 in the over.
Yeah, he's doing a job here in the 9th, isn't he? And now if you're France, you're just kind of, if you can scrape to 150, you're happy. I mean, they do bat all the way down. But now you've kind of got one eye on not getting bowled out before the end of the 10. Jubrakel, another duck. And Atif performing well. That's his 3rd wicket in this opening match of the ECC. The score 135 for 8.
Yeah. Ramatullah Mangal. Now, this guy can crack it. I'm looking forward to seeing him with the ball, though. I have to be honest. He really did excite me and a lot of people back in 2022. Anyway, first he's got to deal with Atif. Plays it away. They're taking on the run. In comes the throw. Direct hit. He'd be in trouble. But they scramble through.
There's Mohammad Ihsan there, who's actually regularly a wicketkeeper, but he's also a very good fielder. Just airmailed that one. That was the problem. It was too high. Well, there's Corey, looking pretty serious. That's obviously the head coach of this Spanish side, who had to deal with a few availability issues and internal issues this year, but still putting out a pretty good cricket team. They're chasing a few, though, today.
Oh, good bowling. Big wall swing there with the man with number 50 on his back. Ahmadzai, that was his first ball. So he's pretty keen to get to that end. Well, he's there now, and he misses out on one. And you can see that he's running back to his mark. They're only just going to make the time. So well done to Atif here.
Well, as long as he doesn't bowl wide.
Well, he doesn't bowl a wide, and it's going to be more than the one. It's going to be 6 as the maximum. So that's why Ahmadzai wanted to get to that end. And that's a valuable hit because once again, the 150 is back on the cards. That one takes him into the 140s. 142 for 8 at the end of 9 overs.
Yeah, and so it just made the time. People asking about the clock. It's to do with just keeping on time because we have such a big volume of games. So you need to bowl the last ball of your 9th over before that clock expires. Atif does just, but it does disappear. France into the 140s, 142 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, I get the feeling those wickets that fell down there, those last 2 wickets, that helps playing out a little bit there because every time a wicket falls, you do get an extra minute. So I think Atif Mohammed that's a good over from him, a couple of wickets. He'd be disappointed the last ball goes for 6. And that's a no ball. I think, well, the question is, when does it pass the line here? It's either a wide or a no ball. Let's see what the umpires decide here. But it's a wild delivery, this from Ali.
Yeah, it actually swings. And it swings the opposite way than he thought it was going to swing. Yeah, right. It's a wide if it bounces off the pitch after the stumps. Oh, it's well after the stumps. There's no issues there.
Right.
So, yeah, free hit coming up. Oh, so, pardon me, it's not a free hit because
wide
it's
ball,
only a wide, yeah.
Well, that's better. That's what he was trying to do. And now they're going to get a single here. Ali, yeah, wouldn't expect it to miss from that close.
I actually don't mind that. And I'll tell you why. Because there's value in the run out here because they're 8 down. So if you can run the batter out here, I think he might have just been out, then you've got them thinking, okay, we're 9
I think
down.
it's a mistake. I think Ahmadzai had to stay on strike, if I'm honest. Let's wait and see. Well, Mangal, well, he'll give him the strike right back. So, I mean, Ahmadzai was already there, wasn't he?
These guys are both pretty similar in batting ability. You know, they can both bat. I think you take every run possible here. Like I say, looks like they're on for kind of high 160s. They should still get the 150 here. We don't see that many 150 plus chases on ECN. Probably seen about a dozen all time.
It's well bowled. It's good bowling. I mean, he got the first one wrong by a fair bit. They're taking him on. Here comes the throw, and he gets the dive in. Well, how about this for a dive? Not only does he dive, he ends up doing a forward roll and ends up back on his feet. This was some acrobatic stuff from the French, and they're going to get there, going to get two. That's superb running.
Yeah, brilliant running. And you can see it's the dive that saves him. I mean, that's a great shot there. I mean,
Keep it rolling. Keep that rolling. I want to see him end up on his feet. This was fantastic stuff. I mean, watch this for I said forward roll. It was a backward roll in the air. Oh, look at that. Sensational. And down the leg side, I think if he left this one alone, he may have got a wide from it. They'll get another one. So, well, whatever happens, we're going to see a 150-something chase. Because that takes the score to 149. There's still a couple of balls to go in the over. Yeah, I think he goes the wrong way. If he just stepped inside of that, he would have taken a wide, would have got the run, would have got an extra delivery. Ali. High up in the air. There is a fielder out there. And it will be taken. No mistakes again from the Spanish. They've been pretty clinical with their catching. That's nicely done. That is Atif Mohammed that takes the catch. And, well done to Hassan Ali. He does pick up a wicket. And good time to get one as well. And no runs as well. The dot ball. So new batter will be on strike.
Yeah, so they'll bat out the 10, so that's something. Hassan Ali, well done. His first wicket as well. But a fairly simple catch down here. Hey, France, lucky for the start they had. As Mangal goes for 2. 149 for 9. Yeah, they were 88 at halfway. At the moment, they've scored 61. Which is still okay. I feel like 60 per 10 overs is probably par for the 60 per 5 overs is probably par for the course. It's that brilliant start, particularly overs 2 and 3 in the power play, that propelled them to up to the 150s. You'd imagine. Last ball coming up.
And if they'd run, they would have got there, I think, because Awais Ahmed doesn't take it cleanly, and I'm surprised they don't run here at all.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. So it ends up being a really good over, good spell from the alley, but yeah, you've got to run those.
Strategic error. I mean, it's only one run, but it could make the difference. You're 9 down, it's the last ball, and the keeper fumbled as well, Awais Ahmed, so they may have made it. Anyway, 149 for 9. If you offered France that, they would have taken it. Remember, they were only averaging in the 70s last year, so yeah, 150 will be the victory target. Spain, they bat well. They're going to have to bat well if they're going to win the first game of the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to have to bat well. Be interesting to see Mohamed Baba. I mean, remember, he took one in his hand. We'll see that on the highlights coming up when he was bowling, if that's going to affect him at all. It was great to see the kids out there from the Sunland Nova School from the Station de Katama. Were guard of honour for the players to come out. But this was the first wicket. It was a nice, simple catch, wasn't it, from Awais. And Zain Ahmed went for one, the bowling of Babar. So it wasn't the best of starts from the French. And then another wicket came here, and this was Mohamed Ishan, who made no mistakes as well. They were pretty good in the field, only that one error really from Dar. But then we saw this over. I mean, though the wicket did come off that over from Hamza, it went for 22. There was this 5 wide as well. And really, France from then really did capitalise, and they kept going. It was a really good partnership there from Kenasane and Umar Bashir. They were piling on the runs. There was the catch there taken by Babar. But the ball, unfortunately, his foot on the line, so the ball called a 6, and it was quite rightly so. Talking of 6s, well, there was plenty coming out from the middle of some of those batters. They were hitting the ball hard and hitting it well. And a really good knot there from Bashir. He was 38 of 14. 5 6s he smashed on his way to that. And Kenasane, well, he provided good support with 26 of 8, with 3 6s and 2 4s as well. Something needed to change, and they brought Atif Mohammed into the attack. And, well, I said at the time, I was a little bit surprised that he didn't open the bowling for me, and they went with Hamza. This was a chance that Hamza had, and that would have been a wicket of the captain, who could have gone very first ball. That was Numan Amjad, and he was put down and went on to make 28 of 10 deliveries. 3 6s and 1 4 on his way to that. So at one point they were set, they were going really well, and as Vinny said, when you look at what they were at the halfway point with 88 on the board, you thought it was going to be a 160, 170 sort of score, but then things changed pretty quickly, as they always do. Spin, when it first came into the attack, wasn't productive, but this was the wicket, and well, when one wicket goes, another goes as well. And he wasn't able to get a hat-trick himself, but it was a team hat-trick, because Mohamed Atif came back on to bowl. He took a hat-trick. And then, well, without any further runs being scored on the board, we saw another duck. There was this one. So it was all going well. Jabrakel wasn't able to get in the score. And then right towards the end, that was Rahmatullah Mangal being caught by Atif Mahmood. So it was a good finish from the French as we have a look at the scorecard. But the important thing for me is how those last few overs went. When we have a look at only 7 runs came off over number 9 and also just 7 off over number 10. So a really good comeback there from Spain towards the end. But this is how it started. Umar Bashir, I think he was in top form, 38 off 14. Like I said, he really did hit the ball really, really well. Can I say, a little bit lucky has to be said. He found the edge a few times, but a valuable 26 of 8 balls from him. And then the captain, who also was dropped on 0, went on to make 28 of the 10 balls he faced. And William Singh hit a few nice shots as well. Some big Maximos from him as well along the way. Here's the bowling figure, Mohamed Baba. His first over was fantastic. Now, whether he got affected by the one that then blasted him onto his non-bowling hand afterwards, I don't know. But 1 for 35 for him, 1 for 22 for Hamza. He only bowled that one over. Lost his line, didn't he, after taking that wicket, which was a surprise. 3 wickets there, though, from Atif Mohammed, and also 3 for Amir Hamza. So well bowled to them. And that leaves us with the mid-match summary. So France getting 149 on the board. They're a team that had issues with their batting when we saw them last year, but with the bowling and with the fielding, they were pretty clinical. So this is not going to be an easy chase for the Spanish. So going to leave you with the mid-match summary. Don't forget, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximum, when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this first match of the Euros of cricket here at the European Cricket Championship. Join us back in 10 minutes time.
Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hola, bienvenidos, hello, and welcome back to match one of the Euros of cricket here in Spain, in the beautiful province of Andalusia. This is the region of Malaga. We are in Cartama. This is the Cartama Oval. And on this International Day of Dreams, it is the dream of, well, one of these two teams to make it all the way to the final and maybe be victorious themselves. And this is what our win predictor is saying, that France, 54% to win this one. Well, that will be a dream start for France if they can get a victory against Spain first up. Spain probably one of the favourites to go through from the group. And France, though, have put good runs on the board. Remember, it's as simple as this in the group stages this time around, not like last year. It's not the whole week. You get 3 days of action. And in those 3 days, you can't afford to come bottom of the group. If you come fifth, you're out of it. You finish in the top 4, then you will go into day 3, which is sort of final stage for the group. 2 groups per week this time round. As you get ready to start, it's going to be Mohamed Babar is going to be opening up. He's a very aggressive hitter off the ball. And he goes straight away up in the air. This one will go all the way. Ball. In the zona. Shaka Lagebo. Baba the Basher is back. And, well, he starts with a Maximo. The captain, Nouman Amjad, the bowler. They're just straying into the legs there of Babar. They're such a destructive player. Mohamed Babar. They're slightly quicker, but better directed. Bit of extra pace in that one. A little bit more masala in that one for Amjad. Yeah, Babar is and will be a key player for Spain. I know that he played a cracking role for them back in 2022. And remember the 22 of 9 deliveries he scored in that group final win against the Irish when they were chasing a big score in the 130s. And that will go all the way as well. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 más, 6 carreras. Well, it's quick, but it's short and wide outside the off. And Babar, he has so much power, he puts it away with a score. Corey is smiling again. He's got smiles on his faces because Babar is off, and he's off in style. Such a powerful hitter, this guy. A lot of you will remember his performances in the win for his club, Pakakea Maradona, when they won the European Cricket League back in 21. Slower delivery and well watched. And that's sensible cricket also from Babar. He doesn't swing wildly at this one. He's got 12 from those 2 big sixes he's hit. He's quite happy just to play this down. They're needing just under that 15 and over. Now it's time to see the captain in action, Daniel Doyle-Kaya. He was in amazing form last year. 541 runs he scored. He was the leading run scorer in the whole championship. And he gets this one right, doesn't he? He times it well, gets it over the fielder who chases well. That's superbly done. Excellent work. That's a William Singh. Nice looking shot. Good shot to play in the power play. Remember the first 3 overs. Only 2 men allowed out. Nobody out there on the offside. Gets a couple. Well fielded. William Singh showing good work in the field after making a good impact innings with the bat as well for the French. And that's been hit away firmly, but there is a man back there behind square. It'll just be a single. So, end of the first over, and they're on track, aren't they? They are on track. 16 come off the first. And, well, matches without a goal on the ball for. Of course, we finally broke that long period of time without a goal on the ball, and it happened finally there in Rome. I wasn't there. Vinny wasn't there, and Nishay was there with the golden ball. Well, Vinny's here now. Vinny.
Yeah. I was there in spirit, and I was actually on the plane from Italy to Spain to come here, and I really pushed the bounds of, when you have to turn off your phone. It was 6 off the last ball to tie. So golden ball, if you don't realise it, it's out. Kind of unique, I suppose, to European cricket, but it's a real innovative way to break a tie. There's an additional ball, and batter needs 2 off it, otherwise they lose. And so it's literally 1 ball.
Yeah.
I was on the plane, 6 to tie. Okay, as soon as this isn't a 6, I can turn the phone off. Gets hit for 6, of course, then we had the golden ball as William Singh's going to bowl over number 2. But I saw the golden ball. We've had 49 golden balls now, and that broke a streak of 334 matches without a golden ball. Yeah. And that's quite a famous number. Don Bradman scored 334. Very famous innings, I think it was 1930. Mark Taylor equalled that score. It was an Australian record. So 334, it went off. And that was the second biggest streak without a golden ball we've ever had. 405 was the previous streak. On average, you get a golden ball about once every 100 matches. So it's about a 1 in 100 shot.
Gives himself some room and plays a lovely shot. That's an outstanding shot from DDC. After a couple of dot balls there, he gives himself some room and he plays this exquisitely through the covers. What a lovely shot this is.
Really nice shot. Backs away, gives himself a little bit of room. Just look at the hands. It's just a beautiful inside-out kind of stroke into the gap. Sebastian Braat, the Netherlands 11 skipper, is in the comment section right now cheering on his club teammate because DDC was playing in the Netherlands this year.
Well, DDC says, there you go, Sebastian, this one's for you, because it goes all the way. Mullins Arriba from the Albitro, 6 more. And, well, he is such a joy to watch when he's batting, is DDC. He's got all the shots, and, well, he's got the aggression, and he's got the finesse and the class as well. A lovely shot.
Yeah, he's a really, really fun player to watch. He's pretty uncomplicated with his batting as well. He's got such a good eye, and he's got that power.
Well, this is not a good delivery down the leg side, and that is going to be put away with ease. 4 more. So after a good start to the over from William Singh, he's lost his line, he loses his shape. 14 has come off it with a ball to go.
Yeah, going at the rate at the moment, 15 and over. There's the Spanish flag flying proudly in the Spanish dugout.
And this is going to be more. How many? And I think 1 bounce for Cuatro Carreras más. The over goes for 18. So the Spanish have made an electrifying start. 34 without loss after 2.
Yeah, again, good decision making. Trusting the bounce here. Falls off the shot a little bit. So if this was later in the innings, maybe he hits trouble there. But because of the power play, just 2 outfielders allowed out at this stage. So Spain, very good start for them. They're 34 without loss after 2.
Yeah, beautiful shot there off this ground, the Cartama Oval. And of course, if you are this part of Spain, if you're in the Andalusia province or in Malaga, come on down. And of course, it's nestled away in the countryside, this ground, but on the road between Cartama and Coin. So come and join us. Come and get into the fan zone. Maybe enjoy a little bit of food from Purple Pepper.
I was going to say 150 seems like a lot, but these are our lists of top chasers. And you can see there haven't been that many in the 150s, but it's been through the roof this year. The scoring just keeps going up and up. The ground dimensions are the same wherever we go, 50 metres from the centre of the field. Even 175, that was actually Roma Bang the Morning Sun just a couple of weeks ago, setting a record as we see Mangal coming on in over number 3.
Well, he comes on and he's going to disappear. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va. Esa pelota va por la playa. Vamos a la playa todos. Well, that has gone a long way. He just uses the pace there of Ramatullah Mangal and he dispatches it. That's a biggie.
And Ramatullah Mangal is one of the bowlers of the tournament last year, but this first one disappears into the merchandising tent. Very good start this by Spain. It's only a start, though. Remember that France had a pretty good power play themselves, had 57 in the power play.
This one is going to go for a boundary as well. Well, 6 and 4, hungry for more is Mohamed Babar. Well, he is racing away, 23 of just 6 deliveries. And yeah, you mentioned it, Ramatullah Mangal, last time round, he took 16 wickets. He was quite exceptional. One thing he did really well was the Yorker length delivery. He needs to execute that one, otherwise he's going to be taken to the cleaners here.
Pretty even game at the moment, isn't it?
And that's a quick, fast delivery. It was not quite the Yorker that I'm talking about, but this is quick enough. And you can see that once again, he's just hoping to use his strength, Babar, just to play this over the man at backward point in the circle, in the boundary. He's hit 1-6 there already in the innings, but doesn't make any contact on this one. So good comeback from Mangal, but still I think he's got to get that Yorker in. That's where he can be dangerous. Good battle between Mangal and Babar. Hit hard, strong, all the way, goes to distance. That is a biggie. New balls, please, because that has gone into the jungle. That's where all the snakes are. Oh, what a massive stroke that is. A big smile on the captain, DDC, as he goes over to congratulate Babar for this hit. That is just brute power. That is a monster strike for 6.
Yeah, and Babar is just like the big daddy, really, of Spanish cricket when he comes into this team. It just has a way, doesn't it? 50 partnership up and only 16 balls. And both these guys on at the moment. As France just really need a turning point here, don't they? Again, it's a good start, but it's just a start. And France had a similar start.
Yeah.
We know that they kind of fell off the pace. I bet they're wishing they were able to push up to that kind of high 160s that they were looking at for a lot of the innings. But they just lost too many wickets in a row towards the end. Babar looking on. Rahmatullah copping the treatment in his first over the ECC.
This one has been whipped away as well. You can't set a field to these sort of deliveries in the power play. You just can't do it. And at the moment, Babar is just lapping it up, and he is taking Mangal to the cleaners. Not a good delivery. I think he goes for the slower option, but he's too short. He's got to get this ball fuller.
Yeah, when he's at his best, Rahmatullah Mangal, he's kind of really challenging the top edge of the bat, you know, beating guys for bounce. But I'd like to see him default maybe to a Yorker here, because anything length is going. And to be honest, France can't wait for the end of this power play.
Slower delivery, but it's the same result. It's going to go 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 carreras. Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande, qué jugador. Este hombre es muy fuerte. And gets it wrong. It's slow, but it's a full toss. And all it needs is a bit of bat onto it, and it will go 4 carreras. And it's another magical over.
They end up pipping him in the power play, 58-57. So we know that France didn't have such a great second half. You can kind of see that there, even though the numbers are flying off the screen. But yeah, 88 in the first half. They got 61 off the second. But look, they lost 6 wickets in the second half as well. No wicket trouble so far for Spain. I think they're really happy with how these two are tracking at the moment.
So France going to have to come up with an answer here. This partnership has to be broken pretty quickly. I get the feeling that now that we're out the power play, it may go to a little bit of spin to see if spin's going to be the answer.
Yeah, the thing, I was just looking at their squad or their team today, and I don't think Dawud Ahmedzai's in the lineup. So they're going for Bashir as the wrist spinner, and he gets sent out of the ground first ball. Maximo! DDC, Daniel Dorkaya, and he was really close to MVP of the whole tournament last year. A lot of the Dutch viewers right now in the comment section, they're talking about how he basically earned a double promotion for his club, Hermes, which is led by Sebastian Bratt, the Dutch skipper. He said it was the runs and the way he scored them that was probably the main reason they did it, and he's carrying that form into the Euros of cricket.
Yeah, that's just a tremendous shot, isn't it? And just look at it. It's just absolute epic. And now the next one is going to be 6 more because he strays down the leg side. That is humongous. That is a Bizaway Super 6. What a hit that is. What a strike. Well, they're a happy team at the moment in there, the Spanish El Roja. Porque eso es muy bueno, chicos, muy bueno. Otra más, 6 carreras.
Yeah, this is absolutely time to perfection. And you better watch out in the fan zone. Bashir, well, he actually handed a few out. He's getting a few back first up. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
Yeah, it's all about the line, isn't it? Got to get that line right. And it's short, and this is going to go all the way as well. Balle. Kinna sona. Shakka lagya. Shitter pare aja. Shitter swere pare bowler no. If you don't get the line right, good batters will punish you. And this is what it's about here. This is the Euros of cricket where, well, 31 nations come together. The best players in Europe do battle. And if you get it wrong, you'll get punished. And that's what we're seeing here. Bashir has gone for 18 or 3 deliveries. Better. fuller. And, well, the thing is for Bashir, it means that though he gets DDC off strike, he's got Babar there now. And Babar, well, he's not going to hold back.
Yeah, I like that bowling from Bashir. I actually slowed it down. The instinct for a spinner is to put more pace on.
And, okay, that's a slightly quicker delivery, and Babar quite sensibly just there, smart. We're well ahead where we need to be. I'm kind of happy just to play this away. He knows that his captain has been playing Bashir really well, and he hands the strike back to him. Another magical over, though, with the ball still to go in it. And clips it away, and they'll take a single. So 21 come off the over. The score moves along to 79. It is 79 without loss. And hello to everybody. Hello, world, wherever you are tuning in from. There's Christian Munoz-Mills, of course, the captain of the Spanish team, but of course not captaining this time round because of a nasty injury that he picked up on his knee. He's had it operated on. Nice to see him, though, recovering well. I'm pretty sure that we will see him on the field of play pretty soon. But at the moment, he's playing his part behind the scenes of this the Spanish team. And, well, despite conceding 149, they made a good start here. They're needing, that rate has gone down to just under 12 now required per over.
Now you're talking what I think is a normal run rate, 12 and over. I think that's where we'll end up sitting in this tournament. 12 and over is kind of par. But it's a great start, but it's only a start. Remember that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, new bowler. Let's see, can they get this breakthrough? And they're going with Ahmadzai, who starts with not a good delivery, and it's going to go all the way over. There was a fielder there who thought for a moment, Zarashir, that he was going to be in the hunt for perhaps a catching opportunity, but it's not to be. This one will go as well. And well, GDC is eyeing up a half century here, as it just makes that look so easy, doesn't it? You don't bowl it right, you put it on the leg side, you get punished.
I don't know what I'm watching here, because I'll come back to last year in a second. But this is like opposites world that we're watching from France in this first game. France last year, they were the best bowling team in their group and the worst batting team. Right? They've come out and banged basically 150, but just cannot execute their bowling at all.
Yeah.
This is where I think you miss a Dawood Ahmadzai. Something that's got a bit of the X factor about him, a bit of a mystery spinner. He's not in the lineup. Yeah, I think you're going to have to try different sorts of bowlers. Cameron Ahmadzai having a go.
Goes for the short one, bangs it in. And that will be the one for the over. For the bowler, of course, in this format, you're allowed the one short delivery, which goes over the shoulder, but stays below the head. And another short delivery in that zone will be called a no ball.
Yeah, that looked just okay about head high. I see him trying something, though, but David Orkaya has raced to 47. Absolutely whacking them at the moment.
Well, it's a miscue. I don't think it's going to carry, is it? And it's a tremendous effort. It really is. He's come a long, long way. It makes a superb effort. I think that's the captain. Yeah, it is. Numan Amjad. He does so well to get there, but he'll feel after getting there, he needs to hold on to this. It's a tremendous effort. So did he see he gets dropped on 48?
And honestly, I think getting two hands, that the hard bit was getting there. The easy bit was catching it. So that's definite chance.
Yeah, well, this is a typical Mohamed Babar shot. I mean, just have a look at this. How many batters do you know that play this way? It's just all in the wrists. It's all in the forearms. He doesn't even give it the full swing. It's just effortless. Look at this. It is effortless, and he times it to perfection, gets it over the captain. 6 more.
And I wouldn't say he was nervous when he hit that, because I don't think he gets nervous, Mohamed Babar, but he definitely knew he hit it straight on the line of the fielder. It's just a matter of whether he got it well enough, and I suppose just got it well enough. It's what a batting performance this is from Spain. But you just feel a wicket could change the game here. These runs aren't going to make themselves, but they just can't find a way through at the moment, France.
A breakthrough. You're right. They just need a breakthrough. One wicket. A wicket could change everything, but where is that wicket going to come from? We saw that half a chance there from Numan Amjad just putting the catch down. That could have made all the difference. Babar, now he goes for 6 more as he absolutely crunches this over the boundary. He's given that some whirly. And, well, what a lovely shot that is. And a lovely moment. And look at that. Beautifully done as Babar brings up his half century with a 6. Board Banaya Shaba to Mohamed Babar. Just look at his brute force. That's the only way to describe it. 6 brings up his half century.
Well, bat speed. That's what it was. It was bat speed, and actually sneaks up on DDC and wins the race to the half century, although the way things are going, Daniel might not be too far behind. End of the 5th over, and the score is 98 without loss. So what a crazy start we've had. And this is really what the Euros of Cricket is all about. It's a fast-paced format. Obviously, we're expanding into countries that don't really have cricket as a mainstream sport. And I think when people see this, they say, wow, this isn't the cricket that I've heard of that's maybe a bit slower, like watching grass grow. This is some serious entertainment.
It's proper stuff. We often say cricketainment. That's what we're seeing out here. And we're seeing it on the Field of Dreams here at the Cardham Oval. This one is a little bit short, gets played, it gets the single. So DDC moves on to 49. What a partnership. This is 99. And look at the rate that has come at. It's been quite phenomenal.
10 and over required, pretty much.
Okay, well, that's a rare dot ball.
At least it's something. You know, France need to reset. It's one of the hardest things in sport when you feel things are running away from you, how to just work your way and try and find a turning point.
It's well bowled again from Singh. So William Singh, at least he's creating a few issues here. I wonder if Babar will, having missed out on a couple, come down and have a go at this one. I just think that if William Singh tries just pushes his wide outside the off, tries to get a stumping here. He does the complete opposite. He goes down the leg side, and anything on the legs, that's one thing that we've noticed. Anything on the legs to either one of these batters has gone to the boundary. And that's another one. That's a loose delivery from Singh. He just lets himself down there after a couple of tight ones, strays down the leg side, and just have a look at that. That's just easy.
Yeah. So he built a little mini run of dot balls. There's another one, but the boundary in between. Got to say, France, I'm still a bit puzzled with their squad selection. Usman Khan, who's consistently been one of their best bowlers in this format with his slow ball and change of pace, left out of the squad. They could really use him right now.
And that will go all the way. And, well, that's in the zone where the kids from Sunderland Nova School, from the Estación de Cartama, are playing a little bit of cricket. Lovely to have the kids here as well, part of the European Cricket Network's Cricket School programme. They're being put through their paces there by Jay Wan, no doubt at the back. But, yeah, 6 more. And, well, they're just making this look so easy. End of the over, 6 overs done, 109 without loss.
Oh, what a start. I mean, they've each faced exactly 3 overs. Think of them as like power plays. So Baba's gone for 60. Daniel Dorkay has gone for 49. There's been 0 extras. So they've been getting none for free. Remember, Spain had some issues with conceding extra runs, especially early on in the first innings. But this has just been absolute carnage. And Spain, even without a couple of the key players we saw take them deep into the tournament last year, and really sending a strong message to the competition, at least with the bat.
Yeah, I mean, they're not there yet. But I mean, if they get this win, I mean, what a confidence boost it will be from them. Team that finished 3rd last year, which was a real superb performance from them. But to get this run, chasers, we'll see another one that's been crashed away. Well, that's the way to bring up your half century. Daniel Dorkay, the captain of España, hits a maximo to bring up his half century. Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka Maria. 55 of just 19 deliveries. What a partnership this has been. It's been absolutely blistering to watch from both of these batters, and it's been brutal.
The thing with Daniel, he's quite a quiet guy, right? But with the cricket bat in his hand, he makes a lot of noise, and he's having a wonderful summer, wonderful couple of years European cricket scene, and really can't really see a way through him at the moment, as I almost jinxed him. And this is outside the off stump, but yeah, 115, Spain feel like they'd have to fall over to lose from here. But we know on ECN, you can feel the game's going one way. Let's say you get these 2 now, maybe a cascading of wickets. I think any time that more runs are required than balls remaining, there's a chance for the fielding side. But it's just seeming like it's fading into the sunset at the moment for France.
Well, shorter delivery, gets banged in, and I think that will be giving us 1 for the over. Yes, it will. So 1 for the over signal. Short ball's been pretty effective, I have to say. The problem is, though, you can only bowl just the one of them in the over. So it's almost like, okay, that's the one they get away with. But the thing is, what you're going to do with the others? There's still 3 more to come in the over, and he can't bowl that again.
Let's see.
Edge, and well, a little bit of luck this time for DDC. Well, we saw a bit of that with the French batters. So what comes round goes round, I suppose you could say. So Ahmadai, he's disappointed this doesn't go into the gloves. But fortune favours the brave, but it's a very wide delivery.
Yeah,
Well, he didn't really need to play it.
No, it would have been wide. I mean, he just chases it. I suppose you're in a hitting kind of mentality. That's Mukhtar Ali Gulami, the beast, behind the stumps, covering from kind of their specialist keeper, Action Jackson. I just feel it kind of messes up their team balance a bit. Come back to that in a second. I think sneaks in. But Mukhtar, who's the wicketkeeper, is a really good fielder. And I think they can use him in a key position. And Action Jackson is considered, a specialist keeper, can also bat up the order if required. He hasn't made the 11 this game. Okay, each team, they get multiple matches, but it's not a huge amount of matches, right?
No, it's not.
Last ball, the over. Or not. So you only get 4 matches in the group stage. So you play 2 on Monday, you play 2 on Tuesday. Wednesday, you're straight into finals. So you don't want to be tinkering too much. I just feel that there's a few things that have puzzled me about this French lineup and decision-making, only because we've seen them so much this year on the network. But anyway, it may work out, and obviously they know their team best, but okay, facing up on 59.
This one, there's a bit of something on this. Yeah, there is. He's gone, so he does chase this ball outside the off as well. So with the score on 120, the first wicket goes down, and it is Ahmadai that gets the breakthrough. So the captain of Spain, Daniel Dorkaya, he snicks this one behind. A nice catch taken there by Gulami. So that is the first wicket. So finally some joy for the French, but has it come too late?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, maybe not. I suppose that's one part of the puzzle, isn't it? DDC just gets a little nick. It's good pace, wasn't it, from Ahmadai? Got good bounce there. Got a lifting as Spain lose their first wicket. What a good knock that is from Daniel Dorkaya. Like I said, he's quite a shy kind of a guy, and it takes on his stride, but he really has lit up the Carter Oval in this chase. He goes for 59 off just 24 balls, and 7 overs down. It's 120 for 1.
Yeah, look there. What a welcome he gets back. Of course, he'd be disappointed, the captain, that he's not there to be at the end and finish the job off, but it's been a mouth-watering display, really. Breathtaking batting from him. 59 of 24 deliveries, 6 sixes and 4 fours on his way to that. But he certainly, he's put his team in a very good position. And remember, they got plenty of batting also to come. Mohamed Ishan is the next batter.
This is basically how the tournament works. At the moment, we're in Group A, and these 5 countries are playing. Spain as well as France, you're seeing here, but also Isle of Man, Czechia and Greece. They'll play a 3-day kind of mini tournament, their Group A tournament, and the winner of that gets to join the Netherlands 11 and the other group winners in week 4, which is Championship week. So we'll be able to fill in the pieces of the puzzle as we go, but it just gives you an idea of the scale of this tournament. 109 matches over 4 weeks. All right, here's Rahul Mangal.
And it's hung in the air, and it's going to drop in between the 2 fielders. So this is another one. I mean, if they got Baba there, they've got DDC and Baba at the same time within balls of each other, it could have changed things.
This is where often with Spain you'd see a fielder straight down the ground. They like that field. Call it the Southern Cross field, where you, instead of a long on, long off, you kind of have a straight fielder, almost behind the bowler, but not quite exactly behind the bowler. But then the long on, long off a little bit wider. So you've got a 3 fielder wall instead of just the 2 fielders. And I think that would have been straight. If that was Spain fielding, I think that ball gets caught. Isan, though, he's a very, very good player. Former ECL winner with Pacaquer Badalona. He's been very good in the Spanish shirt as well. He is hyper-attacking, though. That's the thing. He's going to give you a chance, but he's also a chance to polish off these runs pretty quickly.
Rahul Mangal bowling his first over. And it's a swing here from Ishan. Asking a question behind the stumps is Mukhtar Ali Gulami.
And last time we saw Mohamed Isan here at the Carter Oval was for Pacaquer in the ECL in Championship week. And actually 2 Pacaquer Badalona batters at the crease right now. But he had a bit of a horrible run. Seemed to lose his confidence for a period of time. Now, good players, that normally comes back, but let's just see how he starts this tournament.
Oh, well, this is a big hit, and it's in the zone for Ishan. That's what he likes it, and he's going to send it big. That's a cracking shot. And we know Mohamed Ishan really well, and it took him a while, didn't it, to get going last year, but when he got going, he was, he started to play some huge shots, and that is a biggie. He played some very important knocks for his club and his country.
He's right up there,
yeah.
I think, with the most runs ever scored on ECN. He scored 2,216 runs on the network and averaging about 30 in this form of the game. That's incredibly good, and striking at about 220 runs per 100 balls. So You can see he's just the kind of player that they love in this position, to go out there to attack. Spain won't be overpricing their wickets. They feel that anyone can come in any time and bat like this, and if they do that, then they're going to have a good result. He said that he's in the zone. Well, that ball went into the fan zone, and I think it might have gone over it. It's been lost. Yeah. So replacement ball coming up.
Well, a long way, and that's what Ishan can do. You don't bowl short to Ishan, and you don't bowl at his pads, and that's something that Mangal has to sort out as he comes back in for ball number 4. Okay. Better areas. Once again, it just falls into a pocket of space, and fielders frustrated that it doesn't go to hand. So it'll just be a single. So Rahul Mangal a little bit disappointed that on the second occasion, both batters have miscued, the ball not gone to hand.
Yeah, I mean, France had their slices of luck when they were batting as well, to be fair. I remember a couple of things that happened at the court 6 where the foot was on the rope, for example.
Quarter wide, yeah. Indicator lines are there. I like the fact that it painted blue, makes it far easier for the umpires to assess. But yeah, he's toying with that line. I can see the idea, I can see the plan. They're just trying to take this as deep as they can, France, at the moment.
I'm just trying to work out where the French bowling has gone wrong. Maybe it's just one of these games. They just don't seem to have the same zip that bothered all the teams in their group last year. Maybe it's just that Spain are batting very, very well.
Slightly slower delivery and gets sort of worked out onto the leg side. They'll take the single. I just don't think they've executed the lines well, Benny. I've yet to see a Yorker length delivery. I haven't seen the batters have to dig out one delivery.
Been sticking to the same kind of plan that hasn't been working. Let me tell you about a game in Rome just about a week ago, though, where one team were 145 for none, chasing 157, but then lost. I mean, you still got to get these last runs.
Yeah. Now, this probably won't be called a wide because I think he goes a long way outside the off stump here. We'll have a look at this again.
I'll tell you why I think it is.
Well,
it's actually wider than the return crease. So that return crease is kind of the most you can ever move the line. So that's kind of and that one is outside that extreme wide line. So I actually think that's a correct call, technically, but you don't see that very often.
No, he goes a long way across the bat. I didn't think the umpire was going to call it at first, but it does get called well.
Don't put your Google Translate on that, the top left, but you can see there that the Spanish board, just a bit of a thought board. Yeah, Corey, let's just say, probably had the help of a spell checker in writing some of those words out. Anyway, last ball of the 8th coming up.
He gets this one through, so well bowled. It's not a bad over there from Rahul Mangal. 12 come from it, 132 for 1. I noticed on that board it said tranquilo. And, well...
Stay calm.
Yeah, I don't think Corey's the calmest.
Stay calm during the carnage. All right, let's have a look at what's coming up next. Now, the next game is starting at 2 p.m. local, which is 5:30 in India. It's noon GMT. Isle of Man, their first ever 10-over international, taking on Czechia, who are much more experienced in the format, but maybe, I suppose, not quite as highly ranked as a cricket-playing country. So the news from the toss, Isle of Man winning it and electing to bat. Now, Isle of Man, a lot of people talk about them as a bit of a meme because they did get bowled out for 10 earlier this year, but I know that they actually have some very talented cricketers in there. Watch out for Carl Hartman behind the stumps, also a decent bat. They've listed Ollie Webster, the captain, at the top of the order. For Czechia, I mean, watch out for Riaz Afridi. He's a real live wire with the ball, and that game's coming up in around about 50 minutes from now.
Okay, chance, got to be taken. Big moment, and it has been taken. So, Ishan, he goes for the big hit of the captain, Numan Amjad, who gets the wicket. Now, this is where they've got to believe that 18 still required. There's 11 balls to go. I mean, we say it all happens in the 9th. You get a good over in here. You make this one tight. If you make Spain sweat here, take it into the last. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And like I said, that game, it was, I remember Bangla Morning Sun, 145 for none. And 12 to go. The bowler came on, Onkar Singh from Asian Latina, and he had gone for 20 plus in his first over. Corey was commentating with me. He actually scoffed when he said, well, who's going to bowl? Onkar Singh? And Onkar took 3 for 1, and the game can change that quickly. So, yeah, the runs aren't going to make themselves. Still more runs required than balls remaining. Means you're only ever just, a wicket, maybe a couple of dot balls away from a turning point. And so, Isan, just the one big hit there for him. He goes for 7. It's 132 for 2. Hamza Salim Dar, big left-hander, well, he is a bit of a finisher, isn't he? For Spain.
He's
He's coming in at a perfect time, I think.
He's an exciting guy to watch. He really did, well, set the stage alight last year with some of his performances. He was absolutely superb. He scored 268 runs, and it's the manner that he scores them in as well. Well, that's the sort of, that's what you'd expect from him. But it's a dot ball. And all of a sudden, maybe for the first time in this contest, the French have come alive.
Well, remember, France kind of fell off the wagon a bit towards the end of their innings as well. And so, easier said than done. Hamza is such a good hitter of the ball, and he might just crack one for 6 here. But, I mean, there's still 5 left in the over when he comes in. So, if he swings and misses again, he's really going to be feeling that pressure.
Yeah.
Norman Amjad, the French skipper, bowling with a bit of an opening here.
Well, he goes down the ground, but I don't think he has all of this, has he? It's a big moment. It's gone over him. He does. Well, I thought for the moment there the fielder, Umar Bashir, was in the hunt. It was a little teaser. And there was a few hearts in mouths there, I think, from the supporters, the Spanish supporters in the fan zone. But it goes for 6, and that will relieve a lot of tension.
Oh, just backs his own power there. It was more up than far. But you see the fielder frustrated, Umar Bashir. He couldn't turn that into a chance.
Well, he goes now outside the off. He gets it over the fielder. Where will this land? It's going to go. Does it go all the way? If it does, this is quite an incredible stroke. What a shot this could be.
Might have even hit the rope on the full, you know. It was super close. But again, these Spanish batters, they're kind of trained a bit like robots to not worry about the match situation. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Yeah.
I think just bounce. Does it catch the rope?
It does.
I think it's 6. I think it just catches the rope there, you know.
I think they'll probably end up giving it 6. Yeah, because it's hit the rope on the full.
It is. There you go. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 runs, and just like that, well, the match is almost done.
But you know what I mean? Like, normally you come in, okay, come on, nothing silly, nothing silly. Actually, silly is the best strategy if you want to call silly aggressive.
I think it's play your game.
Yeah.
That's what these guys do.
They don't care about match situation. 6 to win then, let's go.
Well, it's a catching chance, and it's been well taken. That's well struck. It was a powerful hit. Gets plenty of power into it, so it's 2 6s and out for Hamza Dar. So 6 still required of 7 deliveries.
Still a good contribution from Hamza. Gets 12 off 4, hits 2 6s in 4 attempts. Cameron Ahmadzai out there in the boundary literally keeps this game alive because he robs Hamza Salim Dar of the Maximo, which would have taken Spain to victory. They probably still get there, but you never know. Looks like Yasser Ali, very experienced campaigner coming out. But yeah, Hamza, even though it's a brief innings, you know, it's an unselfish kind of game. He was aggressive. He could have just kind of pushed ones. That's not his game. He's there to hit. Yeah. And he gets 2 away.
Interesting thing is, I mean, that's Hamza goes, and yeah, he's done his job. He hasn't wasted any balls. But Mohamed Barber is still there, by the way, on 62 of 21 balls. He's just, he just sat at the non-strikers and watching it all happen, really. He has a little chat with the new batter. I get the feeling here, all he said to the new batter here, and it's Yasser Ali. Hey, Yasser, if you want to finish it, finish it. But what we don't want to be doing is taking any singles, because I'm facing the last over if we go into the last. Amjad to Yasser. Yasser hits it well. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. There it is. Done and dusted. And that's exactly what happens. Yasser Ali hits his first ball for 6. And it's going to be victory for España. They get to 150, and they do it, well, with 6 balls still to go in the innings. So that's a fantastic win. So Spain are off with a win. They chase down the 150. They do it in style, and they do it like good teams do with an over to go.
Yeah, well, a few of our regular viewers suggesting Corey might have got out the old Sir Alex Ferguson hairdryer at the halfway point of the game. Whatever he did, it seemed to work. But Spain, they backed their game plan. They're hyper-attacking. They got a long batting order. France, though, I was disappointed with their bowling performance. I don't think they learnt their lessons. They're a bit stubborn, I think, at times. Look, it's one of those things. Of course, in the group phase, you've got the top 2 getting the double chance. You've got 3rd and 4th playing on finals day as well. 5th getting eliminated. It's only the first game, but Team España, they get the first points on the board.
Vamos, equipo rojo. Ganamos de primer partido en esos euros de cricket. A great win for Spain. Oh, they'll be happy. The supporters will be happy. And, of course, well batted there for Mohamed Baba. And also the captain, Daniel Tolka. Don't forget, early on, we saw 3 wickets also from the likes of Atif Mohamed, 3 for 24. And Amir Hamza made a very good start as well, 3 for 83. This is what's coming up next.
Yeah, coming up next. So there is a 45-minute little gap now until the first game starts, and that'll be the second of 5 games today. Both those teams, of course, playing in this tournament for the first time, although check out, have been here in previous versions. Let's have a look at the highlights then. And it was an incredibly effective power play for Spain. Eva's Corey smiled through gritted teeth, having to chase 150, but this huge power play of 58 set it up. DDC and Mohamed Baba on fire for Team España.
Yeah, on fire, weren't they? Well, they were blazing shots all over the place, and that's what they had to do. They needed that good power play, and these two, well, did they not deliver? Some of the shots were exquisite, and well, there's some master blasters out there at the beginning, and Christian Munoz-Mills, of course, not playing due to that injury that he sustained. He's recovering well from it. It's good to see. Well, a few notes being written down there, and I suppose a lot of green ticks, because I know Corey likes to give the green ticks to his players. Well, there'll be a lot of green ticks there. That was a chance, wasn't it? We didn't think he was going to get there, but he does get there, and Amjad gets there, and he puts Daniel Dolkaya down on 48. Though I don't think that really cost him too much.
But if they had the turning point earlier, maybe they could have turned it around quicker. And they still kind of pushed to finish. I mean, 6 balls to spare. DDC brought up his 50, lost the race though to Baba. Eventually he nicked off. But one of the words, Stephen Kelk from the Netherlands watching in with a comment saying this was a scary batting performance from Spain. And it will probably send some shivers through their other Group A opponents because they were just ruthless here. Although most of the damage was done by the top 2. I suppose teams are acutely aware that there's plenty of players in a red shirt that can hurt you this way.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people would have been wondering, right, without the likes of Mohamed Cameron in the side, remember he took 27 wickets only behind Clayton Floyd, who took 32 of the Netherlands. How would they fare without him? We know he's a good all-rounder, he's a good bat as well. Well, it doesn't look like they missed him too much because even though they did concede 149 runs, well, they knocked him off with 6 balls to go. And I think it was just an exquisite batting display. It's what you'd expect from the Equipo Rojo. They go out there, they bat themselves, they play their own games, and they get the win. And you can see smiles on the faces. There's a happy bench out there at the moment. But I have to say, France, you're absolutely right. I don't really think they got their tactics right there.
No, Usman Khan, he's a different kind of bowler. He wasn't selected for this tournament. No, Dawud Ahmadzai, spinner that consistently, okay, he's had a few off games in the summer, but you would have loved to be able to unleash him, just try and turn things around. Fantastic opening partnership sets this up. Baba ends up undefeated at the end, 62 not out. Daniel Dolkaya with 59. But that opening partnership of 120 in 7 overs really did the heavy lifting. And then Ihsan and Hamza Salim Dar with some cameos. Yasir Ali, well, he's got a strike rate of 600 at the moment in the tournament. Yeah, but the bowling just lacked a little something, didn't it? A bowling lineup that was really penetrative last year.
Yeah, I think we saw that Rahul Mangal. I think he bowled a good over, just 12 from him. Only got that 1 over as well. So, yeah, I just think tactically with the bowling front, I think you could say the same about Spain as well. Yeah. I think tactically you could have used the bowlers a little bit different, but it's the first match. I know that France will be saying that, look, they'll take the positives from it. The positive was they batted well. Remember, that's where they had their frailties last year. They didn't bat well. They batted well, but this time around on match number 1 of the Euros of cricket, it was their bowling that let them down.
299 runs in 20 overs. Oh, not even 19 overs. That's what we've seen so far. So that's been the kind of action we've had so far. Plenty more to come. Still 4 games to go on the opening day of the Euros of cricket, and the Dream11 European Cricket Championship will continue in around about 40 minutes. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here with Rico Full for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more PCC action. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Championship. It is the Euros of Cricket, and I've got the kids here from the Cricket School Project, and they're from the Nova School. Well, niños, say hola! Hola! They're here, they're getting involved in cricket. Obviously, it's great to see the home team get a win first up. Now it's time for match 2. Isle of Man making their 10-over debut in international cricket, taking on Czechia. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming had the 2 captains.
Okay, Isle of Man, your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is Tails.
Yeah, we'll have a bat, please.
Good. Isle of Man will bat. Have a good game. Thank you. Have a good game.
All the best.
Good luck.
So the news from the toss in match 2 is the Isle of Man on ECN debut. They've won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Look, I like that decision. Ollie Webster, their captain, he's listed at the top of the order as well. And we know the Isle of Man, they've had some good performances recently. They beat Austria twice, but that was kind of in their home conditions. I still think they're coming to terms with the artificial pitches and the fact that it does kind of change some of the dynamics in the game. Also, watch out for Carl Hartman behind the subs. I think he'll be a key player for Isle of Man during this series. We know that Czechia, they're very experienced though in this form of the game, although they are ranked 8 spots below Isle of Man on the ICC T20 international rankings. Watch out for Rio Zafridi. I think he'll provide a test for the opening batters first up. And no beast, no Wickramasinghe, but they do have players like Aaron Ashokan in there, Sabundavitsi. I think that Czechia, they're probably a coin flip here against some slightly higher ranked opponents, at least in 20-over cricket. Well, you guys, I hope you had a great day. You're very special because you are the first group to get involved in the Cricket School program for this tournament. So let's get ready for some action. Ready? Isle of Man winning the toss. They're batting. Uno, dos, tres, vamos! Let's get ready as Andrew Ryan will take you to the first ball of match 2. Good luck, Rhino!
Well, Mr. Maximo, absolutely crowded by the Cricket School group down there on the sidelines. The kids are pumped and there's plenty of spectators here at the wonderful Cardimer Oval who are also pretty excited about this game 2 coming up. As Vinny's mentioned, we have the Isle of Man making their debut here in the European Cricket Championship and probably less familiar in the T10 format than their opponents today. Czechia have certainly played a lot of games, both at club and international level, in this format over the last couple of years, and they will be looking to open their account with a first up win today. A quick look at those team lists, and as Vinny mentioned, there's plenty of batting quality in this Isle of Man side. They've had guys who have made international runs in T20 format over the last couple of years. As he said, they're coming off the back of some strong performances against Austria, who we know are a very, very good lineup in both T10 and T20 format. But the Czechs, they are still seen as favourites coming in today, and I think that's a pretty fair assessment from the European Cricket supercomputer. But looking forward to seeing the Manxmen from the Isle of Man. Fairly small population they have, but it's a strong cricket-playing nation. Those who aren't so familiar with it, it's an island nation, somewhere between Britain and Ireland, but very much a distinctive culture, distinctive language. Still have some folks who speak the traditional Manx over there, but only one language they'll be wanting to speak today, and that is the language of winning on the cricket field. So we're about to get going. Match 2 of the European Cricket Championship. Isle of Man batting against Czech. Good dart, just drifting down the leg side. Looking to push it too. Could be a chance here. Almost a direct hit. In fact, if anything, the keeper should have been in a better position to take that throw. Plenty of action. First ball, scraping through for the 2. That leg buys. So Webster the man facing there. He's got Nathan Knight, who been one of the more consistent scorers in those T20 games over the last 12 months. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. Another fairly similar line from Sengupta. Right on Paceman taking the first over here for checkout. That will give us our first opportunity to see Knight at the batting crease. Sengupta getting a little bit of swing back into the batter. Nothing extravagant at this stage. Just genuine medium pace. Slightly short of a length and just turn to the leg side. Just take the single. Suspect this is probably the hardest form of the game for these chaps from the Isle of Man to play. Just adjusting into going all-out attack in the T10 format. Only 60 balls to work with. Not really a huge amount of time for batters to get their eye in and to get comfortable with the conditions. Slightly short of a length. Oh, he's got hard. Top edge. It's about a metre inside the boundary, and it's the first 4 of the game. So a little mini fist pump from the Manxmen. Gupta just dropping a little bit short of a length, but the flying top edge. They've got a fielder down here at, I wouldn't say it's third man on the boundary. It's more a 45-degree. Another deep fielder down there at long off. Wide of off stump, just swung across the line. He'll have a shy, but make his ground pretty easily. Positive and industrious start from the Isle of Man boys. Plenty of chat out in the field from Team Czechia. So they've just moved that fielder inside. That's Riaz Afridi coming in from the 45 position, man out to deep mid-wicket. And Gupta, despite that fielding change, it pushes the ball about a metre outside off stump and called wide. Only judging by that first game today, teams will be aiming 130 to 150 mark to put a competitive total on the board. Decent length ball from Sengupta. Nice hit straight through the line and makes good connection. It's the first Manxie Maximo for the day, and the Isle of Man 16 runs on the board after the first over. That's a good start for them. One over down, 16 on the board. Nathan Knight's getting his account kicked off in terms of Maximos. Good to see plenty of fist bumps from the batting pair, who obviously know each other pretty well. Just having a quick look forward to championship week here, which is 16th to the 20th of October. There's plenty of action beforehand. All these groups just playing 3-day group stages to start with. So we're starting with Group A here, and then Group B will be from Thursday to Saturday. Well, it swung straight down the ground. That's a beautiful cricket shot. Ollie Webster. First time he's really been able to open his arms and swings very truly. Yuyan, he's pretty effective for them when they were last playing in ECN cricket. He's a good batter as well, but he's got a job to do with the ball for Czechia. Short of a length outside off stump, cracked. Fielder on the 30, takes it shy at the stumps, just misses. Nice bit of fielding, but attacking running from Webster. Smile on his face. He may have had a different reaction if the ball had have hit the stumps. Very close indeed. Yeah, just that bit fuller and a little bit of movement. Bright start from Isle of Man though. 23 on the board. Halfway through this second over. Length ball again, cracked that man. Wide cover position, has another shot at the stumps. Just dealing in singles, 2 out of these last 3 balls. Just foolish length there, it was a similar sort of length that he got hit down the ground earlier in the over. It's just tidied things up the last few balls. Another length, and it's dispatched. Absolutely spanked over the mid-wicket boundary. That's a lovely shot. And Ollie Webster, he has started to go into launch mode. 2 sixes in this over already. Nice piece of batting too, just stepped back into his crease. Swung healthily across the line. And that's gone straight over the top of the players' tents. A little bit of chat with the captain, Arun Ashokan. I think his suggestion to Brilliard would be either get it up in the block hole or short of a length. Do not want to be on that length where the batter can just swing through the ball. He is shorter there, a little bit off speed. Nice piece of bowling, wide of off stump. It's a good finish to the over. And Isle of Man, 30 for none after 2. And great opportunity to welcome Mr. Maximo back to the commentary box.
Thanks, Rhino. It's great to be with you again. I don't think we've commentated together, I suppose, since Switzerland, where you were actually playing for Cossonay. Went a bit viral for the Rhino charge. We might talk about that a little bit later. But then also, of course, we were in Stockholm together in Sweden. It's one of the great things about European cricket that we get around to so many locations, kind of 20, 25 different cities a year, playing cricket, spreading cricket, showing cricket, all types of cricket, all levels, all backgrounds as well. It certainly is a great experience, and I'm so glad that you can be in the commentary box for week 1. And yeah, so far, Isle of Man having the better of the start, I think. Looks like Samira Mataranga, right arm pacer, is going to bowl over number 3. He starts with a bit of a gundy ball down the leg side, and they decide against taking the extra run. Yeah, so Isle of Man, this is literally their first 10-over international. So I don't know what kind of preparations they would have done. They did play some T20 international cricket this year. I know they played a 6-game series against Spain. They also played a couple of games against Austria. Let's just say they had mixed results during the year.
Short of a length, managing to get a top edge, and that man, Riaz Afridi, he comes around from the 3rd man position on the boundary, takes a tidy catch. And Nathan Knights, he goes for 8. And the first wicket down on the board for Isle of Man, 31 for 1.
Yeah, Riaz Afridi is a very good pair of hands. It's interesting, he's one of their better fielders, but they put him in that position, obviously feeling that there's a good chance that something might go there. So Mataranga kind of bowls for this, doesn't he? And a fair few of these have flown out of the ground today. But this time, it didn't go too far. Riaz did the rest. And so that's the first wicket that Czechia secure for their ECC campaign. Isle of Man, 31 for 1.
Yeah, it's funny, traditional cricket, that would also be a Gundi ball, wouldn't it, Maximo? But actually, you're taking it out of the hitting zone of the right-hander, really out of control when you're trying to play shot with power from that position. It's a well-taken catch from Afridi, who I'd like to see him at the bowling crease as well. He's got a little bit of pace, a little bit of fire about him.
Typically, when we've seen Czechia in 10-over internationals during this summer, see Corey watching on, I'm sure, against two definite opponents.
He's studying hard down there, isn't he?
He sure is. Don't hurt yourself. But typically, Rouse would open the bowling, but I think they like him in the middle overs here as the batters are trying to accelerate. He's a bit of a tearaway, Riaz Afridi, actually, with the ball. Mataranga to Burrows, the new batter, the left-hander, swings and misses first up. Now, look, I'm super excited to have Isle of Man on the network. It's their first time on ECN. But we have to kind of reference something that earlier in the year, they are a team that actually got bowled out for 10. So they kind of got famous for the wrong reasons then. It was just one of those freakish things. It was just a collapse. It can happen to any team, any time. It's just a collapse that never really turned around, right?
And for the ego of Corey Rutgers, who was the side that they played against?
I mentioned that. Spain. So that was in Game 6 of that series. But they were very competitive in that series as well. And they are ranked 43 in the world. They're actually ranked 8 spots higher than Czechia. Now, one new thing we've got going up and working now is the live win predictor. Okay, so this is actually exactly how it started. Czech Republic were 59 and Isle of Man 41. And Isle of Man, up hovering around. They're up to about 50-50 for a while. This one slides in to Burrows and he works it away for 1. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. It's a bit of a new innovation. Of course, a lot of the questions we get all the time, and we are doing over 1,600 matches this year on ECN, is who will win, who's winning. So that kind of gives you an indication as to what the supercomputers think. And that one is actually 6 supercomputers that are tied together. So that's all the computing power we have.
It feels a little bit more effective than the supercomputer we may have had in a few events in the past, which...
that was the supercomputer that actually got the man to the moon. But
We've gone a little bit more
We've
advanced.
upgraded a little bit.
That one is swung very healthily over the mid-wicket boundary. Lovely shot. Economy of foot movement, but Webster has timed it wonderfully.
Well, Webster's a key here for Isle of Man, no doubt about that. He's the captain of the side. He's a guy, if you look at their results this year, he's stepped up more often than not. And he just plays this on length and absolutely dispatches it over the leg side. And so, Isle of Man, I think they've got the right approach. I mean, they would have watched a lot, I'm sure. They would have done a fair bit of research as to this venue and this type of cricket and kind of what's required.
Short ball, no trouble controlling. That's a fantastic shot. He's fetched it from about half a metre outside off stump. Gotten plenty. Wonderful shot. Well fielded by one of our fans.
That's Jeff Maguire down there in the Grizzly Bear sports tent. But yeah, this is a good hook. Didn't learn his lesson there, did he? Mataranga, who got whacked on the short ball a couple of times. End of the over. It's 44 for 1. End of the power play as well for Isle of Man.
Indeed, very bright start and very consistent run scoring across those 3 overs so far. Vinny, that's 3 down. They've been up and around double figures for each over, so they're actually putting themselves in a pretty reasonable position to take the score forward.
Yeah, for sure. And so, yeah, check here. See what they go to here. Looks like they're going to go to Ritik Tomar, who's known as the Tank in Czechia. And yeah, he's a guy we've seen playing for Prague CC. There's Ravi Panchal, part of the Spanish squad. Of course, all the other Group A teams are watching pretty closely. So this is the 3rd and 4th team we've seen in the group so far. We'll also see Greece in matches 3 and 5 today. Of course, this is the 2nd of 5 matches.
So Tomar, he's one of your favourite players out in the Czech era, isn't he, Vinny?
He's a bit of a cult figure, the Tank. Pretty much a coin flip according to the win predictor right now. First ball is cracked through the covers, a wide half volley. I think he was going for the Yorker there, Rhino. Just missed his spot. And what we've seen today is if the bowlers get it a little bit wrong, the ball's disappearing.
Yeah, well, despite this lush surface, not a huge amount of enthusiasm from the skipper. Shokin out there in the wide cover position, but either way, it was nicely timed from Burrows. See some natural timing in this Isle of Man team. You wouldn't call them thrashers necessarily, but some good placement so far today, and they're finding the boundary. Regularity.
Yeah, similar kind of line. This time's not quite as full. And Burrows swings and misses. So I want to say a quick hello to all of our viewers that might be watching from the Isle of Man for the first time. Now, we've certainly enjoyed doing a little bit of research. And, of course, I've heard of the Isle of Man. I've even heard of Manx. I love it was the first Manx Maximo. Is that what you said?
Yes, the Manxy
Maximo. I love that.
You might even shorten it to Manximo throughout the game.
I think that's probably a wise decision. This one called being a little bit too wide. And they are very harsh in this form of the game on wide. So anything which is not completely inside the blue line at the time it passes the popping crease will be called. I even looked up a couple of Manx phrases. And I didn't realise that Manx was kind of officially declared extinct before they kind of resuscitated it to an extent. This one would have been a wide. Instead, it's been drilled straight to the fielder, and that's the 2nd wicket. Burrows has to go. And chase one he probably should have left alone. That'll be the 2nd wicket as Tomar breaks through. The Tank fires. It's 49 for 2.
Yeah, well, if you believe in nominative determinism, Burrows had dug himself a little bit of a hole there with a couple of dot balls. Tries to go for the big shot on the offside. Unfortunately, hits it straight down the throat of the man coming in from the boundary. Nice piece of bowling from Tomar, though. Bowled the wide the previous ball, but he saw Burrows really hedging his bets towards mid-wicket. Kept that ball wide of off stump. It's an excellent piece of bowling.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? One thing in this form of the game, obviously you and I have seen quite a lot of it, is there's an actual skill in learning when to spot a wide and to leave it. So there are balls that will be called wide that you can actually reach, and that was one of them. Sometimes you're better leaving them alone and getting another delivery. Yeah, I was even looking up some Manx phrases. I thought I'd try and impress our Isle of Man viewers. So I can't do the accent, but I want to say Tashuchit, which means hello, apparently. And or Shenin Mea de Oili, which means hello, everybody. I'm translating it because obviously you probably can't understand what I'm saying. And I want to say also to everyone, wish them a Fadvoshitri, which is an open-hearted welcome.
Oh, that's so lovely. So lovely, Maximo.
You can call me Mr. Maximo now.
Just I
think I've earned it.
Just seeing one of the batters take guard there. I don't know if you've seen the Isle of Man flag, famous for its 3 legs. Curious. Just see this ball. It's popped outside of stump. Nice away swinger. It's got the outside edge. It's a lovely piece of bowling from Tomar. Webster at the crease for one ball. He's sent packing, and this might be the over that really changed this game. 2 wickets for Tomar, and the Isle of Man, 49 for 3.
Just flirts at one outside the off stump, doesn't he? Little feather, and that's Devendra Singh behind the stumps, who's a very experienced player as well. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. Ken just faces up. Just went feeling for the ball, didn't he, out here? It wasn't a super aggressive stroke. Just was in two minds, I think, Webster. And that's the game sometimes, as he's going to go for a golden duck. And, of course, Derek apparently has had his flight delayed, but we're hoping to see Derek at some point. But Webster is going to go, and he's going to put the Tank on a hat-trick, 49 for 3.
Nice piece of bowling from the Tank, though. Little outswinger, moved late. Good piece of bowling, particularly to you batsmen. So continuing that thread that I was trying to get through, the Manx flag is the three-legged man. And I was a batter, you can often ask for 2 legs as your guard. I wonder if the Manx batters come in and ask for 3 legs.
Yeah, that's actually a good question.
Not sure how the umpires would react, but it's worth asking the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one around the ground right now, but yeah, look up the Isle of Man flag. Anyway, here's Riddick Tomar on a hat-trick. And
sprays it down.
do you know who'll enjoy that? Well, he probably won't enjoy it because he's in Czechia, but Danny Hudacek, who's our kind of Czech specialist commentator on ECN, I call it to do with Danny Hudacek because every time someone's on a hat-trick and I'm commentating with Danny, it's a wide. And the Tank hasn't let us down there. A bit of a misfire.
Wouldn't be happy with himself, the Tank. 2 very good balls.
Bit of swing, though. 50's up, but it cost 3 wickets for Isle of Man. This one doesn't really swing. Kendra Singh's going to jump all over it. And so this is a brilliant over, really.
Tell you what, though, Vinny, the man at the crease here, George Burrows, he's a top-quality bat for the Isle of Man. I think he was the first man to score a 50 for them in T20 international cricket and scored quite I think 3 50s in a single T20 international tournament.
And
so
like
he's got some quality.
Like so many other countries, when in 2019, all T20 internationals between ICC-affiliated countries became full T20Is. Obviously, that's when Isle of Man started playing official T20 international. So, yeah, Burrows, good player. What can he do here?
Tomar a little bit of nibble away again. Slightly shorter, but what Burrows punching at it's the end of the over. Isle of Man, 50 for 3, 4 overs gone.
A little bit of nibble there for Rittic. Bowled a big in swing in that over. He was just pretty unpredictable, wasn't he? With the kind of movement he was getting. But still, having said that, pretty good run rate. I feel around the 120. I feel that's par. And we saw a very high score in game 1. And I don't know if that's indicative of exactly what we'll see throughout the group. But I feel it's pretty even at the moment. 50 on the board, but the 3 wickets. But this is going to be potentially game-defining with Riaz Afridi, who is a real spearhead. He didn't open the bowling. He's bowling over number 5 here. I suppose the pace can go 2 ways as well because edges are going to fly if they come off Riaz Afridi. He's just using the, let's just say, the pectoral to get that extra shine on the ball.
I was going to go for some underarm sweat.
Yeah, well,
presumably he's a little
you can't
bit
say
moist.
as an Australian, you can't say underarm. Don't use the word. Anyway, here we go.
Oh,
here we don't go.
Riaz, we've built him up so much and then he's bailed out on the first delivery. But he was, for those of us who joined us for the European Cricket League earlier this year, they would have seen Riaz as really one of the spearheads of the Bruno Cricket Club, who provided some great entertainment in their KFC-esque jerseys.
They're good jerseys. Anyway, here we go. Webster against Afridi. Good matchup, this.
Spears it in. That's a cracking cricket shot. Hit it just behind point. Threaded the gap. Lovely stuff. And Ollie Webster continues on. 35 off 11.
Well, the notebook's out, so you know they're doing their homework and they're keeping things up to date. Just throws the hands at this and gets enough, but gets away from the fielder for 4. Freedy won't be happy with that. He does have a sharp bounce up. Let's see how he employs it, or if he employs it here. A bit shorter, mistimed, but it is going to get over the man in the circle. So, well, back-to-back boundaries. And one thing about Riaz Afridi is when he gets it right, he's very hard to play, but he can be very expensive when he gets it wrong. Some games, for example, in Germany in the ECI, you know, he went for some very big numbers. So far, not having too much success, but you've got to give credit to Webster. I mean, he's 39 off just 12 balls faced.
No, he's playing a cracker of an innings here, Webster, as you said. Just the extra pace of Riaz Afridi as they opened up with Sengupta and Buiyan. Just a medium pace, sometimes harder to get after.
Oh, it goes upstairs this time. And it's a pretty good comeback. I want to say hello to all of our viewers as well. A lot of them in the comment section right now. Hello to Wayne, hello to Marnus, hello to Dave B. Good to see Mark Smart commenting as well. It's very interactive. And yeah, Terry and Phil and Chris. Danny's even in there as well. Just mentioned him a second ago. Again, it's a real community, European cricket. It's expanding all the time. You don't even have to live in Europe to be a part of it. Here's Riaz. Oh, mistimed. Just over the fielder again. And once it gets over the infield, even if it's not hit very well, it normally runs away. It does. Webster up into the 40s.
Yeah, I don't mind that field positioning from the Czech skipper, though. When you've got someone like Afridi who really hits the deck hard, pitches slightly short of a lane, I think it's a fair play to have both your fielders straight, both mid-on and mid-off, up inside the circle. But Webster, just enough willow on that to take it over the top.
Into the bat. Riaz thinks of throwing. Oh, I like this. A little bit of the byplay here.
He's got a nice action of Afridi. As you see him when he comes up, get what fast bowling coaches talk about is a little bit of a delay just at the point of the gather. And he really launches into his bowling delivery. It's good to watch.
If he'd thrown it there, Webster might have been in trouble because he was too busy daring. Riaz for a fast bowler. Taking a bit of a passive route there for once, but this is a beautiful shot. Is it going to go? It does. Maximo! Or more correctly, it is a Maximo that takes Ollie Webster to 49. A lot of people are saying right now that he's the key to this innings. He's doing a good job through the first half. Isle of Man up and away. It is 68 for 3 after 5. But once again, I want to welcome everyone into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us, whether you're watching on our ECN channel or, of course, Fangirl in India or any of our international broadcast partners. It is the Euros of Cricket. Great to have Andrew Ryan with me as well as the players head into the strategic timeout. Gives us a bit of a chance to say hello to you. I got some information from Mark Smart in the comments section. I think I can say this. Czech cricket had their first streaker ever in one of their semi-finals recently. So I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. I'm just saying there's some cricket news for you. We'll give you the real news here on ECN.
What do you think are our chances of a streaker here out in Kartama this week?
Something tells me that the only time we had a streaker here at Kartama, it was in the Czech game. Now, we're not encouraging it. It's not smart. But, yeah, the players, because of the heat, they will from time to time have these strategic timeouts, which gives them a chance to grab a drink. But how have you been, Rhino? I haven't seen you in a little while.
I was going to say, no time out for the commentators, is there? We're just full on for the entire game. But been absolutely fantastic. Very happy to be back with you all on the European Cricket Network here. Had some good times on the basketball front the last couple of months. We've just finished our FIBA Basketball World Cup.
I was going to say, congratulations on the FIBA World Cup. I know that's kind of your regular gig, and it looked very good, including some excellent content on your social media, Rhino. Of you looking $1 million and a bit of the Harlem Globetrotters around you in that clip. Anyway, we're going to go back to the action now. 68 in the first half. I think Isle of Man now, they've pulled ahead in the game, although the win predictors still kind of sticking with the Czech 60-40. Anyway, time for a new over, and the tank's back. Close. I think this is just outside the off stump.
Where's the ball? Oh.
It's just a little in-swing. Actually, he's lodged in the batter's pad. Someone said, where's the ball? But for me, he actually makes an early movement, and I feel like the impact was just outside the off stump. But then it like bounced up into his gloves and back into the flap of his pad. So there's a couple of elements to this.
Good decision, though, but nice ball from Tome. Showing capability of moving in both directions.
Yeah, he's been unpredictable, like I said. It's not a huge swing necessarily, but just enough. Burrows still on naught after 3 deliveries. Steps across and he gets an outswinger this time. He just punches it for 1. Webster will get a chance to bring up his half century as he takes strike on 49.
You can see Tomar, he's really not giving the same ball to either batsman. He's not express pace by any stretch, but just his ability to move the ball both directions and quite late. He's just keeping the batsman off balance. It's a good piece of bowling from an experienced customer.
Miss this time, a lot of foot movement. But it's funny, modern cricket, we talk less about foot movement and more about kind of head position and staying still. And I suppose in this kind of format, it's all about kind of trusting your hands and that hand-eye coordination, playing a lot away from your body. Webster certainly struck the ball pretty well in his 49, 5 sixes and 4 fours in his innings so far, on the verge of a half century. And he will get there. So well batted to Ollie Webster, the skipper, leading from the front for Isle of Man on ECN debut as he brings up his 50 off just 18 balls.
Yeah, not a bad way to kick off your T10 career, is it? Half century and doing it in double quick time. Really good batting from Webster. He's leading from the front here and putting his team in a position to have a more than defendable total. They'd probably like to have these two at the crease for the next few overs and then go ballistic in the last few.
On the charge, drills it, picks out the fielder. That is Aaron Ashokan, the Czech skipper. So, Czech squad news. Now, a lot of people are disappointed we won't see Sudesh Wickramasekara for Czechia in this series. And he's a guy who still holds some records, actually in T20 international cricket, but he's unavailable. But they do have Aaron Ashokan in there. They've got Davitsi, who's a very good player as well. Paras Kari has been doing some of the keeping this year, but unfortunately he's now moved out of the country. So, Devendra Singh doing a job behind the stumps at the moment. This is good fielding. Let's talk about Subban Davitsi. There he is right there. And he's kind of much maligned player. Sometimes he's got all the talent in the world. I suppose his consistency is something that he'd want to work on, but I'm sure he's hoping to have a big 3 days.
Yeah, certainly will. They've got some talented players in this unit. Interesting thing for when the Czech team go away is that's the end of the 6th, and the Isle of Man at 72 for 3. I'm sure our viewers of ECN cricket regularly will be quite familiar with the batting surface that they have in the main ground in Prague, which is a much slower and lower pitch than they will find out here at Cardimer Oval, which is a quite fast and bouncy deck.
Yeah.
So the batters in particular, I suspect, will take a little bit of time adjusting to the nature of this surface.
Yeah, potentially. Sengupta comes back for his second. He gets launched leg side, and that one's in the fan zone. Maximo! Webster's past the milestone, but his job's not done yet. He smashes this one into the ground, 6 runs.
Oh, he's playing a bit of a lone hand here, Webster. Fantastic innings, and every time that the bowlers have just drifted slightly short of a length onto the stumps, he's hit with great power. It's a lovely shot. I'll tell you what, pretty good bat that he's using too. It's just cannoning off.
Sounding very good at the moment. Similar kind of ball this time. He kind of wraps his bat around it. Oh, and fielding error. That's going to be 4. I just don't see this very often. It kind of holds up in the surface. That's Riaz Afridi. He's a very good fielder, but he made a misjudgment there, and it cost his team.
Yeah, he has some internal anger sometime, Riaz, at the bowling crease. I'm sure that fielding error will fire him up. That ball, as you say, has just taken a first bounce spin.
Pitched up, he takes it on and he wins. Maximo! So Webster goes back-to-back boundaries again. Isle of Man building something here. A lot of people saying a lot of pressure on Webster to go big here. He is at the moment. Well, look, the one good thing about Riaz Afridi misfielding is we can guarantee that the pace in his next over when he bowls his second is going to be plus 20%. But right now, Webster controlling this innings.
No, I don't think Ollie Webster cares what's coming to him at the moment. He's hitting it very cleanly, and Sengupta, who bowled a pretty good first over, he's getting taken to the cleaners here in this second one, and Isle of Man will be sort of nosing around the 130, 140 mark if they keep on going at this rate.
Back to about 50-50 on the win predictor as well now. Again, slight miss hit, won't carry. That's the luck factor as well, I think, in this form of the game. You might say it's kind of 90% skill, 10% luck, but don't dare try it without the 10%. I mean, that's one if he hits it slightly better. Probably goes straight to Venkatesh Magashayam down there at long on, but Webster survives. Now over to Burrows, who's struggling to get his innings going. Oh, this might help, although he's picked out the fielder. Good shot for 1.
I like the initiative from Burrows there. He stepped across to off stump, tried to locate a ball on that leg side. He has got the fielder down there backward of square, but if he gets that much finer or he plays it square between that fielder and the one at mid-wicket, then he's got a boundary. So at least he's being proactive.
Webster, though, has taken all before him so far. Sengupta's gone for 32 without a wicket here. Last ball for him. Slow ball skied, and it may not come down from the sky for quite a while because that's laced by Webster. Maximo! Into the 7th over, 96 for 3.
Yeah, what an innings from this young man. He is striking the ball wonderfully well, just an impetuous stride down the crease, and And Gupta gets sent over the straight boundary. Lovely cricket shot. And the Isle of Man really are impressing in this debut in the European Cricket Championship. Currently at a run rate 13.7. Only 3 wickets down, so they really have put themselves in the position where they can take plenty of risks in these last 3 overs.
Yeah, I think they've got heaps of time, don't they? Well, you might say, how do you score a century in a 10-over game? Well, guess what? We've had, I think, 30 of them this year, so we're looking to add another page. So Nakvi scored one over the weekend, Italy versus Austria, but that was actually in a losing cause. It's been a couple of those this year as well. All right, back to the action here. Mataranga coming back in over number 8. Oh, it's premeditated. Little deflection, but he's going to be gone. So Burrows tries to get innovative, but he couldn't beat the fielder there. Sahil Grover showing a good turn of pace as he takes the catch. It's 96 for 4.
Yeah, he couldn't beat the fielder, Vinny. Hopefully we'll see it on the replay. It was a wonderful bit of anticipation from Sahil Grover. As soon as he's seen the batter go for the scoop shot, he has sprinted around, and that's why he's managed to get into position. It's a really fantastic bit of fielding anticipation.
Yeah, you can kind of see it on that shot. You're right, and part of fielding is that anticipation. Remember, Dean Jones used to say that fielding is 90% anticipation, 10% application. And so,
but don't try to do it without the 10% application.
Yeah, you read my mind. Burrows, unfortunately for him, couldn't really get out of first gear. As he departs for 3, it's 96 for 4. Maybe that's a turning point. Although, that man for Isle of Man, the captain, Ollie Webster, is still at the crease as the keeper, Carl Hartman, comes to the crease. I'm looking forward to seeing Carl bat as well. He's having a pretty good season. Have a big job to do behind the stumps, of course, in the second half of this game. Decent looking drive first up. Gets off the mark with a single.
No, nice tidy technique, but he's done his job essentially. They really want Webster to face as many of these final balls from the last 16 of the innings as possible. He's 74, so within sight of a century here on debut at the European Cricket Championship.
Webster on 74 then. Chases a wide, but he nails it. 4 runs. Good batting. This guy's hitting him so well right now. The 100 comes up for Isle of Man.
Yeah, super shot, Vinny. There's not a huge gap there between the fielder, who's at almost a 75-degree angle. It's very, very, very wide cover, but to beat him and the fielder who's at long off, there's not a huge amount of room there. That's fantastic placement.
Yes, the Whitey doesn't chase, and Webster, I mean, this will go a long way to, I suppose, inspiring his teammates, but also, you know, all these teams in Group A, and all the groups really, they're looking at day 3. The top 4 teams out of the 5 get to go through to day 3, but the top 2 get the double chance, and with only 10 preliminary matches, you've got to move quickly. Plays this on length, and he gets the journey. Maximo! Webster looking great, moves into the 80s.
You can see why Webster's been able to hit so consistently. There's an economy of movement to his bat swing. He really just keeps his eyes focused on the ball, swings through cleanly, and that is why he's continuing to loft the ball with such consistency. Fantastic striking.
Beautiful straight drive, and always takes out the umpire. Good fielding down there by Davisi. They will hustle back for 2. That's good running. So I suppose one criticism of this attack at the moment from Czechia, we haven't really seen a lot different. We've seen a lot of medium pace. Okay, whereas Afridi's a bit quicker, but we haven't seen Margashaim, the off spinner. We haven't really seen a lot of variations of slower balls. We haven't seen Ashokan even. He can bowl a bit of spin. Last ball, the 8th. Goes again and gets it into the 90s. We're on century watch here on opening day of ECC 23 as Webster nails another Maximo. And it's 116 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, super strike, Vinny. Look at the bottom hand come through here. Slightly short of a length, but just absolutely biffs it straight down the ground. Fantastic striking from Ollie Webster. And hasn't he put this European Cricket Championship tournament on notice that he is an absolute weapon on top of this Isle of Man batting lineup? See that run rate still at around 14.5. So they'll be thinking somewhere between 140 and 150. And even if they can, particularly if Hartman can contribute here, maybe even stretching to the 160 region.
Yeah, we've got one job here, Hartman. That's to get out the way, and he does. So Webster, get back on strike. They're going for Bouillon here.
It's good to see a player just batting strategically, isn't it? I mean, Hartman could have gone full throttle there, but actually, as you say, his main job, just get Webster back on strike.
Gets the lucky one here. Just be a single. Likes the idea or two, but I don't think it's on. Despite the keeper being slightly out of position.
Always a thing of disappointment for Vinny Sandu as a premium keeper from back in the day. Just
I could see what he was doing there. Tivendra wanted to see if he could stop the ball first. Hartman, who's a keeper himself, swings and misses at this one. And admonishes himself. I want to say quick hello, not only to the viewers in Isle of Man, of course, we've talked about them a bit, but also hello to all of our viewers in Czechia. Of course, it's a place I spent a lot of time, and it's a beautiful city. We've had the ECS there again this year.
They basically adopted you as one of their own out there, haven't they?
I do love the city. It's a beautiful city, Prague. But there's players from all around the country, including some from Brno, which is kind of the second city as well. I will say that my Czech language skills are lagging a little bit, though. But some of the guys in the team, their language skills are very, very good. Not the easiest language to learn. Anyway, couple to come here. Here's Buyan. This is hit leg side, pushes the call, but I think we'll be happy with one. And
pretty good over from Buyan here as the night.
I think this is where you get a bit strategic. I don't think I'm taking a one here, and we'll talk a bit more about the strategy of 10 over cricket. But Hartman, for me, has a free hit here to just go for it. They've got heaps of wickets in hand. Don't think they really want to one. They'd like Webster on strike. So he tries something innovative, and he gets it pretty good. In fact, that's going to be for Cuatro Carreras as Isle of Man continue soldiering on. Smart batting there from Carl as he sends it over the fine leg region for a boundary. End of 9. It's 124 for 4.
Yeah, completely agree there, Maximo. It's a great shout. The one result they did not want, the Isle of Man, from that ball was for Webster to be up the non-striker's end at the start of the 10th. If he could, given he is now on strike, if he can face all 6 balls, he could be in line for the century. In fact, he could bring it up with 1 Maximo at the start of this over.
Could be top of the page. Page 3, we're waiting. Can you believe we've got 30 centuries this year? 30 centuries. We recently had our first game. It was in Germany, where we had a century in each innings. So there have been some occasions where people have scored centuries in losing causes. 50-50 according to the win predictor right now. It looks like a big chase on the cards, although we did see 150 chase down earlier today by the hosts. Riaz to breathe some fire. Webster on 94. Misses out, gets the bounce the first up.
Much better bouncer there from Riaz Afridi, though. Sort of more over the top or just outside off stump. He didn't want to drift onto middle where he's more likely to get spanked over backwards square leg, and just got it to lift.
So that looked over the shoulder to me, but it hasn't been called the one for the over.
Going too quickly.
It's very rarely that you get a ball below the shoulder that might knock you unconscious, but that would have been the case there. But anyway, he's still got a bouncer up his sleeve. Webster has another go. And that's just, he's going to turn it down. And it's going to cost him a run out. But I think that's all about Webster wanting to face. Hartman becomes collateral damage. Nice fielding, even though you could argue there wasn't really a need to throw. But nonetheless, they hit, and that'll be a 5th wicket, 124 for 5.
It's all a series of chess manoeuvres, T10 cricket, isn't it? But completely right. That's actually intelligent cricket, particularly from a team who have not played much in this format at all. Ultimately, you want to try to have Webster facing all of the balls in this over, if at all possible. But Riaz Afridi doing a great job. 2 dots to start the over.
I suppose there's no harm in throwing because they're not going to run an overthrow if you miss. There you go. You get to see on the logo, the 3-legged logo of the Isle of Man. Also the outline of the geography of the island. Anyway, yeah, I think considering how well Webster's batted, you'd love him to face every ball from here, if I'm honest. Again, Afridi's not going to be an easy proposition for a new batter. Langford is the new batter for Isle of Man. Webster on 94. Gets a full ball, and he's going to edge into the gap. Well, they had kind of a fine third and a squarer third. It goes right down the middle of them, and Webster moves to 98.
Yeah, I don't mind that bowling from Afridi. He's probably just overcooked it a touch, but he's got some protection down in that part of the ground, just remarkably. Once again, Webster finding the gap, and he's 2 away from a century now. And Isle of Man, if you had have asked them at the start of the innings if they were going to put 128 on the board, I think they'd be pretty happy.
I think so. 98 for Webster. And this is up. Is it going to be out, though? Fielder comes in. He drops it. This will be his 100. He'll come back for 2. And what an innings that is from Ollie Webster in his first ever T10 international. He brings up a century for Isle of Man. A slice of luck on 98, but he'll take it. What an innings from the skipper.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Webster, leading from the front. And what a moment for the cricket fraternity on this little island. They have come here today and impressed everyone. Probably the first bit of good fortune he's had there. Dropped cash, but what a moment.
2 to go, and this time he's going to slice away again. Do you take on a 2 here? I think he looks spent, to be honest. He's going to say, all right, over to you, Chris. You can have a ball here. Isle of Man climbed into the 130s now, and the Czechs, they're very capable. They're going to have to bat very well to pull out a win here.
Yeah, this is a solid target. Isle of Man, I think they'd give themselves a better than even chance of defending this, as mass changes in the fielding set up with the left-hander Langford facing what will be his first and only ball of the innings. They've got 2 fielders behind the wicket here. One not far off being a backstop, to be honest, or a deep first slip.
It's like the old Northern Crossfield, we were talking about it with the backstop. Pretty close on the win predictor as well. Here's the last ball. Langford gets some bat on it. In fact, he's going to get 4 because there's no fine leg. So Afridi goes wicketless in his first match of the series. And Isle of Man, pretty healthy total in their first ever game on the network. 135 for 5 after the 10 overs.
Yeah, sensational stuff from the Isle of Man group. They really have batted well as a unit, but obviously pushed ahead by a fantastic innings from Ollie Webster, the skipper, showing a fair bit of cricketing now, and he's getting congratulations all round from the Czech team, acknowledging what a fantastic innings of T10 batting this was. But the job is only half done for the Isle of Man group as he signals his appreciation to this healthy crowd here at Carter Oval here today. They've witnessed some very, very good batting already in that first game between Spain and France. But the first century of the European Cricket Championship 2023 is done and dusted. And speaking of men who have put impressive shifts in, Uncle Rob Kemmy, what an absolute legend of ECC cricket. But new legends being created every game, and there were a few of them here in the Isle of Man. Riaz Afridi, he's kept us entertained through multiple ECN events over the years, but a man who entertained the crowd here today, Ollie Webster. He was given some pretty good support though. Burrows played some nice shots early on, managed to find a gap through the covers there before he was outthought and was finding the fielder down there coming in from deep cover. A nice catch. And then Tomar actually had 2 wickets in consecutive balls. Lovely little outswinger there. Just a poke from the batter, outside edge, and well taken from the keeper. But in and amongst that, Webster just kept on hitting with authority. Plenty of bottom hand, but plenty of solidity at the batting crease, and including some fantastic placement because there were some threaded gaps on that Oval field in which he just continually found them. Sometimes the fielders created gaps. Riaz Afridi even managing to skip past one. This was an exceptional catch from Sahil Grover, as we said during the coverage. Great anticipation to get to that ball that just popped up behind the keeper's head. Absolutely no chance that anyone is catching that bomb from Webster. He just was impetuous against this bowling attack from Czechia. And even on this occasion, when they managed to dismiss the non-striker with a good throw from the captain, Asher Khan, he managed to stroll through for a 2 to bring up his century and brought the crowd to their feet here at this wonderful ground in Andalusia in Spain. And a much-deserved 3 figures. As we'll have a quick look at the summary before we leave you for the mid-innings break. And it really, really was a healthy innings from the Isle of Man, obviously punctuated by that century from Ollie Webster. He brought up his century off only 34 balls, ended up 101 off 35. Only single-digit scores for the rest of the team, but was given enough support. Hartman did well towards the end, got him back on strike on a couple of occasions. Langford hitting a boundary off his only ball of the innings. Pretty tight stuff from the Czech bowlers, though. Not too many in the no ball and wide column, but Riddick Tomar, he was the star with the ball, 2 for 10, and only, even more importantly, going for an economy rate of 5 per over. The rest of the bowlers all in double figures, and in particular, Mataranga and the opener Singupta both going for pretty healthy run totals. So that leaves the Isle of Man 135 for 5 off their 10 overs. That's a pretty solid target they've set. Czechia, they will be coming back to try to chase down and pick up victory in match 2 of Group A. It is the first day of the European Cricket Championship 2023. It's Andrew Ryan here with Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network. Please come back and join us in a couple of moments for the chase of this game 2.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to the Carlton Oval. Great to have your company. It's Czechia versus Isle of Man here in match 2, and the story so far, Isle of Man winning the toss batting, and Ollie Webster, the skipper, peeling off a century, 101 not out, scoring the bulk of the runs. Nobody else reaching double figures. Isle of Man 135 on the board. Czechia with the task ahead of them. And we're about to start the second innings. Just saw a minute ago that little piece from Share the Meal, the World Food Programme, the QR code there. If you want to rewind and find out more information, you can follow that link. Anyway, we're all good to go. 136, the victory target, as Spencer Clark opens the bowling, and he starts with a big in-swinger. Looks like Devendra Singh opening the batting for Czechia. He's out there with Sahil Grover. So they're going to have to bat really well here. I'm curious to see what the wind predictor has to say about this. One doesn't come back at all, and so that's going to be a wide. And Clark pretty handy bowler. You can see he's got good mechanics, gets it through. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have your company, whether you're watching on Fan Code or the European Cricket Network or one of our international broadcast partners. Joining me in a moment will be another familiar voice. This is lost down leg side. A warm welcome back to Andrew Ryan. And how do you see it at half-time here, Rhino?
How do I see it? Evenly poised, Vinny. I think Isle of Man after that first innings, probably the slightly happier of the two sides. It's reflected by our supercomputer, who's got them sitting at 52%. So essentially a 50-50 battle at the moment. Good start here from Czech. Go a long way towards helping them out. That's gone straight through the hands of Kieran Court. It's there at square leg. It was hit hard. Probably one he should have taken.
Yeah, I mean, fielding's so important here. It wasn't smashed, really, was it? It was a definite opportunity. Oh, man, they'll be disappointed. We'll just remember that as Devendra Singh has dropped before he scored. Yeah, control, bit of an issue. It's Carl Hartman behind the stumps. And, yeah, he's having a pretty good season for Isle of Man as well. Of course, Isle of Man is an island between, I suppose, in the middle of the United Kingdom and Ireland, essentially. Well, it's going to be no ball for height, and they're going to get through for one. It's been called on the field, and so slightly different regulations, though. I think this would have been a no ball either way, but if it's waist or higher, and this one certainly is, then the no ball's called. That means a free hit's coming up.
Yeah, it looked like it might have got him on the front of the glove
when
there
we
too.
find number 11 on the field,
A little bit of a shake from the batter.
Then we'll sneak
See
in
why
the
Clark's
centuries
just got a
with
few
it.
control problems.
He's the guy that
he's a little bit stiff as he's running
the
in.
100.
Looks like he's desperately trying to get some in-swing on the ball. Just losing his shape.
Does it go after this? Yeah. Is it going to go? Doesn't quite. Oh, that's actually could be one of the best bits of fielding ever. Let's have a look at this. Now, there's a couple of issues here. Had he landed outside the field before he pulls it back, he goes full-on basketball style here. Let's see how much we see of this. Okay. And then...
See, I actually thought it touched the rope on the full here, Vinny. Have a look at the drop.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So I think, yeah, 6 has been called because actually, yeah, the ball hits the rope. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're spot on there. Great effort, though. If it wasn't for hitting the rope, he may have actually stopped the boundary. Another full toss hanging, but this time it's only a single.
He may have had his heart in his mouth there, young Clark. That one was also called no ball. It's a little bit more permissive here in T10 cricket of third waist high no ball, and you'll get shunted out of the bowling attack. But either way, that's 50-50 call, that one.
Oh, I reckon that's called more often than not in ECN cricket. But we get away with it. Oh, this one might have been off the pitch.
I like the way that that Clark, after he bowls a wide ball, is doing the token stretch of the arms as though
as if that
just
was
a little
the
bit
issue.
tight, Skip.
Yeah.
Don't worry, everything's under control.
Yeah, that's a pro move.
Just need to loosen up a touch.
Grover facing up. He hits it straight back over the bowler's head, 4 runs. Yeah, well, Clark, he's bowled some threatening deliveries, but also he's been a bit all over the shop in this first over. Grover likes it, bangs him into the sight screen.
Yeah, Grover seems to be enjoying what he's seeing from the opening bowler's deliveries. That was a great shot. It wasn't particularly full, but he's just kept his shape and it just straight down the ground.
They'll be attacking. Czechia, they've played a lot of this form of the game. Now drives it, gets through one fielder. It shouldn't cost him a run. It's going to be a single either way. They won't get a second. So you can see there, the win predictors shot the Czechs into about a 2-1 favourite at the moment as we get to the end of the first over, which cost 19 without loss after one.
Yeah, tough first over there from Spencer Clark, and certainly the sort of start that our friends from Czechia would like to have. Something we'd love to have during the course of the ECC, a golden ball. And Vinny, it was just last weekend that the last golden ball was on the European Cricket Network.
We had about a 2-month drought, which was broken on Saturday night. And that was Italy against Austria. It was also our first ever extra on a golden ball. It was a no ball for height, actually. High full toss. It was hit for 1. And they were the 2 runs that got Italy the victory. As we see, second over starting. And it's going to start with a Maximo off the bat of Grover. That's our first real ball retriever attempt. I think that's Mark out there. Catch him at your own risk. checks up to 25 in no time.
Tell you what, if you're poor young Kieran Court here, you've dropped a catch, a few balls into the first over, you've strode in after your opening bowling partners had a few struggles, landed one on actually a lovely length just outside off stump, but you've been pumped, absolutely pumped for 6 first balls.
And make that 2 in a row, as this one is Adios Pelota. Another drop catch for the ball retrievers. Well, they've struggled to hold them. They're not the only ones, though. The Czechs, perfect start to the second over.
Just illustrating the difference in T10 bowling versus traditional 40 over or long form cricket. Those first 2 deliveries from Court would be roundly applauded by the slips cordon if you were playing on a long form game on a Saturday, but as it is, been dispatched for 2 maximos.
See if you try something different here. Not really. No, this one has it grabbed a bit of the bat on the way through. Not so sure. Goes between the bat, the body, and the stumps, straight through to the keeper.
Well, the one person who wasn't the least bit interested in that was the wicket keeper, which probably gave the umpire a good indication that the appeal was unfounded. Nice bit of bowling, though, from Court. Just a little bit of extra zip there. That one tailed back into the thigh region of Grover, so he didn't have the opportunity to free his arms.
Takes this on, but he might have found the fielder, and he has. It's been taken, almost popped out of the hands, I think, of the fielder. But in the end, the catch is taken. Grover goes for a lightning 18, but he's history now. It's 31 for 1.
Yeah, nicely taken catch, and fair play to the young bowler Court. He's persisted with bowling a pretty good length. This one just dragged a touch by Grover. The bottom hand got a little bit too interested. Once again, a little bit of tail in and lost control of the shot. And it's a very tasty little grab coming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Grover says adios to his partner, and he's walking back to the pavilion. But nice bright start from him. 18 off 7 balls, and the first wicket goes down for Czechia. And they are sitting in a pretty reasonable position, 31 for 1, 4 balls into the second over.
Yes, Burrows out there that takes the catch, but almost popped out of his fingertips. Actually, half the ball, I think, escapes, but he just grasps it, doesn't let it go. And so bring Sabu and Davitsi into the crease. He's a guy I'm interested. They haven't opened him. The quandary about where do you bat him? Do you bat him early? Do you bat him in the middle order? Kind of halfway in between this time. He's a very stylish left-hander. And look, when this guy's on, he just looks amazing. The only issues are, his inconsistency, I suppose, at this level as well. Can he do it consistently against better bowling? That's why I think these opportunities are really important for him to show what he can do on the big stage.
Is he called an enigma within Czech cricket?
I'd say he's an enigma. He's also, the guy that loves his cricket, sacrificed a lot to play international cricket. And remember, all these guys, they've got regular lives as well. Often they'll work all night, play cricket all day, work all night again. So let's see how Saba goes against Court, who you're right, he's come back well. 2 to come in the second. Good ball first up. A little bit of late movement. I think the difference there for Court's Fuller. He's giving the ball a chance to do something. And the first one's a good one.
Yeah, good ball. That's a seed to a new batter. See, it was looking like it was spearing in on his off stump and then it swung late from the left hand. It's a lovely piece of bowling. Tell you what, Court's come back well. Maximoed twice up in his first 2 balls. Gets it here.
Keep a level head. Oh, another good one. That's good zones. So that overtook a turn. Kind of like a fake maiden because it finished with 4 dots, but we'll try not to remember the 2 first balls that both disappeared. 31 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, good stuff. Bright start to this chase. Czechia just a tickle under 16 runs and over, and we'll turn to the standings in Group A. Obviously, a lot more to happen in and amongst these teams, but Spain getting a first-time win, a really, really good chase from them against a French batting lineup who was hitting at a rapid rate, and probably just a sluggish last couple of overs from them as they lost a few wickets towards the tail end of their innings, and that was enough to ensure that Spain had a reasonably comfortable chase in the circumstance. Obviously, great opening partnership from Duorkale and Babar.
First ball is just over the infielder as this is Burrows coming on to bowl for the first time. Again, another wiry customer. This was not off the middle, but it was just enough in the power play to get it over the infield. The result's 4 runs.
Yeah, there wouldn't be too many teams who can name 2 left-handers to operate at the top of their innings, so helpful bit of variety that sits within this Isle of Man bowling lineup.
I think this has been called wasn't so sure about this, actually. I thought that maybe when it passes the popping crease, it was just inside. Yeah, I think it's a harsh one.
Yeah, tough call. Did swing back late. Looked like it was going to be an awful ball to start with, but actually dropped in nicely.
I think he gets some late tail. And a keeper coming up to the stumps here, Hartman. Let's see if he can make something happen. And that first ball up to the stumps, he takes very well. Again, Hartman's pretty tall for a keeper, which I don't think is a disadvantage. As long as your arms and legs are regulation size, as proportional to your height, I think it gives him an advantage because of his extra reach. And yeah, took that one very nicely. Of course, that's my preferred position when I was playing, so I always keep a special eye on the keepers. This one's hit into the gap, and I think it'll go. It does. So Devendra Singh with another boundary. Checky just losing a bit of momentum with the dots and the wicket of Grover. But they get a little bit back here as Divi smashes this one through the leg side.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a heave, but he picked his gap well. There's a fair bit of space there between deep mid-wicket and long on. Obviously the third over of the power play here, so only 2 fielders allowed outside. The way Burrows is tailing the ball in the right-hander, it's probably the right spots to have outside protection.
Yeah, determined to go leg side here, and to be honest, Devendra Singh's a better player than this. There's no one back on the offside at all. And so if he just hits that through the line, makes good contact, he can even go aerial if he likes. I think there's more value on the offside. Doesn't need to premeditate.
Good change of line from Burrows there, though. Bold.
This one goes a little bit too far. This one should be a wide. It's not called.
A bit of variability.
Unless this was an edge. When I did hear a little noise. Anyway, can 2 wrongs make a right? Maybe.
Well, if he reached that, he's doing a good job.
Well, that's, like I said, I think they cancel out in the end. Last ball the over from Burrows. It does go offside, but this could be a catching opportunity. Fielder backs back, and he holds it. So another wicket goes down. That's Nathan Knights, who had to moonwalk outside the circle, but he does. And so that is the end of Devendra Singh. It's a wicket for Burrows to round out his over. Check here at the end of the power play. 3 overs in there, 40 for 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty good comeback in the power play. And gee, that's a good catch from Knights. He had to make significant ground back. It looked like the ball just got away from him towards the tail end. He's had to take it off balance. Super, super catch. And isn't he happy about it, the big fella? And I just have to say, 3 overs in, Vinny, especially Devendra Singh back in the pavilion, have to feel like Isle of Man would be the more chipper of these 2 squads.
You'd feel that way, although I suppose they are going at the required rate, more or less. You know, they want to be around 40 off the power play to be up the rate. That's where they are. They have lost the 2 wickets, but the man they call the baby bull, Aaron Ashokan, coming to the crease, the captain, he's a very, very good striker when he's in form. And so, yeah, these 2 are key batters.
Can you explain the nickname Baby Bull to our viewers?
No.
No. I would have expected that there is a story.
There probably is, but that's just what they call him. I'm not going to make any assumptions.
He's a nuggety little beast, I guess, but
yeah,
the baby
part. So. Baby boy. He's got a baby face, Aaron Ashokan. Lovely guy as well. Also the captain of Prague CC, who we'll see at the ECL next year. Langford is going to grab the ball. 5 outfielders allowed from this point in the innings. He does this. I often say he's got 2 shots. And one is the one's the whack across and one's the carve. So that's one where he kind of sets himself. It's like the hoik and the carve. So I think that's what he's normally looking to do. Often will get deep in his crease before the ball's bowled. You can see it's still 53 to 47 on the win predictor. So line ball. So Shokin, Czech skipper, faces up for the first time in the tournament. He gets a Yorker. And nervy little drive first up. I want to say a quick hello to a few people as well in the comment section. Hello to Liam Zammit, to Moosey. Nice to see you. Hello to Marnus, to Matthew, to Josh, and everyone else. A lot of people asking about Derek. I heard that Derek is on the way. Derek's the duck that you'll probably see from time to time on the broadcast. All right, goes leg side and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, the baby bull's charging. First ball not convincing, but this was 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Decent length ball from Langford, but he swatted across the leg side, fielded down there at deep mid-wicket. Thought he was in the game for a moment, but Shokin just gets a bit of power from the bottom hand. Takes it over the boundary quite comfortably. It's a much-needed Maximo for Czechia.
one he's happy just to see out. So we'll keep an eye on that required run rate. It started at 13.6. It's been hanging in the 13s, so after that ball it goes up to 14. I mean, that's the thing, such a short game that those numbers can change very, very quickly.
Tell you what, Langford would be precisely the sort of bowler that would have driven me nuts back in English village cricket. You don't think he's particularly quick, but just puts it on enough of a spot to make life difficult.
You're right about that. He's wily. This one's just a single. Let's see how Davizzi approaches it. Going to operate. Just look at the outfielders here. They're all kind of in front of the wicket. I think that one area that Davizzi likes to go is kind of backward point, and that's not particularly well protected at the moment. No outfielder down there. Kind of third region. Instead, he's just going to turn on this, and he's going to send it out of the ground. Maximo! Langford not really making the adjustment for the left-hander, and it costs him as the 50 comes up for the Czechia team. It's 54 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, it would have felt like he'd bowled a pretty good over there, Langford, but unfortunately getting tanked for 2 Maximos. He's gone for 14 off it, and Czechia just keeping themselves in touch here. Lovely bit of timing from your boy Davizzi, Maximo favourite. Gotta love the way that T10 has brought its own nomenclature to cricket discourse, that rather than talking about him as a strong offside player, you say he's got the hoik and the carve, and that's basically his 2 strong shots.
That's true. But he's just kind of a confidence player. As we're going to see some spin now in over number 5. It's Fraser Clark who's coming on, and he's had some good performances this year as well. So this is something we didn't really see from Czechia in the first half. They didn't really go to their off-speed options, and they did have some in Venki Margashayam, and also in Ashokan can bowl a bit of off-spin. Stuck with the medium pace.
Interesting to see the leg spinner coming around the wicket to Davizzi.
Now, this looked like it might have been a bit of a wrong-in, but it's a wrong result for Isle of Man fans, because that's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo! Super 6 for Saba.
Yeah, if I was Clark here, I think I'd be sticking with the over-the-wicket attack and just bowling googly after googly to Davizzi and try to entice him to swing over that leg side with the ball sharply turning away from him as it is. That one's short of a length and just pumped over the boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, it's more like an orthodox off-spinner. So Fraser looks like he's going to try to keep turning the ball away from the batter regardless. Good to see that everyone hustling through the overs as well. Just loses the line slightly, but ties up Davizzi. Get in for a leg bye.
Bad piece of bowling that. Was a little bit down the leg side, but speared in more quickly, so at least he's varying his pace.
Yeah, true. We have seen a fair bit of spin in this pitch. Timed nicely, but straight at the fielder. So that'll just be a single. That's one thing that interests me, because I always thought, growing up and playing in Australia, that the artificial pitches are all pretty much identical, but going around Europe to different venues, we actually see that different pitches have different characteristics, a little bit like natural turf pitches. Just a 1 to finish the over for Davizzi as we hit the halfway point of the chase, and it's game on at the moment. Czechia 64 for 2 after 5. I want to welcome you into the box as the players will pause for a strategic time out at this stage. Of course, the heat, a little bit of a factor, but aren't we treated to some beautiful weather at this time at the Costa del Sol in Spain? Of course, Costa del Sol basically means the Sunshine Coast, and at the moment we've got plenty of sunshine, Rhino.
Absolutely gorgeous. You can see why it's one of the premier holiday destinations in Europe, and particularly at this time of year, Maximo, too, because we've gotten through that really hot period that comes in August, just tailing off a bit now. Really a little bit of chill in the evenings, comfortable daytimes. Gee, I tell you what, if you weren't at the cricket, being on the beach today would be a fantastic option, but I don't think we could want to be anywhere better than here at Carlama.
I did actually hit the beach yesterday. The water was pretty nice as well. I know that you're a strong swimmer yourself. It's probably not your conditions, because actually Rhino is a champion ice swimmer. Am I right? You like the cold conditions?
Champion might be a stretch. Global bronze medalist is probably more accurate, but hey, we
sounds
can
like a
talk
champion
about that
to
later
me. Anyway, look, thanks for joining us, and hopefully you can. It's a big journey ahead. This is just the first day of 4 weeks of coverage, 109 matches involving 31 nations, ultimately 1 champion. We've got the Netherlands and England coming back a little bit later. Of course, they are the 2 previous champions. Will there be a second win for one of those teams, or will we have a brand new trophy holder in this year's ECC? Still to find out. Hello to Andrew File, who I think is watching from the Netherlands, and thanks everyone for saying hello. We're going to go back to the left armers of Langford. As the full 360-degree range of motion for Davitsi, but he can't make any contact.
Yeah, I think there's a better line from Langford. Interesting they've gone back to him because he went for a few in his last over. But it looks like he's just started a bit wider of off stump there. I think that's a good choice. You say Davitsi likes that area backward, a point with the carve or the chop.
He hasn't really tried that one too often so far, but often he'll set up just pre-delivery. Like that. That's exactly what he did. You see the footwork slightly different there. He went a little bit away to leg stump. And, well, Saba, I think me and Saba are kind of connected mentally because I thought he'd probably try this. He did. He gets away with it and he gets 4.
I'm sure he's listening to the commentary up in the box as he's out there on the field. But lovely little bit of wrist work on that too, Maximo.
Yeah.
You talked about the footwork, which really did set him up to be in position. Just the way he opened up the blade there. Cracking cricket
So this
shot.
time he might go the other way and sneak across. Let's see. Yep. And he goes straight and he goes well enough. In fact, that might have gone all the way. No, maybe one bounce 4, but still another boundary to check here.
Maximo Consultancy Services. If you were chirping into the ear of Langford, what would, let's go 3 balls straight, what would you be saying to him now?
I'd be saying, bowler Yorker, go full, go straight, make him hit it. Don't give him length to work with, he loves that. Hit the crease. Yep, very good Langford. Really? I'm open
Let's
to
go
business.
4 in a row here. What's it?
Well, look, it wasn't quite the line I think Langford was going for, but I just don't think we've seen enough Yorkers today. I think a lot of balls here, batters at this level, they're looking for something that they can get under, right? So this is hard to get under. It kind of ties them up. Dot ball's a good ball. You'd rather get him out, though, and I think that kind of ball, straighter, could be dangerous. Try the same thing again for the bowler. Davitsi, I can't read his mind this time. Let's see. Deep in his crease, just misses the Yorker. Drilled back past the bowler for a single.
Yeah,
but
key thing there though, Maximo, couldn't get under the ball. It was almost
the key.
Yorker length, well bowled.
Bowlers have to learn. I think both bowling sides were a bit disappointing in the first game, Spain versus France, considering the amount of talent they've got. That they kind of kept rocking and bowling the same thing and hoping for a different result. Full and straight anytime, any situation, new batter, set batter. It's normally a good default. This time he does challenge him, and Ashokan swings all around it. Pretty good over that one from Langford, despite the 2 boundaries. It only goes for 9, so it pushes the rate up. 6 overs in now. It's 73 for 2.
Yeah, that's always the 50-50 ball trust, I think, as a bowler when you're coming in and bowling sort of medium fast bowlings. We have a look at Davitsi on the scorecard, 23 off 13. He's clearly the key man, but they need the skipper Ashokan to stay up with him as long as possible. But that ball that's just short of a length, probably carrying over the stumps by about 10 centimetres, probably the easiest way to get a dot ball in some ways, but you're also playing with fire when you allow the batter to get under the ball.
It's like you're rolling the dice. You know, it might come up what you want, might come up snake eyes. And this snake eyes here as Davitsi misses this one from Clark, who I think, is trying to rip the ball away from him. Andrew Farr with some interesting comments in the comment section as well about all AstroTurfs being different, depending on a number of factors. Another one that Davitsi can't really deal with. Some interesting pre-game warm-ups there from the Spanish side.
What has Rutgers got his team doing over there?
The giant elastic bands out. Oh, this is a brilliant over at the moment. Davitsi really struggling with this away turn. Andrew saying it depends on the underneath surface of the pitch, the age of the pitch. New pitches grip more as the fibers are longer. That's true. Full toss does get some bat on it, but really this last over and a half has been sluggish from Czechia. And you can see, the man just pulling ahead.
Yeah, and you can
Team
see
of Spain, you're getting ready for their second match.
the 3 consecutive dot balls there from Clark has probably actually let him get away with the full toss on that delivery.
Yeah, this is too short to the right-hander, though, and it's badly needed for Czechia. Maximo Ashokan. Well, he likes the ball coming into himself, and he sent that one high over the leg side. Gets the journey.
Yeah, he'd probably gotten away with 1 or 2 short ones earlier in the over, Clark. Not that occasion. Good
Better
return,
length.
though.
Yeah, I mean, it's block hole-ish. Not quite a Yorker, but not far off. Just think you have better outcomes. Pretty tidy, though, from Fraser Clark, who only concedes 17 without picking up a wicket, but still, I think Isle of Man will be happy with his contributions. 81 for 2 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. And we just saw the Spanish team warming up, but we've got Greece taking on Spain, and first time we've seen Greece in the tournament. So, interesting, they've listed Kazir Amin as the captain. I would have thought that it would have been Mohamed Aslam, but I'll check on that for you. Christodoulos Bogdanos listed 11. I think he'll bat 3. Bit all over the place, but that's your 11 anyway. Galanis, leg spinner, watch out for him. Also, Sinan Khan, I think, is their key player. Spain, we already saw them this morning. Their openers were dynamite, weren't they? Daniel Dorkaya and Mohamed Babar. Spencer Clark is going to bowl over number 8. Full toss. And hit all the way. Maximo. So they go back to pace. And check you out. They're going to need a late run, but starts the 8th well. This one was all about the placement, Rhino.
Yeah, it certainly was. Lovely shot from Ashokan, although you couldn't get a much more wanted boundary ball if you're Ashokan than that. This could be the over from Czechia. He struggled with his length in the opening over, Clark, and if he bowls a couple of full tosses here.
A good shot, but can't beat the infield. Just a single.
So Ashokan made hard work of that single, though, didn't he?
Before that ball, we're talking 50-50 on the win predictor. This one could go right down to the wire, but you just feel like this is a very important partnership.
It certainly is. It only takes a couple of big strikes in any over. And Clark, he's already probably under a little bit of psychological pressure, not being able to find his line and length in that first over. 2 balls in here. 26 off his overs so far. It's gone very, very wide. You can just see he's tight. Continually trying to stretch the arms, just almost convince himself that he's feeling relaxed, but probably a few things going through his head at the moment. Young man's under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, good eyes that time from Davitsi. Saw it was going down the leg side, and yeah, the rules are very simple as far as leg side wides in this form of the game. Anything misses leg stumps are wide, or the line of the leg stump, unless it's between the batter's body and the stumps. So that obviously wasn't. One more to the total. Oh, off the pad, so it won't be a wide. Wasn't a catching opportunity anyway, even though it wasn't handled by Carl Hartman.
He's just struggling with the switch to the left-hander, Clark. He's really got to find his line here.
Nikos Bouzos is tuned in from Greece, I think, saying hello to me in the comment section. Nice to see you, Nick. Hopefully you're well. Should we be following the guys? All right, this one is timed. It's timed really well. Maximo! Osaba, when he's good, he's really good. He's moved to 30, hasn't hit everything, but certainly the 2 batters at the crease for the Czechs, they are very, very capable of chasing this down. Game in the balance.
Yeah, lovely shot. It probably could have actually been a 3rd consecutive leg side wide, but he's just stepped across, used the wrist to elevate. Great, great cricket strike. And, gee, there is some pressure on this Isle of Man bowling unit now.
Another one. I think it's hit the pad again. So, yeah. Well, it's been called a wide. Okay. Yeah.
Same as you, Vinny. I thought I heard a little
nibble there. I heard a
there.
noise. Maybe it was the batter's reaction. He came up kind of looking, and umpire taking a few body language cues there. In the end, he does call it a wide. Not so sure. This one definitely hits the pad, and El Saba goes to kind of hop on one leg and then realises he has to run. So they will get through for a leg by here.
Just a big win for Clark, though. Once again, drifting onto the pads of Davitsi. Could have ended up being spanked for another Maximo, but as it is, he's got 1 ball to go. He's gone for 35 so far. I'd love to just get out of this with a dot or a single.
50-50 moment. Full toss, and it's hit, and it's going to be a hit towards the field. He went out of bounds there, though.
Nice bit of fielding, regardless. The combo on boundary. We'll have a look. He's fetched that from well outside off stump.
Let's have a look. I was worried he held it too long here. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's 4. And then the other thing is, I think the height's just okay.
50-50 call on
yeah,
the
see
height.
this. There, he definitely steps on the line. So there's 2 things here. So he's been given 4, but I don't think they give the no ball. It seems right to me. I think it was just below the waist. But remember, if it's waist high, then it's going to be a no ball. But I suppose here it's considered fractionally below. But still, the umpires, they do get the boundary call right, that's for sure. So it'll be 4 runs to finish the over. And it brings up the 100 as well. It's 102 for 2 after 8. And if you're just watching ECN cricket for the first time, you're probably seeing the pace of the game is something else, isn't it? As Burrows just not quite able to stay in the field of play. All happens in the 9th. There's an expression we have here. And here is the 9th. It's number 9 to start. Great keeping, though I don't think he's out.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Vinny. Taking the ball down the leg side from bowling fast medium. That's a wonderful bit of work from the wicket-keeper, Hartman.
He's got a big stride there. And so Yeah, look at this fantastic bit of work technically to get down there and just keep something down behind the line, Davizzi. Well, now he gets lucky. French cut. There's a race on. And not great at running. Davizzi wants to come back, and I didn't notice the ball was already on the way back, so it'll just go down as a single.
Yeah, it also just feels like they're giving away a few too many extras here, the Isle of Man. They've done a good job with the bat to put a hefty target on the board, but bowlers just giving away a few wides in the last few overs, and enough boundaries coming from Checker at the moment. 32 knitted off 11.
It's a lot to do. Well bowled, full, fairly straight. And sometimes I think this kind of bowling, if, for example, Burrows here, he could say to the batter, listen, I'm going to bowl you 6 Yorkers, and just say it. Even if he did, they're still hard to hit. So sometimes I think there's sometimes a bit of too much cat and mouse in the game. Keep it simple here. Davizzi on 31. Gets a wide. Straight over the tram line.
You can see head in his hands there. I think he's really conscious of not drifting onto Davizzi's pads because they've done it so often in the last few overs. As you say, Vinny, just spear it into the block hole. Make the batter take the risk.
Misses. Well, he might be walking here, so he's gone. And so Davizzi is going to be stumped. That's really sharp work from Carl Hartman. I really like his work up to the stumps. So Davizzi just had a few problems getting bat on ball at times, didn't he, in this innings? This will be a really good shot. Takes a little step out and, yeah, almost gets back, but not quite. Davizzi obviously knew his heel was up, as that will be the 3rd wicket of the innings. The partnership broken, 106 for 3.
Tell you what, if Davizzi's walking on a stumping there, that's got to be the greatest example of the spirit of cricket, because he must have eyes in the back of his head. That's a tight call.
He probably knew he'd taken a step out. He maybe thought he'd stepped out more than he did, but he was out. He hit 3 6s and 2 4s in there, 31 off 22. But his strike rate 140, and that pretty much translates to like 84 pace.
Yep.
Okay, 84 per 10 overs. Kind of need a little bit more out of him, but he's put them in a position, but a lot to do. 30 required off an over and a half. Yeah, so you need someone to have a real heater here. Sazib Bhuyan is that kind of a player. He could just unleash a whole bunch of 6s.
And just having a look at the graphic when Davizzi went off there, 12 dot balls, which for a batter of his ability, that's a lot of balls to soak up.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, Isle of Man got their foot on the pedal at the moment. Bhuyan lines one up first, but a bit of a miss hit. Just get a single.
Just doing enough here, Isle of Man, and the left armers gives them some variety in the bowling attack, and check batters really looking to heave to the leg side when Burrows just pushes it across the right-handers, finding it hard to spot the gaps on that leg side. Hasn't been a bad over from him.
Goes after this, which may have been wide, maybe it's just inside, but just a single, and Check, they're going to need to do something magical, 20 plus in the last over if they're going to do this. Tell you what, I've been very right in this game. I think I'm wasting them early. I said earlier on that I thought Ollie Webster was a key. He scored a ton. I said Hartman, watch out for him behind the stumps. He's been brilliant. And now, well, they decide not even to throw here. They're happy with just a single. So Bhuyan will retain the strike. We'll go to the last. Check here with a prayer, but not much more. 9 overs in. They need 27 off the last. It's 109 for 3.
Yeah, pretty good captaincy from the Isle of Man. They've left Kieran Court, who bowled the second over of the innings and bowled particularly well, the left armour. He'll be coming back to bowl his second. So this is a really uphill battle from the Czech team from here on in. Actually, not bad figures for Joe Burrows in the end. 2 for 16 with his left arm seamers. Nice little return.
Spencer Clark, the only one to really get a hammering in this game, but we've seen worse figures than 39. All right, well, 11% says the win predictor. So maybe one game in 9 they can pull out an over like this, but he can ice the game with a couple of good deliveries. First up here, it's going to be Joe Burrows. End of the bat job, but this is going to be 4. So a bit of good luck and good management, I suppose. Bhuyan gives himself the chance, and it deflects away through the third region, 4 runs.
Yeah, may have gone for 4, but actually I think that's a pretty reasonable piece of bowling from Court. He's tried to push the ball and actually tailed it away from the right-hander Bhuyan. He just manages to get enough of a tickle on it to take it past the field at a wideish third man, but I think that's not a bad delivery in the circumstances.
Stephen asking, how big a victory would this be for Isle of Man? Well, that's kind of an interesting question. Wait for this ball now. hit pretty well, but this fielder out there just a single. That makes it pretty tough from here. Must have to be perfect. 4 sixes or 3 sixes and a 4. So you got to remember, Isle of Man, they are ranked higher in 20-over cricket, but it's their first 10-over game. So it's one of these things that, okay, slightly higher ranked team in 20-over cricket, but playing in the 10-over format for the first time. I mean, I think you got to say the captain, his 100, has won this game for him. This is up, it's in the air, and it's a fingertip up, but it will go the journey. Maximo! There's the baby bull. Keeps alive that glimmer of hope for the Czech Republic.
Well, Maximo's been right a lot today. Has he jumped the gun too early? Much needed Maximo from the skipper, and he's put them back within at least touching distance here. He needs to keep firing, but 16 to 3 balls, not impossible.
12%. I like those odds. But, and here, if you don't get hit to the boundary, the ball stays on the field of play here. Can't lose unless there's extra balls. All right. Boundary or bust for Aaron. Oh, he chases one that might have been a wide. It's an interesting one, isn't it? You're not really thinking leave. I think he knows it too. Instinctively, he goes after it just a single. And now all Isle of Man needs to do is bowl 2 legal deliveries and they'll take the victory.
Yeah, credit to the bowler though. Caught again, pushing the ball wide of off stump. He's willing to even flirt with the wide line just for the sake of not drifting onto the stumps and giving Shokin an opportunity to pull it to deep square. It's well bowled.
And this one could be gone. Just be one. They're happy with that. So, Czechia, they're going to end up with what I'd call more or less an average innings, kind of low 120s, 120 to 125. I suppose, like I said, you take out the innings of Webster. I mean, the next highest Isle of Man score was 8. Okay, sure, he took up a lot of the deliveries as well. But I think he's going to be the difference between the two teams here. Caught to finish things off. And it'll just be a single. So not too much between these two teams, but it is Isle of Man that get the win. They get their first win in the first match they ever play in a T10 International, as the final score is Isle of Man 135, Czechia 123, 12 runs the margin here in match 2.
Yeah, 12 runs the margin. Really good game of cricket all round, actually, Vinny. 2 well-matched teams, and probably could have gone either way for large periods of this game, but just a couple of key wickets throughout that bowling innings from the Isle of Man. The left armers doing a really good job in not allowing too many free hits from the Czech batters, and all in all, that's a well-deserved win for Isle of Man and a great way to kick off their European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, it is. A disappointment for Czechia, who went far off the pace here, but yeah, they just couldn't really make the most of, I think, that partnership, although it stuck around for a while. Yeah, I think you're right about the dot balls. But in the end, just searching for those 12 runs to get them up to that Isle of Man total. And they couldn't get them in the end. Look, credit to Isle of Man. I mean, they're a team, obviously, they made headlines for the wrong reasons earlier in the year, but they've got to turn things around, beating a strong Austrian team in 2 T20s recently, and now making a very good start here at the ECC. Of course, each team will play 4 games. That's the first one in the bank for these two. And it is Isle of Man who come up with a win. The Max get the job done. Greece versus Spain, the next match, and this is coming up in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcast partners. Azlan Mohammed is leading Greece. He'll also have the gloves. He's a pretty good keeper, also a handy bowler. Spain, though, I mean, they're going to have to find a way through DDC at the top and Mohamed Babar. But Greece will get to open up with the bat after winning the toss. Take us through the highlights here, Rhino, as Czechia so close but so far from the points in match 2.
Yeah, no shortage of highlights in this game either. It was an absolute cracker between Czechia and Isle of Man. Some superb fielding, completely unnecessary there. Ball touched the rip before it went over, and then poor Spencer Clark, he was spanked around the place in both of his overs. And then Kieran Court came to the wicket, bowled the second over, and he got dispatched. 2 Maximos in his first 2 balls. He would have been thinking, what is this T10 malarkey? I put the ball on a good length and it's just getting smashed. But he came back very, very well. The left armour managed to find continuing pretty good length and eventually drew a couple of false shots. Nice catch out there from George Burrows. That was an important wicket just to get the Isle of Man moving, and the rest of the bowling lineup did their job. Nothing particularly spectacular, but they managed to control the loose balls. A few too many wides, and they were backed up by some very good fielding. Nathan Noss with a cracking catch there.
That was a brilliant catch. I mean, I wouldn't say they were perfect here, but so often the story that we see players that are good players but kind of new to the format takes a bit of getting used to, but good players find a way. And I think you saw with their bowling, you know, they had the building blocks. They were a bit patchy at times, but when they got it right, I think they kind of had the checks measure in this innings. Also, you saw some very good fielding. Okay, again, wasn't perfect. A couple of catches went down. Saw some excellent wicket keeping from Hartman down the stretch as well. I loved that he would put the squeeze on up to the stumps, creating a wicket out of nothing there. Obviously, Davitsi didn't have the high heels on, and so found himself walking back to the pavilion. It was too much to do. Magical last was required. Czechia, they'll be disappointed. I think they felt that game was a winnable game, but unfortunately for them, they fall 12 runs short. Looking at the batting scorecard, Ashoka 37 off 17, but yeah, 31 off 22 from Davitsi. Okay, does get 31, but yeah, again, his consistency is the thing, isn't it? And yeah, I'm sure that's a bit frustrating for the Czech fans. Decent opening contribution from Devendra Singh and Sahil Grover. I suppose they did their job without going on with it. And ultimately, by the time Bullion came out, it was pretty difficult already. Love the work of Joe Burrows there too for 16 excellent figures for him. A wicket for Court after a bit of a tough start. But for me, Fraser Clark was super important, provided a bit of variety that we didn't really see from the Czech attack in the first half of the game with his rippers. He ended up none for 17 off the 2 overs. Well, Rhino, you've done a fantastic job in your first game of this tournament, so I'm going to sit out, grab a bite to eat. I'll leave you with Rico for the next game as we see the hosts back in action. Greece versus Spain coming up in 20 minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan, and we'll be back shortly with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval here in Malaga, Spain. It is the third edition of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. 31 nations involved in the Euros of cricket, and now it's time for the start of the third match. We'll get to see the hosts again. It's actually going to be Greece for the first time though, hitting the park. Greece versus Spain in Group A Match 3. Rob Kemming looking fantastic as always. He's got the two captains, Mohamed Aslam and Daniel Doyle-Kayet. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
It's your call.
European cricket.
It's Frederick. We bat first. We bat first. Okay.
Cool. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thanks,
Thank
Rob.
you.
Good luck. Cheers.
So it is Greece that win the toss and they've elected to bat first. Look, that's a good, confident move, and they're a side that I've got a lot of time for. I think they work really hard on their fielding. Okay, they're not quite as high ranked as the Spanish side. Of course, the Spanish side, they didn't look too good in the field with the ball this morning, conceding 149 to France, but they chased it down in 9 overs. So that was certainly a signal of intent. It was mostly their openers, the skipper, Daniel Doyle-Kayet, and then Mohamed Baba at the top with twin half centuries. But let's talk a bit about Greece. I think they've got some really good native Greek talent in there. Got to say, the teenage leg spinner Georgios Galanis is always one to watch. I also think that Chris Bogdanos is a guy we've seen a little bit of. Maybe we haven't seen the best of him with the bat, but someone has to step up. Their captain is in his 50s, but you wouldn't know it. He is built. Mohamed Aslam is a veteran of the scene there, and he will be looking to get the best out of his side, who, like I say, we have seen them a fair bit this year on ECN in European Cricket Internationals. Mixed results, but of course, this is the big time, and they want to really make it count here over the next 4 matches, then potentially finals day. Let's get ready then for the first ball. It's going to be Rico Full and Andrew Ryan to take you through this one. Good to see Spain back out there, and good to see Greece for the first time. Greece winning the toss and batting here in match 3. Over to you guys. Have a great call.
Thank you very much there to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu there in the middle with the coin toss. And it's a good one, I think, for Greece to win. Greece, of course, on debut here in the European Cricket Championship. So they're looking to impress. And I'm pretty sure their captain, Aslam Mohammed, is hoping that his team can get the runs on the board. But the thing is, it's about containing the Spanish batting, because they were awesome in that victory against France earlier, chasing 150 for victory. They did it with 6 balls to go. And, well, Mohamed Baba and the captain, Daniel Doyle-Kayet, were in fantastic form. Rico Full here, and alongside me, a great friend of mine, and it's Rhino, Andrew Ryan. Rhino, what do you reckon to this one?
What do I reckon? Well, I think early wickets when it comes to facing up that Spanish batting lineup are the absolute key for Greece. They need to get through that opening pair of Doyle-Kayet and Mohamed Baba, who were both very, very good in game 1, but there's plenty of firepower down that order. Certainly the ECN supercomputer is not in favour of the boys from Greece. They've got Spain sitting an 81% chance, but we all know in T10 cricket anything can happen, and certainly if they can get off to a good start. But tell you what, one player I am looking forward to seeing with the ball, Georgios Galanis, the spinner, who we saw a couple of years ago here for Corfu, part of the European Cricket League. He's had a couple more years to develop his craft. I really want to see what he's delivering later on today.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think he's a great player. I got the chance to see some of these players in action in an ECI in Bulgaria, and there's some good players there. Speaking of good players, Long Burns back in the lineup for Spain. So he's changed a bit of spin just to add to the attack, and it looks like they're going to start with spin. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't mind it. From what I hear, Lorne is pretty handy on the golf course, so he's chosen a good part of the world to live, but I don't mind this actually. A little bit of taking the pace off the ball. We saw that from the Czechs in the last game actually. It started with a couple of the slower medium pace bowlers rather than going with Arias Afridi to start things off. I don't mind this move. Interesting seeing that fielder at probably about a 30-degree just to take the ball that kicks off the surface outside off stump. So interesting times here.
Yeah, Burns to start off. First ball of match 3. And the bounce, I think, is what's going to be tricky here, because this end, the lake end, I always find the bounce is more, and I think the spinners are going to get more bounce than the batters are bargaining for. I don't think both these openers quite expected to be facing spin first up, so this is going to be an interesting challenge for Nawaz. And, well, he goes for this. I wonder if there's any bat on this at all. There's a long chase on here, and it's just about going to be stopped. I think that's a hard chase there for Mohamed Babar. And let's see what the signal here is from the umpires. So I think it looks like there's a bit of bat on this. Here's the chase. And buys his signal. So they're going for buys. Let's have a look at this stop. A bit of dandy footwork from Mohamed Babar. And
not sure his foot could be much closer to the rope.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw it right in front of us there, that looked okay for me. So I think that's fine. But, I don't think that the foot did touch the rope. They maybe want to have a look at this again. But no, they're okay with it. So buys to start off with, but that certainly moved a lot from Burns. That's well struck. Chance Ben. It was an outstanding effort from the fielder, Hamza Salim Dar. He leaped up there like a kangaroo, and I thought he had it for one moment. I think he did. Rhino, I think he just doesn't hold on to this.
Nice. It looked like a certain boundary off the bat, but he came up with a great leap. Almost jumped too high for the ball in the end, but athletic piece of work in the field. And tell you what, the Greeks would have had the hearts in the mouths for one moment, but Gul Nawaz survives to fight another day. First look at Kassir with the bat, a left-hander, so left-right combination at the top.
And he's not hanging around. He gets his clean out of the middle. It'll go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. We're off and running, folks. Now, this is what it's all about, the European Cricket Championships, the Euros of cricket, where the best batters in Europe are up against the best bowlers. That's a nice clean strike.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Kassir didn't really read that out of the hand. He had just decided he was charging the leg spinner no matter what was coming out, and he's hit it beautifully. Wonderful strike, so fantastic start for him. Greece, 9 for 9. Still 2 balls in this first over. Burns got a pretty good over here.
Yeah, well, there's those percentages there we were talking about earlier from the ECN computer. I've been Spain big time in front. Well, that's a full toss, and it should go the distance, but he ain't got this right at all. He's going to get a wicket from it, you know, he does. That is a gunly ball, I have to say, because here he gets it all wrong. And well, Burns, he probably hasn't bowled a more filthier delivery than that to earn himself a wicket. Well, it's his first in this championship, and here's the first wicket down. It's 9 for 1.
Yeah, it might be a filthy ball, but it was at least pushed across the left-hander. Had to reach for it, just unfortunately got too much underneath the ball, hits it high. Unfortunately, not as handsome as the previous strike, and that's good catch running back for Ndor Calais. He's got a safe pair of hands in the field. Good athlete too. That's first wicket down, so Kassir, Maximo dismissed. Greece, 9 for 1.
Yeah, very much 6 and out there. That's disappointment for Amin Kassir. Yeah, they probably rushed into that shot, didn't he? I think he, on reflection, he knows if he stayed inside his crease, he could have played a better shot. But rushes into it, offers a chance to DDC, the captain of España. And it's another wicket to the delight of the travelling supporters here from Spain. You can see the Spanish flags flying, and well, they're making a bit of noise out there in the fan zone. It could be 2 in 2. It will be 2 in 2. It's a wicket first up. And, well, it's going to be a first baller, a golden duck. No mistakes there from Hamza. It's another one that bites the dust. Well, the wicket you've seen there was that one of Kassir, but there's been another one since there. Oh, well, that's an absolute disaster. So 2 in 2. And, well, Burns, he's spinning them into all sorts of trouble at the moment.
Well, Aslam Mohammed, the skipper, big swing against the leg spinner. First ball, pretty regulation catch for Salim Dar. And that's a disappointing loss of 2 wickets off the final 2 balls after a bright start for them. So Greece, 9 for 2, 1 over gone.
Yeah, he's going to have to go here. And takes a walk back. So it makes his way back. That's disappointment for the captain. He's a very good player. He leads his team well. And they'd be disappointed that he's let not just his players, but his country down there. They had expected better from him. So the spinner Burns doing the trick first up. And, well, they're going to stick with the spin. It looks like going to continue with Yasir Ali with the spin attack. And, well, there's our friend Corey there. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way they are at the moment.
One of the most stunning cricket intellects going around, Corey Rutgers. You can just see the plans churning around in that head, just desperately trying to manage things from the boundary, sitting there taking copious notes. Look at the intensity, the young chap. What a great experience for those young men around him, just to learn from one of the doyens of the T10 circuit.
Yes, here Ali now to bowl to Gulnoise. And, once again, that's that little bit of extra bounce from this end. And gets the single.
I think we were talking earlier, Rico, this pitch really does take a bit of spin from time to time. If you give it some revolutions, you will get some grip and some turn. And Yasir Ali really gave that a little bit of air, not too much pace, and gave it the opportunity to spin, and spin it did.
Okay, so Singh, Memi, see what he can do here. And, well, he gets a little nurdle on this. It'll race away. It's going to be cuatro carreras. So that's the second boundary of the innings. We've seen one Maximo. Well, that's 4 runs. And Yasir will feel a bit hard done by this. But he really does. Once again, as you say, Andrew, that ball comes back a long way. So he's certainly getting the spin on this, getting it to rip.
Yeah, he gives it some revolutions and really not pushing the ball through, so it's giving the ball a little bit of time to grip. And particularly, keep in mind, this ball's only 1 over old, so you would expect it to just kiss the surface, but he's really getting it to turn.
A bit fuller this time, but going down the legs. Half a peel there from Wes Ahmed.
Good luck getting a decision from the umpire when you've spun the first 2 about 3/4 of a metre.
Singh. Shorter goes to play the cut shot. A little bit too close for it. Field nicely set for that.
Tell you what, Rico, early stages here, but if I was one of these batters, I'd be almost testing him and say, I'm going to stand about half a metre outside off stump and just try to pull you to that vacant square leg area.
Oh, this is just leaves this one. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You look at that field. I mean, you've got a man back there, mid-wicket corner, and then you've got long on back, but it's not fancying taking him on at the moment. Yes, here we'll go for the same angle. This time it's nicely played. Oh, well, it's not the best of dives, I have to say, from the fielder. I think that's Atif Mahmood, who, well, I think when you see this again, it was a dive that was a bit slow motion, and the ball gets past him. Not the best of looks from him.
Yeah, certainly not. Probably not the best looks from him in the field. Not the best of look. The fact that he's wearing 2 hats at the moment, but either way, probably wasn't the cause of that misfield. Actually, a nice shot, and that concludes the over, Rico. And the Greeks, after 2 overs, they are 18 for 2.
18 for 2 it is. Yes, it looks like it's going to be Burns to continue, and why not? Because he bowled a fantastic first over. Just went for the 9, and he ended up taking up 2 wickets as well. So Burns back to Nawaz. Flights it up, and that's gone. That is beautifully bowled, and it's fantastic work there from Awais Ahmed behind the stumps. It's the 3rd wicket for Burns. Absolutely brilliantly bowled. Sensational.
Yeah, nifty bit of work. This has been a genius move from Corey Rutgers and the Spanish team. The leg spinner coming on and bowling the 1st and 3rd overs. He's got lovely control, this young man. Gives the ball a nice bit of air. See on the replay. Just a little bit of drift, got the batsman playing down the wrong line, spins past the outside edge, safe bit of work from the keeper, Awais Ahmed, and that's a lovely dismissal for a leg spin bowler.
It's not just a lovely dismissal. By my recollection, that's a hat-trick, because I think he took 2 wickets at the end of his first over, the last ball number 5 and 6, and now that's the wicket of his first ball here. That, for me, is a hat-trick.
Rico, that is why you are the doyen of ECN commentators. That is a great shout, a hat trick for Lorne. Well bowled to him, and once again, just a lovely little piece of leg spin bowling. Just have a look in the chat. We've got Wayne on there saying, Corey, the trendsetter, opening with spin from both ends. Well, indeed, hasn't this worked an absolute treat?
It's worked a treat. Lorne Burns has taken a hat trick. So not only have we seen an international 100 in the earlier match from Ollie, well, now Lorne, he picks up a hat-trick. Well, it's a day of international dreams. Another player's dreams comes true as this one. Gets worked away on the 45, but no run there.
Good length there from Burns. Looked a little bit short, but just full enough so that it skidded through on the batter. Tough to get back across to play the pull shot. Geez, they need some runs from this partnership.
This could be another, it's a simple catch, and it's the 4th wicket for Lorne Burns. Incredible. As I mentioned before, it's an international day of dreams. Well, that man's dreams are coming true, because now, all of a sudden, we got a chance of an international fifer.
Well, Lorne Burns 4 for 7 off his first 1.3 overs. Wonderful bowling from this young man, but also feels like the Greece batting lineup just almost batting as though they haven't seen leg spin of this quality before. I'm not sure there's a plan. You've had a couple of batters just charge recklessly at the ball. On that occasion, a ball which really needed a little bit more deft touch, but they've just tried to slog it down the ground, and Sinan Khan goes for a duck off 2 balls.
Yeah, 2-ball duck. It's another here at the Gardner Oval. And, well, doesn't this, first of all, the ground looks absolutely spectacular. So, great shout out, of course, to the ground staff. They've done a brilliant job. And, of course, the David looks absolutely stunning. And I'll tell you what, the home side, what a start they're making here today. They've won the first match, chasing 150 against France. And now here they have Greece 18 for 4. And Lorne Burns has taken 4 for 7. He's got 3 balls yet to bowl in his spell. He's looking for an international 5-wicket haul here.
They've got attacking here too. They've got Ahmed Babar come in to slip. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a googly here from Burns. Oh, just pitched out leg stump, I think, but nicely bowled once again, dropping it on a leg.
It's really well bowled for Burns. You can't blame him. He wants it. But yeah, just have a look at this. I think it just pitches outside the leg. Have a look. Yeah. He's got them in a pickle. Burns to finish his spell. And he's bowled beautifully. Just gets worked away. They'll take the single, but they need more than singles from here. It's going all the way off Spain at the moment. Is there one still to come? Might be still one to come here. So there is still one to come.
Great for the fans at home. Still one more ball of Lorne Burns leg spin. See if he can get the 5-bar.
Quicker delivery. Just gets noodled away. Hesitation. Could be out. And well, a better throw and he would have been out. This needed to go into the gloves of the keeper. That's not the best of throws. And that's Hassan Ali. Fires it into the deck. Away's Ahmed not able to take it. If he'd taken it in the gloves, it would have been a straightforward run out.
Tell you what, Rico, I'm not sure if we'll see it on the replay, but I think Galanis had basically given up here. He decelerated significantly and then decided there's actually a fumble. I might have a chance of getting in. It's the end of the 3rd over, and Greece 20 for 4.
All sorts of problems for Greece here. They've got to get these runs from somewhere, but they're going to have to take a bit of a risk as well. But with 4 wickets down, now, got to find these runs from somewhere. Who's going to be the hero for him? Who's going to stand up? I tell you who stood up for Spain at the moment. Lorne Burns playing his first match in this European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. And he's taken 4 for 9, the best bowling figures that we've seen so far, including a hat-trick.
It's been, I wouldn't say record-setting start to the tournament, Rico, but getting 100 in the last match for Volley Webster, and then 4 for Lorne Burns, taking a 4 for in a T10 game. That's an achievement in and of itself, and off the back of some excellent leg spin bowling. But I'll tell you what, the man coming to the bowling crease here, I think I told you a couple of years ago, I thought he was one of the most talented young bowlers on the continent. Atif Mohammed, the left armour. He's an absolute nightmare when he gets this ball talking.
Take the little single. You can see here on the leg side that Spain, they've pushed everybody back. They're not really that interested really about conceding the singles. Singles don't hurt them. They know that it's a point now the Greece have to try and get the boundaries.
It's a bit of a repair job here for Singh Memi and Galanis to do. Only as part of the team plans. They wouldn't have been expecting to have these two at the crease. Only just 1 ball into the 4th over, but such is life. Really got to reset their ambitions here, Rico. If they can get somewhere up to 85, 90, that might be at least an acceptable score and give them something to bowl to.
Atif Mohammed, left armour. Well, he bangs this one in. It's high up in the air. Can anyone get there? They should. And Awais Ahmed. He snatches it out of the hands of Hassan Ali. He says his mind, Kajamira me parlena, and he does. There's another one bites the dust. And they're in all sorts here. It's the 5th wicket that goes down. And, well, Spain, they're jolly at the moment. Muy contento es de equipo de España porque hay un otro que guay, que genial. Y coge muy bien, Juez Ahmed.
Yeah, good army roll at the end of that catch too. Extra points for artistic impression. Well, that's the 5th wicket down. Galanis back in the hatch. And Greece only 21 runs on the board. So after a bit of a shaky start with the ball in the first game, Rico, they were probably a little bit loose against that powerful French batting lineup. Spain has come back with a slightly different approach here, and it has paid dividends from. And the Greeks have got an uphill task to set even a reasonable target at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of how many they can get to. And, of course, I think Spain, the way they're looking at this, is just keep the attack on, keep the push on. And then when they get their opportunity to have a bat, knock these runs off pretty quickly and really boost the net run rate as well.
I guess it's on the flip side for Greece. Obviously, it's going to be an uphill task for them to win this game, but also you need to keep fighting, just not have a massive dent in your net run rate at this stage. Just their first game in the tournament. Tough draw up against a superstar Spanish team.
Well bowled again, right into the body of the new batter. And Bogdanos just fenced this off.
He's a pretty good player, Bogdanos. He's got a solid technique. He's probably not a bad man for the crisis that they're in at the moment. Atif Mohammed, this is part of why he's such a difficult customer. He's long, wiry left-arm bowler, so he's already coming from a difficult angle, but he hits the deck hard. He's got an array of slower balls, which he tends to use in his second over.
So nicely played, and hesitant running from Bogdanos. And now he'll say, let's go again, shall we? But unfortunately for him, Singh is not really watching what's happening at the other end. He's quite happy just to make it into the safe zone. So here comes the throw, and it just ricochets off the pads of Juez Ahmed. But no damage done. The batter stick just to the single.
Not the most elegant piece of keeping. Probably won't be going into the Sandu keeping manual.
Clipped away, but once again, Spain quite happy and quite content just to keep that field pushed out deep on the leg side, protecting the boundaries here now. And they're just trying to, I mean, what do you reckon? What's the best that Greece can try and get to here? I mean, maybe about the 80 or the 90 if they have a push on here.
Well, these two need to do the bulk of the work. Singh Memi playing a lone hand here, 11 off 8. It's not the most remarkable score that you typically see, but he scored about half the runs for the Greeks to date.
Sort of bowled. Well played there as well by Memi. So it's getting in line with the ball pretty well, playing it into the gaps, getting the singles. But once again, as the over comes to an end, singles aren't enough. It's 25 on the board, 5 down at the end of the over.
Yep, good start for the Spaniards and showing why they will be one of the real threats, not just to win this group, but actually if they get through this Group A, a real threat for the competition. And Rico, you're a man who's been around Spanish cricket for a long time. Feels like good times for the national team at the moment.
Yeah, it's good times. I mean, it's good times for these boys. I mean, you know, like I suppose in all federations, there's always things that are going on behind the scenes which are not good for the cricket in the country. A few things happening, I think, at the moment in cricket Hispania, and hopefully those political things will get sorted, and the team can concentrate on doing what they're doing, which is improving all the time and getting bigger and better. Of course, the players, they just want to go out there and perform, and well, why don't we all join forces together and let them do that? As we see Hassan Ali with the ball, another left armour, and good areas, but this one is going to get past Babar, who's there at the backward point. It's 4 runs, and very valuable and welcome 4 runs as well for Greece.
Yeah, indeed it is, but actually a pretty nice bit of bowling from Hassan Ali. Drew Singh Memi forward, a little bit of movement away, outside off stump, but gets a thick enough edge and it races away to the boundary. But nice bit of bowling from the left-hander. Ali's got a nice action, looks pretty repeatable.
Once again, single is on offer. And they'll take whatever they can get here at the moment, but you can see Daniel Dorolkaya, he's more than happy to keep the men pushed deep and try to prevent the boundaries. See, he's got a sweeper out on the offside, third man straight back, long on his back, and got 2 other players there on the leg side for the short delivery. And there is that short one. Gets worked away, but once again, doesn't get clean contact. Will just be a single as Atif Mohammed himself, after bowling a very good first over, does the fielding.
Interesting fielding position down here, Rico. We actually have Babar standing right in front of our commentary box here. For a left armour who's pushing the ball away from the right-handed batsman, he feels awfully fine at the moment. I would have thought they'd try to protect that thicker edge, almost where that first ball went to the boundary earlier in the over.
Once again, just gets pushed away from seeing Memi. I mean, looks like he's seeing the ball pretty well, but the intent for the big shot's not there, is it? He needs to be, I think, looking to become bigger.
It's hard in T10 cricket, isn't it? You really almost don't have time to feel sorry for the position that you're in, and 5 wickets down, but also if they just keep going with singles, then it's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath, this contest.
Bogdanos, what can he do? Well, he can do pretty well. It's not the best of deliveries. It's ill-directed down the leg side, and he gets worked away beautifully. So that's a nice shot. Once again, it's another boundary. And at the halfway point, they get closer to the 40 mark here. Nicely done. And just uses the pace and the direction of up ball to go away. It's at the halfway point here. And Greece struggling a little bit. And, well, it's nice to welcome everybody into, well, our cube. Hey, we got the best view in the house, haven't we? Our commentator's box. Absolutely fantastic.
Incredible that we get paid to do this, Rico. It's absolutely fantastic viewpoint for what has been some cracking action already in the first 3 games this European Cricket Championship. Plenty of matches to go. We're here for a number of weeks. Early thoughts from you, particularly from this group, now that we've seen quite a few of the teams here. You still fairly confident of Spain's chances?
Yeah, I am. I think the Equipo Rojo are looking good. It's what I expected from them. I think the batting strength, we haven't seen a lot of the batters out there yet. I mean, that first match, a very good comprehensive win against France, chasing 150. They're looking good. I mean, a lot of people talking about, of course, the likes of Mohamed Cameron not in the setup. He's a guy that bowled so well here last time. We saw a hat-trick here from Leon Burns. Don't forget that Mohamed Cameron also was a hat-trick taker here last time round. They're going to miss him. They're going to miss his pace. That's why I think it's clever. That's why Corey, I mean, Corey knows his game. He knows where his strengths are. He knows what he's missing. So he's playing on with the spin, and the spin did wonders there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they keep that tactic coming for the next couple of games. I mean, it's an interesting thing to try against the Greek batting lineup.
Yeah.
Probably not one of the stronger batting lineups. But if they play the French again, who clearly have some big hitters towards the top of the order, then it'll be interesting to see whether he actually goes for that same tactic of keeping the pace off the ball. Burns has shown the capability to spin the ball fairly strongly, even with that new pill. I suspect they might go for that in one of the big games later on.
Oh, this is a sharp delivery, and it was too quick and too fiery. A little bit too spicy this time for Singh. And maybe Singh did think that he had to get a move on with this one. And that's a good delivery from Khan. Is right at him. And all he's able to do is find the fielder so they get a wicket. And sometimes, well, that's what happens after drinks. It brings a wicket, and that's exactly what it does do. And that's a quick delivery and a wicket straight away for Rubiul Khan. And what a start it is for Rubiul Khan.
How are you?
I mean, his first ball in the European Cricket Championship, and it's a wicket. So another one goes down. 6 down here now. And they're in all sorts of trouble, Greece.
Yeah, they've got plenty of weapons in this bowling lineup, as you say. Khan, nice bit of pace and bounce. Just got into an awkward spot. Singh Memi couldn't get great contact and just spoons a very easy catch, and things go from bad to worse for Greece. 6 wickets down, and they're only 1 over into the second half of this innings, so still a mountain of work to go. Christodoulos Bogdanos still there, but he needs some support in this lower order. Has got to find a way to get some boundaries. Storgianos has joined him at the crease. Good pair of Greek names at the crease, Rico.
Oh, wow, that's that short one again. This one gets defensively played away. So a little bit of spice out there from Rubiul Khan. A little bit of masala in his bowling, and he's, well, causing the batters a bit of trouble. That one is really banged into that. I didn't see anything from the umpire saying that's the one for the over, but I think that was quite a spicy one.
Yeah, speared up. He's not a particularly tall man, but certainly hits the deck hard. Runs in strongly.
Well, that's short again, so he's going for the short approach. So I suppose the umpires are going to have to look at each other here. There's Charles Croucher is the man who's at square. And they got Shub Navjot Singh out there. The two umpires are going to have to work together and just keep an eye on this.
I'll tell you what, he's got 1 for 1 off 3 balls. I'm not sure he's going to be changing his approach anytime soon.
Bogdanos, well, he probably knows what's coming his way. Let's see if he's up for it. And, well, he'll take the single. The bowler, in the attempt to try and stop it, palms it away.
Probably
Eventually gets fielded.
Fairly happy to get off strike.
I think he is, don't you think?
Allowing his partner, Georgios Storgianos, to get back on to face the rapid deliveries from Khan. So Greece crawling their way up to 38 for 6. A couple of balls left in this 6th over.
It's played away. It's attacked by Mohamed Ishan. The batters do get through and take a single. Big moment though. I mean, Greece playing in their very first European Cricket Championship. Of course, there's going to be some early nerves out there. And like I said, I've seen some of these players play international cricket before this format, which is relatively new to them, as well as the other countries. But they will, I mean, being out there the first time, it will prepare them for what's to come. And I'm sure that when it comes to the batting, we'll see better from them. But at the moment here, they've sort of been outgunned by Cricket Hispania.
Yeah, certainly have, and that's the end of the over. Good one from Khan, and the Greeks 39 for 6. 6 overs down. A quick look at the scorecard here. Certainly not the prettiest looking batting card. Harmanpreet Singh Memi, he batted well for his 18 off 14, but no one else has managed to get up to double figures. Christodoulos Bogdanos looked relative control out there, but he's working exclusively in singles. So just turning back to Greek cricket, Rico, it's obviously not a huge playing base over there, as I'm sure you know. It's largely centred around the Corfu Island. It was a bit of a leftover game from the British rule back in the days, so most of the teams coming from that part of the world. But intriguingly, did you know it is the only sports federation in Greece that does not have its headquarters in Athens?
Is that right?
Absolutely. Every other national sports federation is located in the capital, aside from the Hellenic Cricket Federation.
Oh, there you go. I got a fact for you as well. Now,
Go for it.
I was told this in Romania when I saw the T20 internationals, the Continental Cup, where Greece were taking part with the Isle of Man and also Romania, that Greece also are celebrating 200 years of cricket in Corfu. 200 years. So a lot of people will be thinking, well, what are Greece doing out there playing cricket? Well, I can tell you, they've been playing cricket for 200 years.
Yeah. No, it's a long-held game out in that part of the world. Really, really interesting, that story and the history of how it came to, in particular, proliferate around the island. It's a lovely ground out in Corfu, and quite a popular one for teams to travel to, and I'm sure it's not hard to convince the rest of your club that it would be a good place to go for a holiday break and a bit of cricket. As Atif Mohammed, Ali bowls probably the worst ball he has ever bowled.
Yeah, wide delivery there. Stogianos is quite happy just to let this one go by. And well stopped by Awais Ahmed. Swing, and he's gone, and he doesn't like it, but he's going to have to go. And Stogianos gets a feather of an edge on this, and there's another wicket that goes down. So Hassan Ali gets the breakthrough, and a little sneak behind. Awais Ahmed makes no mistakes. So Stogianos is going to have to make that slow, lonely walk back. Tries to use his feet to get to the pitch of it, but he actually takes himself away from it. But if you see here, he goes the wrong way, doesn't go towards the ball, means he misses out on it, gets a snick, and he's going to have to go. Ali, a big smile on his face.
Yeah, it looks like one of my dirty slogs in Switzerland. The body weight all going out to mid-wicket. Unfortunately, the left arm pushing it across his body. Nice piece of bowling. Hassan Ali, he's been an impressive contributor to what has been an excellent bowling effort from this Spanish team, and things really getting difficult for the Greeks now. They are 40 for 7, but on a more positive note, and I know it's always a big part of our discourse here at the major European events, I would have to say they're in the lead in the best dressed team competition at the moment. Greece, that's a really, really sparkling get-up.
It's quite snazzy, eh? It's quite snazzy. I like them, the detail on their tops. New batter.
National teams in Greece not really known for extravagant outfits, but the boys from Corfu, maybe this is what happens when you get outside the
When you
Athens
get
bubble.
outside, yeah. Castellanos. Ali. Well, goes full, attacks the stumps, and that's the man we were talking about earlier, Mohamed Baba.
I'm sure I'll hear words from Rutgers afterwards that is precisely why we had the third man sitting so fine. Get back in your box, Rhino. Leave it to the rut.
Yeah, makes the stop right in front of us here. Well, at the moment, I think the fan zone is a happy place because a lot of Spanish supporters in there going ole, ole, ole. They're liking things at the moment. And, well, that's a nice looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. That's a lovely shot from Bogdanos. Que guay, que genial, porque eso es 4 carreras. Liking that a lot. Just, well, this is more like it goes right to it, gets down on one knee, and he plays a dashing shot through the covers for 4.
Yeah, it was like Ali actually tried to snap the wrist over that top line almost by a little leg cutter, but Bogdanos, really, really good technique, struck it well. Great shot.
This one gets worked away on the leg side. He's thinking he wants to, but I think he's going to be running into trouble. If he does try, it's going to be the end of the over. So 45 or 46, that'll be for 7 at the end of 7.
So Bogdanos playing a nice little innings here, 13 off 9. He and Singmami, only 2 really contributing to this total. A quick look at the upcoming events. Boy, there is no shortage of cricket here, Rico. Obviously, the European Cricket League, the big one on 26th of February 2024. Still plenty to go in the European Cricket Championship, but we've also got, obviously, the ECS and ECI events throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, we certainly have. Remember, we got 4 weeks of action here at the Cardamom Oval. And 109 matches will be played before we know who's going to be crowned the champions. As that one gets played to the man at backward point, we'll take just a single.
Yes, we had the ECS Malta Encore. Sounds like a Linkin Park remix from back in the 2000s. Not sure what's going on there, but either way, good to see some sunny destinations in the schedule for November and December.
Yeah, remember as you saw on that graphic, we're after the gets a bit of great effort. Always Ahmed. I think that comes off the gloves, top part of the bat, and always Ahmed tries to get there acrobatically. And just falls short. Watch this. So this, once again, is that right into the body. So he likes bowling the short delivery, doesn't he? Likes to tuck up the batters.
So I might give Awais Ahmed the nickname the washing machine. He seems to go into a spin cycle every time he dives for the ball. He's a big man. He's got some athleticism.
Straight through. Good delivery once again from Umar Khan. He's bowling well, isn't he? He's making the most of his first appearance here in the European Cricket Championship. And so far, in Cricket España, even though they're missing 1 or 2 players, don't seem to be showing that on the field of play.
Gastorados, tough job coming out at number 9, facing this sort of pace from Khan.
Just the bowler interested. No real appeal from anybody else. And yeah, nothing apart from 2 to come from the umpire, Shubhamjot Singh. Let's have a look at some of the count there of the Greece.
It's not quite the Rutgers approach of sitting there studiously taking notes on every single ball, but there's different techniques from the management teams around here.
Khan once again. Oh, that's wild. That one's certainly going to be called a no ball, and he's apologising straight away. I think he goes for the Yorker here, doesn't he? After bowling a few short ones. Well, now we know why he likes the ball a bit shorter, because the Yorker comes out like this. Well, that could have been a complete wipeout. Good job there from the tumble dryer. He does make a nice stop. There's always Ahmed.
I like that, the tumble dryer. It's good. It's good.
Oh, well, he goes for the short one. Back to the short stuff. That works. And take just the single.
So that last ball was so bad, Rico. I almost expected him to go back and just pretend that his foot had slipped and to do the old scratch around the bowling crease to suggest that, lost my footing on the delivery stride, but nothing of the sort from Calm. So essentially, it was just an awful delivery.
Yeah, it wasn't a good delivery. Hey, how about giving a shout out to all the people watching around the globe as well? As you have a look at there, the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemin, and that's his blazer. Look at it, immaculately put there at the back. Nobody touches that blazer, you know.
It's a classic shot.
And strikes this pretty well. It'll just be the single as we come to the end of the 8th over. So 8 overs now completed. And Greece, well, they bring the 50 up. They are 50 for 7 at the end of 8.
Yeah, fighting hard, the Greeks. Gastrados and in particular Bogdanos. Really trying to push through, get them to at least finish off the 10 overs, see if they can get the score up to maybe 65, 70 at a pinch if they can find the boundary on a couple of occasions. I mean, what do you do here, Rico? They're facing, obviously, some top draw bowling. Is it more a matter of trying to use that pace? Oh, chef's kiss from Rutgers. Glad to see that he can spell rhino. That's that's actually giving him some credit.
But he used the red pen.
He did, didn't he?
It's
a sign of aggression,
That's aggression, isn't it? I
Yeah.
thought the green marker pen was a nice one. Anyway, he's giving you a smiley face there, Rhino. Okay. Back to the action, and it's a bit of a risky shot there played. A straight delivery as Hamza Dar comes to the attack. I like this from the captain as well, Daniel Dolkaya, using Hamza now to come in and bowl later, because I think he does generally struggle with the new ball. So Hamza Salim comes into the attack, and well, yeah, very good. Good afternoon to people that are watching around the globe. We'll take a single here. We've got viewers that are tuning in from all parts of the globe. Hello to everybody watching and on Streamster, watching there, and also from Sports Max in the Caribbean. Streamster, by the way, Austria, Willow, and US and Canada. And of course, we've got a lot of people tuning in from Turkey as well on Sports TV Turkey. Hello to you, and also Sport France. And we'll be hoping that the French can bounce back well a bit later. This one gets played out on the offside. We'll take a single as well. La Liga here in España as well. Hola a todos, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo gusta el cricket, eh? Está bien. Y the equipo España jugando muy bien también. And also to Sports Deutschland. So plenty of action. Stratos. Slower delivery. Meets it pretty well. But once again, it finds the red and the yellow of the Roja Team España.
He's just relentless, this Spanish bowling attack, isn't it, Rico? And keep in mind, they haven't even used Mohamed Babar, who's an exceptional bowler at the top of the innings. Gets nice swing, a little bit of pace. They've got some options.
So that's hit well, straight down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Bogdanos. While he continues his fight, his gutsy innings, gets him into the 20s now, 21 or 14 deliveries, so pitches it up. And well, Bogdanos says, yeah, I'll have some of that. Haven't pitched too many up, have they? I mean, maybe that's been the secret here of the Spanish bowling. Just haven't allowed the batters to drive the ball. And back to the shorter one. This gets worked away to mid-wicket.
Clearly instructed by his captain to not bother bowling into the back half of the pitch.
And there was Long Burns doing the fielding, and it took 4 wickets, including a hat-trick. So what a sensational start there it's been to the Euros of the cricket, as that's the end of the over, and 59 for 7 at the end of the night.
Good opportunity, one over to go to bring up the bowling card. And certainly some good figures there at the top. Lorne Burns, 4 for 9, and there's no good luck in that. There was some quality leg spin bowling, and frankly, the Greek batters just did not have a plan of how to deal with both his exquisite control and no shortage of spin. And another man they're struggling against, Latif Mohammed, coming in to bowl the last.
Yes. Played away nicely. In comes, wow, a throw which the batter tried to get out of the way of, but actually ran right into the firing line there from the throw from Yasir Ali. Let's see this again here. So he's having a look round his corner, thinks, where's it coming? Well, it's coming your way, and well, he runs right into it, right on the back. Boom. Well,
At least hit the sort of fleshier part of the body. It should be okay. Castellanos is fighting hard, 4 off 8.
Well, goes for it, but he doesn't get the middle. This is the catching opportunity. There's got to be a name on this, and there wasn't. And I get the feeling here It may have saved the boundary, but I don't think it's his catch, is it? I think Yassir is the one going for this. That's, well, you can see the captain there with a smile on his face. DDC's got to be catching this.
I agree, Rico. Absolutely needless for Yassir Ali to go back there. As you see, Duakale might have had his foot on the rope as he's just kept that ball in play, but goodness knows why. Cully really should have called hard and aggressively for that catch.
Yeah, I think they're okay with this one. He was pretty close to it, but he does make the save, doesn't he? Here comes Mahmood once again, and oh well, this one has been well hit. It could go all the way. It will go all the way. Bolle, kinda zona, shaka, lagia. Well, that'll bring a few smiles to the faces of some of the Greece supporters. It's a 6, it's a Maximo.
Well, if we've got one highlight for Greek news later tonight, Gastoratos taking the long handle, pumping the speed of Atif Mohammed backward of square leg for a Maximo. Fantastic shot. He races to 12 off 10. Greece up to 68.
And well, this time he's going to edge this behind and he's gone. Once again, it's that shorter delivery. I'm not sure what Gastoratos is thinking or saying. When he tries to run, he goes straight into the hands of the keeper. He's still having a conversation about something here. And looks like he's sharing a thought with Bogdanas, but no doubt about this, it's an edge straight into the gloves of Awais Ahmed. So Ahmed takes another one. He's having a good day behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's got a good set of hands. Nice piece of bowling for Atif Mohammed. Previous ball, just a little bit too leg side. Batter able to swing it behind square as it was. Gastoratos just gets a thin edge through. Well taken by the keeper, but plucky innings from him. Obviously punctuated by that Maximo on the previous ball. Greece now 68 for 8. And they have only got 2 balls left. Geez, they could do with a couple of boundaries here, Rico.
Boundaries, big time required. As the new batter comes in, a couple of balls to go. You probably feel that Bogdanas is quite itching to get onto strike himself. See if they can finish into a sort of 70-something score. So 2 to come. Here comes the Tiff, and well, that's hit pretty well. Tiff goes for the Yorker there. Well met by Muaz, so gets a single, so Bogdanas will face the last ball and be loving it if he can put this to the boundary.
Tell you what, another tick for the Rutgers coaching. Tell you what, if you hit that ball dead straight like that in the final over, you would expect it to go to the boundary, but the fielder down there, Mabidor Kale, he's as straight as a die, almost behind the bowler's arm.
And this one is ricochets back off a Tiff, and Shub Navjot Singh taking evasive action. The umpire, they'll get a single. They will get the score on to 70. But you believe that it's way short of where they need to be because, well, this Spanish team, they are hard hitters and they score their runs very quickly. And, well, though it's been a big, hard, gutsy effort there from Greece on debut, I seem to believe that, well, Equipo Roja will be looking to knock these off in under 6 overs, I think, here, Rhino.
Yeah, it's certainly. It'd be a little bit of a challenge for them. Hopefully we get to see a bit of Georgios Galanis early, but there's some very happy Spanish fans in the crowd. The big red and yellow flag being waved with Juega el Cricket. Good to see some local supporters there. They will be very, very happy about how their team is going so far. They're well led. Relaxed customers in the Greek dugout. Tell you what, it started okay for them. They had 9 on the board in the first 4 balls, including a little bit of good fortune of Vaughan Burns just spinning one past the keeper's arm. But Rico, from then, it was all downhill.
Yeah, it was all downhill because then Vaughan Burns decided he was going to get in the act and reward the manager, Corey, and the coach for getting the tactics right. They went for spin from the beginning and it worked. The wickets were falling. There he is there. He just was saying, yeah, that's what I want you to do. Well, this one was nicely played away. That was going to be cuatro carreras. This is another dive from Atif Mohammed. He couldn't stop it. Vaughan Burns, though, was in the action once again. That's great work there from Awais Ahmed. And, of course, picking up a hat-trick as well. This one is another straightforward, easy catch. 4 wickets. Yasir Ali is not going to drop those. And when those 4 wickets went out so quickly, as we saw the tumble dry getting in the act again there at Rhino, they were really worse. Very, very difficult for Greece to get back into this.
Yeah, it
match.
certainly was. Probably 2 stories of this bowling innings and be interesting ones to look across the rest of the tournament as to what Spain does. First and foremost, putting Burns into bowl at the top of the order and then actually having him partnered by the spin of Ali. And the second part of just have the paceman continually dig the ball in short of a lane. Even Rutgers loving the live interaction with the commentary room. Good to see him enjoying his time out there as a Spanish coach. But I suspect he's really looked at this Greek batting lineup and thought they will struggle with that short ball. Interesting to see whether they continually pepper the body in the games to come against better batting lineups.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, but the plan certainly here in the field worked so well. I mean, it's only the halfway point, but you'd expect them to go all the way and win this pretty comfortably. Once again, I think Atif Mohammed shows what a class act he is and how he's grown as a player. I remember seeing him in the early days playing in Barcelona. We were just a young lad and he looked promising then. The likes of he and also the likes of Hamza Dar, they've come a long way. They certainly now are right up there and household names for Cricket Hispania. There's the scorecard there for you. It was nice to see the likes of Manpreet Singh Mehmi getting into double figures, and then we saw a very gutsy effort there from Chris Bogdanov's 24 of 17, but they just couldn't get going, could they? And I think those wickets off the bowling from Burns when he picked up those 4 quick wickets, that really hurt.
No, gutsy effort from Greece though. They were really one-way walk down Struggle Street at 5 for 21. The fact they've managed to scratch out 70 runs on the board gives their bowling attack something to work with. Powerful Spanish lineup, so I'm sure they will be trying to pursue this as quickly as possible, give themselves a run rate boost, but at least the Greek bowling lineup have got something to work with here, so it'll be interesting to see how they go. The Greeks 70 for 8 off their 10 overs. We're here at match 3 of the European Cricket Championship. It is Andrew Ryan here with the magician Rico Full. We will be here to take you through the second innings of this game in just a matter of minutes. Please come and join us back on the European Cricket Network or any of our broadcast partners in your local territory. Look forward to having your company then.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to match number 3 of this European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket happening here in Spain, in the fantastic province of Andalusia. We, of course, here in the region of Malaga. This is Cardimer. That is the Cardimer Oval. Is the field of dreams, and on a day that is the day of international dreams, the International Dreams Day, well, we've seen some players and some teams already fulfill their dreams. We've seen a century already here in the European Cricket Championship, and it was Ollie Webster of the Isle of Man who scored a century against Czechia in a win. The Isle of Man beat the Czech Republic by 12 runs, and then in this contest we've seen Long Burns, the Spanish bowler, pick up a hat-trick as well. They bowled brilliantly, taking 4 for 9. And restricting Greece to just 70, so 71 required for victory. I'm Rico Full, and join back with me in the box is Andrew Ryan.
Well, joining you back in the box as well, and also very excited to see the tumble dryer. Awais Ahmed out there to open the batting. So team manager Corey Rutgers and skipper Daniel Calais choosing to mix things up, take the opportunity to get a few more players involved after in particular the batting lineup really dominated by the top 2 in that last game. And Kassir taking the ball. It's like a little bit of spin to start this one as well, Rico.
Yeah, well, I suppose they're thinking, all right, it worked against us. Maybe we can deploy the same strategy. So this gets played away. That's not a bad tactic, I know. Awais Ahmed very well. I've seen him bat over the years. He's a very aggressive and attacking player, especially anything on his legs. But he does like the pace on, so this will be an interesting little challenge for him. Short, and it's been cut away beautifully. That's a lovely shot. And I often say, you always know when good batters are in good form. When someone like Awais Ahmed, who, like I said, does historically like to play on the leg side, but when he plays a cut shot like that, you think, okay, he's in good form. It's a good start. 4 runs straight away.
Beautiful shape on that cut shot, Rico. Got his back foot back and across, hit it powerfully. Raced to the boundary. Speed he's bowling at, Kassir. He hasn't got a huge room for error. Dropped that first one at a good length with a nice bit of flight. The second one wide, short. Duly punished.
It's a good comeback delivery there from Kassir. Nicely bowled. So once again, this pitch showing that it's certainly going to be very useful for the spin bowlers. They're getting good turn.
So it's an absolute peach, Rico. The previous ball was a fantastic comeback.
Keeping him outside the off again. So nice start this from Kassir.
Knowing Ahmed like you do, you think the left arm orthodox is a good choice against him?
Yeah, I think it is. He's bowling good areas at the moment too. Once again, it's well bowled. It's a good work behind the stumps there from Aslam Mohammed. Don't usually see him behind the stumps. That's a bit of a surprise for me. I'm used to seeing the captain and doing a bit of bowling as well. So it's behind the stumps.
It's another fantastic delivery from Kassir to finish the over. I'll tell you what, aside from that one boundary, that's an excellent start from the left arm orthodox bowler. And Spain, 4 for none, 1 over down.
Yeah, just that one boundary shot. And just to remind you, 6 matches since we've had a golden ball. A golden ball, of course, is when the scores are tied. Believe in myself. Well, that's there's a happiness board out there for the Spanish team. I think out there it says words like tranquilo, so be calm thoughts all the way through. And yeah, liking that. A bit of a team board and try to motivate the players.
Not so sure about that word at the top left of the board, tranquilled. So you'll have to examine the Rutgers vocabulary once we get away from this match, but certainly giving some good messages for his team. And I like his colour-coded sticky notes technique. Certainly part of every elite coach's armoury. As Khan comes on to the second ball, a little bit short of a length, and got a bit big on Khan there. Just raced past his outside hip.
Yeah, and goes for the big shot, doesn't he? So change in the batting order. This is Babar Khan. So once again, seen him play video cricket there in Barcelona or Badalona Shaheen, a very aggressive player. So getting his opportunity at the top of the order. I think that's where you would bat him. You've got to bat him in the power play, both these batters. That one goes right through him. And, oh, chance. It was a sharp one. It could have been a fantastic one-handed jalebi catch as it gets blasted back to the bowler Khan. Well, it's a battle of the two Khans, isn't it, Babar Khan? He hits this hard, but, well, he couldn't hold on to it, could he, Sinan Khan?
The umpire taking evasive action, but the bowler stuck the right mid out. He actually got his hand into good position. Probably just the pace of the ball caused him to lose control, but bright start. So they are up for this, the Greeks, aren't they, Rico? They may have only put a target of 71 on the board, but this is some of the most vocal we have heard any team today. And these two openers, in the form of Kassir and Khan, have given them reason to believe.
So, yeah, it's a good start. As you see the change at the top of the order. Well, the Spanish not quite clicking at the moment. Well, this is high up in the air. It's an opportunity. The bowler says, leave it to me. And he takes a really good catch. And he's deserved this wicket. He really has, as Sinan Khan. He's bowled well. He's troubled the batter. And Babar Khan, well, unfortunately for him, he could not get going. And he's going to have to go for a duck. So it's going to be a duck for Babar. And it's a breakthrough that Greece badly needed.
Yeah, sensational bit of bowling from Khan here. Just angled just a touch outside off stump, almost squared up the batter, tried to flick it to the leg side. Nothing but a leading edge that pops up and a nice catch taken by the bowler Khan, who's continuing his sensational start at the bowling crease. And Spain, 4 for 1. We're almost through the second over. What a start from the Greeks.
Right, if you thought the Greeks were going to just make it easy for the Spanish, well, think again. It's wonderful rewards for some great bowling. And it really has been a sensational over. No runs from it so far. So 4 balls, no runs, 1 wicket.
If you're the Greeks, you probably have to keep throwing your big guns at this top order, don't you? So I suspect they'll probably bring Kassir back for the third one. And if they can get some dot balls out of him, limit any damage in the power play, Ahmed Hassan, he's a good striker.
Oh, Shani hits it well, and he's going to clear the boundary rope as well. And, well, that's the difference between probably a batter that is in form and seeing it well. That's in Mohammad Ishan, as opposed to that to Babar Khan, who just couldn't get bat onto ball. Now, it's short, it's down, it's drifting a little bit down the leg side, and he's onto it quickly. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's the class of Ihsan, isn't it, Rico? He's predicted what sort of length he's going to get, shifted back and across, stayed low. Fantastic shot. It's quite amazing how often he hits his first ball for 6. He's such a wonderful striker of a cricket ball.
Yeah, well, that one's gone into the old shrubbery there. As, well, it looks like some of the ground staff are hunting for it. I may have to find another one. There's some more drawings that have been going on here. Oh, there's some of the well, behind the scenes. Maybe you're not supposed to see that.
Tactics of Rutgers getting shown away. There's plenty of heart from the Greeks on show, but no shortage of it from the Spanish as well. Looking almost more like an Australian rules football coaches board there, but Rutgers borrowing from other sports. A bit of pace from Khan to finish off the over. Spain 10 for 1, 2 overs gone, and the Greeks have made this a lively contest.
Yeah, they certainly have. 10 for 1, so good finish there from Sinan Khan. He bowled really well, and I think, yeah, you got to go back to Kassir here, wouldn't you? If you have a look at the standing so far, so Spain, of course, at the top with the, well, they've played 1-1-1 in the second. You'd expect them to go on to win this one as well, but well, right behind them there, the Isle of Man with a good victory themselves over the Czech Republic.
Are pretty impressive that first game, weren't they, Rico, for a team that has had much less T10 experience than most of the others in this competition?
Well, I mean, you had the pleasure of commentating in the match. This one's just guided to the field and no run there. But watching it from the sidelines, watching that innings, from Ollie. I mean, the century, Ollie Webster. It was quite sensational. He was timing the ball so well. The sound of that willow was absolutely beautiful as it echoed around the Cardham Oval. This one is straight down the ground, and it's going to be 4 runs. And you touched on this before, the field that Corey uses where he's got a man dead straight there. I mean, you think about that. If that field is deployed here, this is catchable. Yeah, certainly is. They've got the man at long on, really, really quite wide. Admittedly, not to give Rutgers too much credit, but when you've got the left arm orthodox who's spinning the ball away from the batter, I think you can have that fielder a lot straighter. Could come back. Nice arm, Eddie's hit 2 balls away to the boundary. 8. 2 dots out of the first 3 balls from Kassir. He's doing his job again. Okay, this is not out the middle, but it's still going to clear the boundary. So it's a sort of a bitter taste this for the bowler, because he sort of gets the false shot, really, I think, from Awais Ahmed. But Ahmed is still able, even though he hits low down on the bat, he's still able to get it over the boundary. So uses his feet, he comes down, and he gets it good enough to beat the fielder. Yeah, pretty frustrating. Beat him all ends up, Kassir. Oh, what a ball. Fantastic comeback. Almost the polar opposite of what he just bowled. Speared the ball in at middle of leg, and it's tried to just whip that through the leg side. Fantastic bit of bowling, and the Spanish now 20 for 2. Yeah, well, you said the ball before beat him all ends up. Well, this one does beat him all ends up. It's jog and there as it knocks the stumps over. Well bowled. What a good comeback this is, and you can see that Awais Ahmed is looking to clip this away on the leg side, isn't he? That's his strongest point, but it's Fuller. Is in the right area, gets through, knocks the stumps over. Good reward for the bowler. Yeah, good reward, Rico. This is top quality left arm orthodox bowling. That's a change of length and a change of pace without any discernible adjustment to his action. Just lovely stuff to watch, and a great reward. As said, previous ball, it was probably only just the momentum of the batter that gave him enough pace to take that ball over the boundary, but that was a fantastic comeback. And as said, great reward, and the Spanish, obviously the run rate's not a concern for them whatsoever, but 2 wickets down, at least giving them something to think about. Yeah, you can see the win percentage there is still, well, this is not the best of shots from Warren Burns. It was a risky one. It could have gone to hand, really. It looked like he was a little bit in 2 minds what he wanted to do with it. In the end, he just sort of nudges this away. In the air, just watch here. I think he weren't expecting this ball to come back to him. He wasn't expecting so much spin. Yeah, it was not giving him a huge amount of pace to work with Kassir, so he adjusted his shot partway through, but in the end, just a single. And that is the conclusion of quite a remarkable power play. So 2 wickets down for Spain, only 21 runs on the board. So obviously the Greeks don't have a huge target to defend here, but feeling good about themselves. Yeah, feeling good about themselves indeed. You can see that's just how the power play was. So that's like for like there for you. So very little in it. Of course, the wicket's the issue. So Greece are still, I believe, here. Pick up a few wickets to give themselves a chance. And while Spain they may rue the decision to change up the batting lineup. So 21 for 2. Great bowling there from Kassir. Khan looks like he'll continue, and why not indeed, with 1 for 6. Putting enough effort into it, loud grunt to get the single. One of these whippy bowlers, Khan, isn't he? Not a particularly tall man, but the ball really shoots through off the deck, and he bowls with a good bustling action. It's very, very repeatable. He's got good control, ability to put the ball consistently in the place that he wants to bowl. I like the way that he's just taking a moment before each delivery just to set himself, get his plan in order. It's well bowled again. He's bowling a good line. It's a chance here, you know. Now this one, it's worth having a look at this again. Maybe if we can, it'll be pretty close. Nice little change of pace from him there too. Looked like almost a semi-split finger delivery. Might have just jammed down on it. Yeah, he would have been gone here. You see that great work from our production partner, Spring Productions. It's a risky one. Direct hit, and he would have been on his way. Khan once more. hits him on the pads hard. He wants the decision from the umpire. The umpire shakes the head, says not out. Worth having a look this again. Beating him with pace here, you know, genuine pace.
I suspect this is going about half a foot over leg stump, but either way, may as well appeal for it. And Burns, as you say, beaten by the pace. He's a rapid bowler.
Yeah, it's on the way up there quite clearly. So simple decision there for the umpire. And this one, I think, was the slightly slower delivery. It gets away from the fielder, who does extremely well. Keeps his eye on it and makes a stop, and that's a good stop. So the slower grunted delivery, Burns gets back onto it, and fielder does his job well. So they're fighting hard here, Greece, fighting hard.
Well, pace of Khan just meeting the slight mistiming again. Wonderful work out there in the outfield. I think that's Singh Memi coming around there from deep square, showed some pace, covered the ground well.
Bowled again in the block hole, and that's really good bowling. Really liking this spell from Sanal Khan. It's been absolutely fantastic. And he'll be looking to finish it well. Can he finish with another wicket and really apply some more pressure on the Spanish here? 25 for 2 with the ball to go in the fourth.
25 for 3. That makes things very, very tasty, Rico. Full. Spain still just over a tick over a run of ball that they need, but if they get into the lower parts of the batting lineup, suddenly the pressure and doubt starts to come.
And, oh, he gets a little bit of something on this, you know. Once again, it wasn't the most conclusive of shots. Well, in fact, he's given us a leg bye. You can see Long Burns there saying, hey, I got bat onto this. I thought he did as well, I must admit. The umpire, Shubh Navjot Singh, signals leg byes on this. But again, he's not that far away from the keeper. I mean, it's dying on him a little bit as well from the captain, Aslam Mohammed. But a great spell of bowling, keeping the pressure on. And the end of the fourth over, it's 29 for 2.
Yeah, relatively similar position in terms of the runs scored after 4 overs. I guess the difference being that the Greeks were already about 5 wickets down at this stage. But leaving that aside, they've certainly put themselves in the position here where they can at least put some pressure onto this powerful Spanish batting lineup. And I suspect this is Georgios Galanis who will come on to deliver some of his spin for the next over, which I think is a good move from the skipper. He's a renowned wicket taker, can go for runs, certainly did at various times when he was bowling for Corfu here in the European Cricket League a couple of years ago, but does have the capacity to bowl some very, very good wicket-taking balls. And at this stage of the game, ultimately, it's a game of wickets as far as the Greeks are concerned.
Yeah, very much so. I think thing is, there's a gamble you've got to take. He is a wicket taker, get a few wickets here, and you're still very much in this contest. But you bowl a bad one, and it goes for plenty. It's game over. Giorgio Galanis starts. And a bit of short, gets away with it. Oh, it's a terrible mix-up. It's going to be a run-out. And it's going to be another wicket that will go. And it's Lorne Burns. Well, it's his call, isn't it? Burns wants it. Mohammad Ishan doesn't react to the call. Burns ends up stranded down one end. Well, communication failure there for the Spanish team. And Greece, they have another wicket.
Yeah, I suspect Coach Rutgers is going to be furious on multiple levels. I mean, first and foremost, short of a length ball going down the leg side. Really, Assange should have put this away. Didn't time it well. Burns sprinting down the other end. I'm not sure he was really thinking too much. He's essentially taken off as soon as Assange has struck the ball. Assange just does the old hand up in the air. No oral communication. Really, really poor execution from a good side. And Galanis has got away with that one there, Rico. I mean, halfway down the pitch, I thought they was going to get spanked over the backward square boundary.
It was not a good ball. It's not one that you thought was going to result in a wicket coming from it, but it does because of that communication. Burns, you can see, very disappointed as he goes. And now, well, Mohammad Ishan, that's playing in the back of his mind, I think. I think he was disappointed he didn't put the last ball away. Double disappointment that he was involved in the run out. And now, well, I think out of frustration, he's taking on Galanis here. Galanis needs to get a good one in here. Put the pressure on. Okay, it's up in the air. How much of this has he got? It's going, gone, and it goes all the way. Seis Carreras. Oh, Well, you just thought something had to give here. I think Mohamed Ishan, he was feeding the pressure, wickets falling at the other end, involved in that run out, miscommunication, and he just feels the need here to play a few shots. Wasn't the cleanest of hits though. And, misses out on this one as well. And the keeper from Greece, they're throwing themselves around, getting there. They're making a fight of this, they really are. They're making a fight of it. Couple of balls to go.
How good is this, Rico? To see a team who were expected to get comprehensively beaten this game. They've struggled with the bat, but they are fighting so hard, the Greeks here, and they are really, really turning the screws on this Spanish lineup. Huge ball coming up for Galanis.
Yeah, Hamza Salim Dar only knows one way to play. He has to attack. Oh, that's a misfield. That's going to cost them 4 runs. That's disappointment. He wants to attack this. I can understand it from the fielder. Wants to attack it, doesn't want to give the run away, but unfortunately takes his eye off the ball and it goes through him. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad bit of bowling from Galanis. It was nicely played by the batter. Unfortunately, as you say, Agastadorados trying to attack, trying to stop the single, but in the end it was the defensive fielding play that was probably needed. Spain, run a ball needed.
40 on the board. And Salim Dar starts with a fortuitous boundary, and now, well, he just manages to lob this one over the infielder. It's going to be a single, and not a bad over at all from Galanis. It goes for 11, and at the end of 5 overs, it's 41 for 3. An opportunity to welcome you into the comments. And of course, opportunity to talk about some of the new initiatives that we have in the European Cricket Network. Very proud of a new initiative, Share the Meal. What's your thoughts on that?
I think lovely initiative. I think it's a shocking fact, Rico, that 1 in 10 people around the world do not have sufficient food to eat, which really hits home of how much global hunger and global food crisis is an issue that we have to take very, very seriously. And European cricket trying to do our little bit in supporting World Food Day coming up on the 16th of October.
Yeah, it's something that we can all be involved in. I mean, I think you'll see the QR code. If you scan the QR code, you get more information on it. But yeah, in partnership, and very proud to be in partnership with the United Nations in the food program. So Share the Meal. So just scan the QR code and we can all do a bit. And just remember, as little as 70 cents can help feed somebody for the day. So we can all do a bit. And of course, the European Cricket Network, well, we've got our goal. We're trying to feed over 44,000 people, as this one is going a long way up in the air, and also it will go the distance as well. Manos, arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, and the smiles returning back to the faces of the equipo España.
Yeah, lovely shot there. I thought for the first moment, bowler might have beaten him in flight and the ball was going straight up, but got plenty of forward momentum on it. Lovely shot. And Gul Nawaz's under a little bit of pressure here. He's gone for 9 off his first 3 balls. Spain moving far more comfortably towards this target than they were possibly a few overs ago. They've still got Hassan out there, and Salim Dar's started pretty well.
It's too short, and that's going to be punished as well. Well, Mohamed Ishan, we know how dangerous that he can be. He can change the way a match is going in an instant, and that's what he's looking to do here, as this one goes the distance as well. Boom! Shakalagya.
Yeah, he's one of the best strikers in this tournament. Hassan, low set position. He really get under just about anything, and he hits so strongly out to that leg side. It really only takes you missing your target by a small amount.
And he wants to go again, and he will go again. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Shakalagya. Well, the Spanish loving that. Look at them. They're waving the 6 in the air. They're waving the Spanish flag as well. The supporters, they're having some fun. As, well, the Spanish side looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 on the opening day of the European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, certainly they bowled very well in the opening innings here, and the batting lineup is finally starting to click after some struggles. Great to see some local support down here at Cardimer, isn't it, Rico?
Loving it, making some noise in the fan zone. Of course, I'm sure enjoying a few cervezas, courtesy of a beer partner. And Victoria Cervezas, of course, they do not just there, but ciders and sin alcohol as well. And well, why not delve in some food as well through Purple Pepper, a food partner as well. And of course, it's worth mentioning that Purple Pepper themselves are doing their bit for Share a Meal as well. Every kids' meal that they do, they're going to donate €2 towards the cause. So well done to Purple Pepper.
That's the end of the 6th over. And Spanish 63 for 3. So a lot more comfortable, Rico, than it was. So the Spanish only needing 8 runs off 24 balls. That over from Gul Nawaz going for 22, unfortunately. And frankly, when you're defending 71, you can't really afford such a significantly leakage over. And Asa Ahmed coming on to bowl, right arm around the wicket. Just managed to push that one across his son. Gets a dot.
Yeah, that's the danger, wasn't it? You knew that one good over, one magical over would change the way this match is going, and that's exactly what's happened there. An over from Nawaz, 22 goes magical. And now you can see that, well, Asar Ahmed got a lot to do here, and also a little bit short, but is he going to get enough? No, he's not going to get a wicket here. The batter gets enough, wins the battle, gets enough power in it once again to Sishan. And once again, that's a tough shot to play. He's playing it off the back foot. He's not getting any momentum going into the shot, so a powerful strike, 6 more.
If you're the bowler, you feel like you've probably done your job there, but somehow Hassan just continues to get enough power, and this one's gone again. And that's a pretty good way for Spain to finish this game. It's taken them 6.5 overs to chase down a target. It'll be a nice little boost for their run rate, but in the end, they take this contest with a fairly comprehensive 7-wicket win, and that means they are 2 for 2. Kisses all around from Babar, and there'll be plenty of hugs within the Spanish unit today. But Rico, Greeks fought hard.
They fought hard. They made a fight of it. And like I said, it was only that one over, that last one that went for 22, which sort of just eased the pressure from the Spanish. But Spanish, they'll be happy playing here in front of their fans. They are, of course, the home team, and they're going to walk up those steps to the applause of the Spanish supporters. So the Equipo Rojo have been on fire here today. 2 very good comprehensive wins. Not only have they got the points on the board, but they'll do their net run rate some good as well. You can see they're very happy. There's Juan Carlos, the president of Cricket España, and John Howden, the CEO. They're going to be very happy. And, well, some applause there from Roger Finer as well, the CEO of the European Cricket Network. So well done to the Spanish national side. They've made a flying start to the campaign. 2 wins out of 2. Well, they've got to believe in themselves. And, well, Rhino, I think they certainly did that.
Yeah, certainly they did. Well, the Greeks, they put on a bit of a show with the ball earlier on. And it was the left-arm spinner of Kasia and Sinan Khan, who bowled a pair of excellent overs early on. That was a good return catch. But the Spanish, they've got some heart. And they've got plenty of big hitters as well who know how to find the boundary and find it with ease. And despite that opening experiment of Ahmed and Khan not going quite the way expected, lovely bit of left arm orthodox there from Kasia to pick up the clean bowled. And there was no shortage of commitment from the Greeks as well, throwing themselves all around the field.
Yeah, they fought hard, didn't they? And, well, they looked the part. We still think that from what we've seen so far, they've got the most dashing kit. And, well, that wasn't so dashing. The only person who was dashing there was Lorne Burns, dashing down to the other end, but there was no commitment from Mohammad Ishan, who stayed put. Burns being run out, and then Mohammad Ishan probably felt the need to finish this off before he got too much stick from Corey when he went back to the dugout. And I think he did himself some favours because he hit some big uns, didn't he? And that one there sealed it off. So well batted for Mohammad Ishan. He ends up unbeaten on 38, 6 sixes and no 4s in that. He just deals in 6s there.
Certainly does. Well, it means he doesn't have to run too often because his work between the wickets is not always stellar, as Lorne Burns found out. But in the end, 38 off 13. It was the match-winning innings in the end for the Spanish with the bat away. Ahmed 14 at the top, a duck for Babar Khan. Excellent bowling for Sinan Khan to take him with a caught and bowled opportunity, and Burns obviously being run out. But it was a pretty comprehensive win for the Spanish, but really impressed how the Greece team fought hard. And certainly those top 3 bowlers, Kasir Khan and Galanis, they will be a useful combo for them throughout the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, the 2 opening bowler thing. I mean, Kasir with his spin, 1 for 15, and also Sinan Khan, 1 for 10. I think they bowled really well. They complemented each other really well. There was a bit of pace and fire there from Sinan Khan, and some really good turn there from Cassia. But the thing is, if you don't get enough runs on the board, it's always going to be difficult, especially against a team like Spain. But they didn't make them sweat, so they should, they've got to take something. They've got to take some pride from that. It's the first time that they're playing in the European Cricket Championship. They need to take the positives, and the positives were the way they fought in the field. But they've got to do better with the bat.
Yep, certainly. And I'm sure they'll go back. They'll learn a bit from this contest. They'll be a little bit more used to the pitch, the pace and bounce that comes out of this Cardamom deck, and I'm sure they'll be much better in their next contest. But speaking of next contest, we have match 4 of day 1 here at the European Cricket Championship 2023. We have Group A on show, and it is Czechia versus France. Both teams losing their first up game. They will be desperate to get their campaign underway. That game, a little bit of a wait for it, so 1 hour and 5 minutes. Please come back and join us on the European Cricket Network then. It is Andrew Wright here with the doyen of European cricket commentators, Rigo Full. We've had a great pleasure in taking you through this game, which the Spanish have won by 7 wickets. Please come and join us for the next match in just over an hour.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to Spain. It's the Euros of Cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, back for a third consecutive year. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN and all of our broadcast partners. It's great to have your company. Still 2 matches coming your way on opening day. Coming up next, 2 teams that haven't got a win yet in their first game. They'd love to get on the board here. It's going to be Czechia versus France in Group A, Match 4. Let's go over to Rob Kemming, who's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, France, your call.
Yeah. European cricket.
European cricket is called? It's Dream11.
We'll ball first.
The ball first. Czechia will ball first.
So Aaron Ashokan has won the toss for Czechia and he's elected to bowl first. So they will be chasing. Of course, they chased in their first match. It was match number 2 against Isle of Man. They fell 12 runs short of that target. I suppose maybe one man took the game away from them in that instance. But I think with Czechia, it was just a case that they made a kind of average score with the bat, but they needed to chase something slightly above par. Maybe they can do a little bit more with the ball. I do think they will have their work cut out for them against a French side that I think batted really well but didn't bowl to their potential in the first game. So I think that Noman Amjad will be looking for something a bit better out of his bowling attack, because it was a bit of a reverse from France, wasn't it? Last year they bowled really well, couldn't really make any runs. It was the opposite, because they did make 149 in the opener but then still went down to Spain. So 2 teams that can really use the points. Well, here's a man that'll take you towards the first ball. It's Rico Full standing by. Match 4 on the way. It'll be the twilight fixture as well, Rico, as the lights will be on pretty shortly. But the news from the toss is that Czechia, they've won the toss and they've sent in the French.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, giving us the insight to these 2 teams. Of course, one thing we do know is that they both lost their opening matches. France, though, they got the runs on the board, 149. It wasn't enough against Spain, as Spain got there with 6 balls to go. And, well, Czechia, they were chasing 136 against the Isle of Man, and they fell short by 12 runs. So looking to get points on the board, and you can think that both of these 2 teams, well, they will not want to go back to base at our Sunset Beach hotel partner without any points on the board. So this is a huge match. As Vinny said, well, sunshine it may be now. Yes, it's 6:30 local time. We're coming up to, well, the light will suddenly start to fade. We'll start to see the long shadows, and then, well, it's time to do it by the night as the lights, the floodlights come on. This is the 2 teams, and the change there you can see. Well, Vinny will be happy when he comes back, because, well, it looks like Action Jackson is going to be in the side behind the stumps for France. Hevet Aladdin Jackson. Now, watch out for him. A bit of a character, and I think Czechia here, they'll be hoping that their key players get going. I think Arun Ashun will be hoping that Sabawun Devasi once again gets into the runs and scores big runs. I think Rikit Tomar for me could be the important one. This is what our win predictor is saying on this one, that France 70% to Czechia 30%. Czechia, remember last year in the 2022 European Cricket Championship, they didn't get a win under their belt at all, and they've started this one with a loss as well. So they are keen to get a victory under their belt, and well, if they can get that win, you never know what that could spark. It's all about how many runs they can sort of restrict the French to. So winning the toss and putting the French into bat. So it's all about trying to contain. Well, there's somebody that's doing a little bit of stretching before the start of the match. Go on, son, give it some, give it some. Work on those biceps, come on. Well, you take every opportunity that you can. Here's the first ball. And it's been smashed, and it will go all the way. Volley, volley, volley. Well, I tell you what, he doesn't need to work on his biceps, does he? As Bashir goes, boom, shaka, lagya. That's boom plastic. As that goes all the way. A cracking shot. It's a little bit too short there for Senagupta. Got to get the ball right up there. Hello to everybody that has been tuning in. A lot of action in our chat as well. This one will be a wide, and it gets well left. Not tempted Umar Bashir to go for a big swing again. Hello to the likes of Kroom and Matthew Hudson, John Tucker, a lot of people that have been tuning in, and of course Dave, a lot of the regulars as well, Stephen Kelk and Nick and Wayne donating some euros our way as well. And speaking of donating, as we see another one that will go the distance as well, Manos Riva. Oh, what about getting onto that QR code for our partnership with, of course, the United Nations in their World Food Programme. Share the meal, that's what we're talking about here. And yeah, get the QR code, read up a little bit about it, and we are proud to be partnering that. And do your bit to help the millions of people around the world who, who are not having a meal tonight. You can do your bit, and by just donating as little as 70 cents, you can help to feed someone up to 350 million people around the globe that go without meals in the world today. And we can all do our bit, can't we? We can make a difference. And yeah, very proud to be supporting that share a meal. So another swing and a miss, and the batter goes down on one knee, wants to be hitting this straight over. I think he's seen that the two fielders, the two men straight, long on and long off, are inside the circle, so wants to go big. But just not getting himself in the right position is Bashir. Has hit 2 big 60s in the over already, 13 from it. Good to see that one wide as well. And Gupta in again. And this is high and mighty. It'll go all the way. Número 3. Así me gusta. No hay dos sin tres. Qué grande, qué guay, qué genial. 6 carreras más. But que mare shot. Shaka lag gaya. Well, that's a powerful hit. Of course, hello to our global audience around the world that are tuning in. I want to say a big thank you to a lot of people that have been tuning in and sending us messages through. Of course, you can contact us on the social media. Everyone loving the action here of the Euros of cricket. This one's not a good delivery. It's ill-directed down the leg side. I think it was the attempted slow ball from Gupta, but he gets it wrong, and that's been worked away magnificently. So Bashir, well, he's doing a little bit of bashing the same way that he did against Spain earlier. I like the way he batted. He scored 38 of 14 in that match. And, well, he's off to a flyer here as well. And you can see this is Group A. And we'll finish on Wednesday. Very different to last year where the groups went on for the whole week. Only 3 days of action, so you can see how important it is. Teams will only play each other once. If you finish 5th, then you are not going to take part on finals day for the group on the Wednesday. It's only the top 4 that will be there, so it's very important. Look at that, it looks absolutely stunning. The Karama Oval. It's, well, where players' dreams come true, and we've had a few of those already, haven't we? And what a start it's been to the Euros of cricket. We saw a century from Ollie Webster of the Isle of Man, 101 of 35 deliveries, and then Lorne Burns of Spain taking a hat-trick, 4 for 9. And something tells me, with this match of one more to go today, we're going to see some more stunning moments. And, well, it's a tight call, but called wide. Let's have a look at this one. So he does go across him. And here's, yeah, I think that's a really tight call for me, the umpire. See that umpires here, Asad Ali and Nirmal Singh. Shubnavjot Singh is the third umpire, and of course, supported by the man that we always see at the coin toss, Sir Rob Kemin. And he gets this pretty well as well. There's nobody out there. It's going to be a long chase for the fielder. And, well, he does get there. The ball does die, so he doesn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. The Zain Army, the left-hander, is keen to make some runs here, isn't he? Didn't quite get going in the earlier match. And, well, it's a glorious position that we have here, looking down into the middle. As in comes. This is nicely played. And has he got enough of this? Oh, yes, he has. It will go all the way. Bolle. That's another Maximo. And speaking of Maximo, oh, yeah, he's in the house. Let's welcome back into our beautiful commentary position, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. And, yeah, pretty big demolition job. I watched from the stands. as we saw Spain get over Greece. It's a good start from France, isn't it? I mean, they're going for a ball at the moment. Pouyan trying to stop the bleeding, and it might not stop just yet because this is pulled away, and that is going to go the journey as well. Maximo! Right now, France, they've been putting on big runs, and it's kind of it's the yin to the yang of last year when their bowling was out of this world. But they struggled to make runs. They've certainly found a way to bat today. It's just their bowling's been a bit disappointing so far. Zayn Ahmed's actually been a bit of a revelation at the top of the order. They had Gus McKeon opening for them in the T20 format, but then when he was unavailable, they've thrown Zayn up there, and he's doing a very, very good job, and he's going to continue here. 6-4, hungry for more, and France already into the 40s. We're only 10 balls into this game.
It's a cracking start, isn't it? Yeah, they're doing exactly what they did against Spain. Just watch this. It's a really good shot. I think the bowler here just needs to look at the trigger movement from the batter. You can see that Zayn is very quick to get across to the offside. And this time he attacks him. He wants to take the single on, and he will. Aggressive batting, but I like it. I like this from the French.
Yeah, it's very attacking. That's for sure. Yeah, Czechia, though, just kind of have just a consistent record this year of going down by a handful of runs, like a dozen or less, or 15 or less. You know, they're close, but they're not really finishing off games, or there's patches in games they probably like back. Bashir gets a strike back. He's had a magical start to his innings. And now he nicks, and it just blasts through and almost over. Divyendra Singh, who gets a glove to it. Tough one, but I suppose you've got to put it down as a chance.
Yeah, it's travelling this, isn't it? But he does get a glove to it. He's one of those, I think, Vinny, and you know better than me. I mean, if your hand's in the right spot, that will stick. But he just doesn't get there, doesn't stick, so that's an opportunity as the Bashir gets dropped.
So that will take us to the end of the over. It's 44 without loss. Yes, I suppose the issue there is that he's had to react so quickly and actually had to move so quickly. So as a wicket keeper, I think it helped me to always anticipate a difficult one. But you wouldn't, normally a difficult one, you expect to maybe have to go to your right. That one just kind of flew straight up. It was just a reaction thing. I mean, a lot of keepers may not even get a glove to that. It goes for 4. So just one of those things. I suppose a bit of a half chance. If they take it, they probably feel like it's a bit of a turning point. But now this is a big moment as well because Riaz Afridi is coming on. He's going to try and blast these guys out. Good work. Good backfire. Let's have a look. Over number 3. Well, this is chopped full and wide. I think Riaz, he has a bit of a history of wanting to bang the ball in at all costs, but I do like to see him bowling fuller, or at least changing his lengths up a little bit. But he's one guy, he's a real exciting guy, former mixed martial arts representative as well, former gymnast, former male model. I mean, this guy, he's done a bit of everything. He also has this move where he can do like a flip to get himself up off the ground without using his hands. Yeah. It's a bit of a freak, basically, but in a good way. This is cut away, though, and that pace is going to work against Riaz this time. And I think this one might have gone all the way. Maximo Zayn Ahmed is now overtaken Bashir, and the 50 has come up for France as well. And we're only in the 3rd over. Another big power play.
Yeah, that's been blazed to the boundary, hasn't it? He is so quick on it, but you're right. He's using the pace of Riaz Afridi. And well, that boundary brings up the 50, and it's come lightning quick. 51 of, well, just 14 deliveries that we've seen in this contest so far. They want to get a breakthrough pretty quick here.
Pitches up, driven. Should beat the field. Well, they're coming, they're going, and we might have a run out here. Well, this is about as big of a mix-up as you could possibly hope for. So the Czechs get a gift.
But this is terrible.
You have to count how many times they change direction here. Look, so they come, they go, not watching each other, lose eye contact. Then these going, then they're both going the same way. I mean, that is a good old-fashioned cook-up. I don't think I've actually seen more changes of direction in an attempted single.
That is very much an in-out, shake it all about, isn't it? I mean, that's terrible. And, well, the good start, it is a good start. It's been absolutely cracking, but Zayn Ahmed is going to have to go. And just when he was looking good, but that wicket's come from nowhere because they never looked in any danger at all. And that is very much self-inflicted.
Yeah, so Zayn Ahmed will be disappointed to go over 25. And look, there's a couple of fundamentals at play there. One thing is when you're running between the wickets, you really want to try and hold eye contact with your batting partner. If you lose that, then you can end up running the same way and no one really knows what's going on. So if you lock eyes with your batting partner, okay, get a sense of where the ball is. But if you go, you go. You know, that is kind of the cardinal sin, I think, turning your back on your partner. Mukhtar Ali Gulami, though, the beast comes in at 3. It's full toss first up. It's carved away, just evades the fielder, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's goes for the Yorker, I think. Sees the new batter and he thinks, okay, I'll try to go for the Yorker length. Gets it wrong, ends up being a bit of a full toss, and well, no mistakes from Ali Gulami. Puts it away, and he starts at a boundary 4. So even though they lose that wicket, they want to be keeping the run rate going pretty speedily.
Yeah, so again, tries to go full there, Afridi. And I do like it. I mean, if he can keep jamming out Yorkers, that's great. But yeah, the cost of missing, pretty significant here at the Cardinal Oval. This time he does throw in the bounce. It's called a wide, I think on width. But, I mean, certainly a player you can't take your eyes off for many reasons. There's Afridi.
Yeah, he's up for a battle, isn't he? And he's, of course, not only is he bowling a wide there, but because it's a short delivery that goes over the shoulder, it's going to be the one for the over as well. So they can't be bowling that again.
He goes after this uncontrolled, but with the pace of Afridi, that's going to fly over the fence. Maximo! Well, we're pretty used to the beast from Czechia. Unfortunately, he's not here, but the beast from France is, as Gulami unintentionally goes over deep third for 6.
Yeah, it's not where he's wanting that to go at all, but he hits that hard, doesn't he? He throws everything at it, all the white goods, including the kit and sink. And he gets his maximum, so 6 more, 62 for 1 with the ball to go.
Yeah, that's one sense of being a fast bowler, that actually sometimes that pace can be a hindrance. Last ball the third. That's it. So it's just a case of hitting his spots more often there, Afridi, because the mechanics are there, aren't they? But magical power play for front. There's 62 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, it's a smashing power play indeed. And I'll tell you who's liking it. All of our viewers that are tuning in, watching sport in France. Well, hello to you all. I hope you're enjoying the performance here from your team. Of course, France, they did go down in the first match against the host Spain, 149 to 150, and they did bat well in that one as well. But they did let themselves down with the lengths they were bowling with the ball, so that's where they've got to do better here. And they're looking to make amends and make sure they don't finish the day without any points on the ball. The thing is, the Czech Republic, they're looking to do the same here, Czechia. But at the moment, I've got to say that France have the upper hand, even though Czechia were gifted the wicket there of Zain Ahmed, getting himself run out on 25. It's still a very powerful start. And just have a look at the win predictor there, changing all the time, 91% to 9% in favour of France.
This kind of power play. I mean, they're on magical pace, on 207 pace at the moment. I like they're going to spin, though. Margashayam to take over. And straight away, we see a false shot. It's just going to land out of the grasp of the fielder there. They will come back for 2. This is one thing we didn't really see earlier on from Czechia against the Isle of Man. There was a bit of a same to their attack. And okay, it was kind of one guy that was carrying the batting, Ollie Webster for Isle of Man. But, you know, I would have liked to have seen some spin at some point. So now they're going to Venki. And so once again, you just see the rhythm of this innings has changed with the change of pace.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it, though? I mean, you can understand why you got 62 on the board, but they're starting with a very defensive field. And you just think if you just attack just slightly a little bit there, there's a couple of balls there being hit. Haven't been hit out the middle, and the opportunity's there. Now, this is another one. This one could be the wicket, and it should be. He's going to parry it into his hands. Well, he takes 2 efforts. Well, he was backpedaling. He hit it up into the air, Gupta, but he had a second opportunity, and he clutches onto it. So the change, Venkatesh takes the wicket to take the pace of the ball. It proves to be vital.
Change is as good as a holiday, and you can actually get both here. You can get a change and a holiday here on the Costa del Sol. But yeah, you see the natural angle across. He kind of, straight away he's in trouble, doesn't he? Mukhtar Ali Gulami. I don't know how deliberate that was, but he was pretty conscious if he was going to drop it, he wanted to drop it upwards. Never takes his eyes off the ball, Satya, and takes it on the second attempt. So nice work by Margashayam. I think he's been very, very good when he's been fit and on the park for Czechia this year. And he does break through with the second wicket. First one for the bowlers. It's 65 for 2.
Yeah, Magashaya, well done. And we've seen that already today. I mean, I wonder if that's going to be the pattern here, Vinny. We saw Spain do it really well, didn't they, when they surprised everybody and opened with long burns, and how effective that was against Greece. Long burns, of course, picking up those 4 wickets. And now we're seeing that spin being brought into the action here and picking up those wickets, those key wickets early on. Kanasane comes out, and this guy can hit the ball pretty well as well. So he's still got dangerous batters out there.
Had a breakout innings of 89 not out in the Valletta Cup in Malta in the T20 International Tournament earlier in the year. This is going to be one for Lingiswaran to get him going. I had a question in the comments section from Oktay, who's watching from Sweden. Hello, Oktay. He's asking, what is the largest power play that we've ever seen? Now, 62 is a pretty good power play, but it's not quite as good as the record. I'll tell you after this ball, which is launched up and out of the ground. Well, that was out of the middle. Well, Bashir by name, Bashir by nature. Maximo, that one sends the ball retrievers scurrying.
It's a good hit, isn't it? I mean, it was just that length, wasn't it? It was right in his swing zone. Just watch this. He says, thank you very much. I'll have it. And, well, it's like a golfer swing. That goes a long way. Big hit.
So the highest power play is actually 82. And it actually was here at the Cartmore Oval. Dreux in the ECL against Tunbridge Wells, the French club versus the English club. Cameron Ahmedzai from Dreux, part of this team right now for France. As we see a good comeback from Magashime. Okay, does get whacked once, but all in all, it's a much better over for Czechia. As we get to the end of the 4th, the score is 72 for 2. So, yeah, Dreux did the 82. It was matched by Pak Care, actually, in the Barcelona Bash last year in the European Cricket Series. It's pretty good going, isn't it? 82 and 3.
It's not bad, is it? It's not bad at all. Okay, looks like there's going to be a change here. And you can see there, the game's slightly downward, so starting to get back into this at Czechia. But, I mean, France, what a start.
Sticking with spin now. Aaron Ashokan, the captain, to come on and bowl some off spin. So, kind of sticking with what's working. Yeah, 82 in the power play. And then Dreux just needed one more ball to reach the 88, which was the target. 13 minutes of madness, we called it.
Yep.
Anyway, here's the skipper. Oh, I think this might have been a catch, you know.
I think it was. I don't think this is a bump, you know. And from the reaction from Ashokan, I think he knows this. I mean, it was hit well. But, yeah, I think from his standards, the captain's standards, he's disappointed he hasn't caught this one.
Yeah, let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, that's not a bump ball, but it is hit pretty hard. Back to the action. He has to wait for this. He does, and then strokes it beautifully over extra cover. Well, Bashir putting on a show here. Maximo as he moves into the 40s.
Yeah, nice hit. He's just got such a good rhythm about him at the moment. He is flowing. Just watch this. He sees that there's going to be a bit of width here. He gets the bat high up, gets a good, clean hit through the ball, and it stays hit. It goes all the way.
Hello to Terry, who's watching right now. Big supporter of Czech cricket, and a lot of people tuning in from that country. Ooh, close.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go upstairs here. This is all about how quick is the bat speed from the batter compared to the hand speed of the keeper. This is going to be closer than we think, you know.
I don't think his bat's down. Is his foot back? Yeah, I think his foot's just back. So tight, and great quick hands from Devendra Singh, but yeah, he just survives.
It's a good job he does get his foot down because the bat landed on the line. So if he went by the bat, he would have been gone. But you see the foot and the bat come down at the same time, but the foot is past the line and he's in. He makes it.
The officials here, they're always in the game. That's the thing. It's kind of like cricket on steroids, really. And the officials do a great job keeping up. Goes for this again, and once again, it's going to go the journey. Maximo! As Bashir brings up his 50, brings it up off 16 balls. What a knock.
What a knock indeed. Well, felicidades por el batedor porque tienes unas 50 carreras. Muy bien, Shaba, Shaba. Tuma Bashir apni half century puri kar li as he clobbers another one. Lovely jubbly for a big 6.
Oh, another tight one. It's look, that's the thing. I just think we're seeing more misses to spinners. Okay, occasionally the odd ball's disappearing. That'll happen. You kind of don't mind getting hit for 6 by good shots. That time, the foot safely back. Last ball of the 5th. And he nails it down the ground. So it's a fantastic half century from Bashir, really. Just what France wanted, someone to step up to the top of the order. I mean, France, the team last year, they struggled for runs. No such struggles so far today. End of the 5th over, it's 91 for 2.
Yeah, there's that shot again, and what a beauty it was. He's just hitting through the ball so clean. Well, that is as straight as you can get. Big smiles on the faces of the French at the moment. And, well, they're racing away here. And at this rate, well, you're looking at a 180, 190 score.
Now, what's one thing people might not realise if you're perhaps tuning in for the first time this year or you're a new viewer is that we're actually going all around Europe with this format of the game. You know, it's really ignited cricket on the continent. So this is a list of all the places we've been. Of course, we've got our 2 marquee tournaments, the ECL in February, March, and then, of course, the ACC break run right now. I was just in Rome all the way until the weekend before I came here. We still have more cricket to come in Croatia, Malta, and Spain. And then at the end of the year, we've also got the ECCW for the first time, which we announced fairly recently, which is the Euros of Cricket for Women. So if you want to know more, just look us up, ECN European Cricket Network. And there's live cricket every day. You know, platforms like YouTube these days, there's a lot of accessibility. And the best thing about the ECS, you know, it's live, it's free, and it's 10 hours of entertainment a day.
Yeah, well, we call it cricketainment, isn't it? You will not get better or see better action than this. I mean, your doctor says you need 5 a day. Well, we give you 5 a day, 5 matches a day. And, of course, we're doing it international style here at the Euros of Cricket here in Andalusia. And what a beautiful part of the world Andalusia is as well.
So we have 109 matches in this series, but the whole year it's going to end up something in the 1600s, 1,600, something like that, which is, we're already actually past our record for amount of matches in a year, 1,222, and there's still 3 months to go in the season. Anyway, here's the attack, Rizik Tomar. He's going to bowl a wide first up, and you can see those blue wide lines, essentially, and the bowlers are compelled to make sure that the whole ball's inside that blue line when it passes the popping crease. There's some sort of pre-movement outside off by the batter. So Tomar just loses the battle that time. And he loses it this time as well. So, I mean, it's a plan to do that and maybe sneak a ball in, forces the batter to maybe play away from their body. I'm curious about the tactics. There's Andy. He's keeping an eye on the players in match officials area. Loves being on the camera, Andy, as you can tell by that. Under the sunglasses, there's a look that says, "Get out of my face." Another wide.
Yeah. I don't know why he's drawn to it. I mean, Kanasane, I think I was saying he's doing well. He knows it's wide. He's not chasing him. He leaves him alone. And then this time he chases this unnecessarily. You can see the bowler just having a little look at the umpire, says, "Hey, umps, you sure?" I think Nirmal Singh is on the ball.
Batters like to bat. You know, he wants to hit the ball. He's not wanting wides. He's still got 6 to face in this over potentially, though. Tack's going okay. Just has to realign. And he does, and he is going to go a long way. Back over his head. Maximo. Perhaps a slight overcorrection. This one's a bit too close to Kanasane, and it disappears. Great power from Lingeswaran.
Yeah, and that brings up the 100 as well. It's a really good shot from Kanasane. Remember, he did give that chance there, didn't he? It was a sharp one that the captain, Oshan, wasn't able to pick up a run. We called him bold opportunity. He was only on 1 at the time, so these are all runs which hurt, and this time he's short. He gives it a good hit, a lovely pull shot. He hits it out of the middle. Well, that is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowler, Rasmalai. And that's 4 more. What a lovely shot that is.
Just like their choices. If you think about what they've done so far, they've never really premeditated once in this innings. I think sometimes batters get a bit too clever by half. Just play the right shot to the right ball, and you can score 4s and 6s, 360 here. So, I mean, that was a shorter one, was pulled into the gap. And when it's drivable, they've got the confidence to go up and over the straight fielders. A lot of people enjoying the fan zone as well. And this time he's just going to launch it again. Too much length offered. And the tag is under attack. We haven't seen a ball retriever catch one yet. Well, we know that's the indie zone down there where we had a bit of an incident in a previous tournament. But right now, France are firing with the stick.
Yeah, well, that's a powerful strike as well. And again, it's harder now. Starting to rub salt into the wound, isn't he? Especially of the captain who put him down.
Now, looks like this will be one. Kanisane is deceptively quick between the wickets, but there's not too many twos on this ground, especially with fielding at this level, the international level. I want to say a quick hello to Piers Fletcher, who is the Netherlands 11 coach. Of course, they've automatically qualified for Championship Week. And yeah, a lot of people in the comment section. I know it's a bit tough to be as interactive here at the ECC, but keep an eye on those comments and really appreciate those interactions. Goes after this. It probably would have been a wide. It's kind of off the toe. And it's taken. Well, what a catch that is.
No way.
Mataranga, he had no chance, but
No
he's just taken
way.
it in his stride.
What have we just seen here, Vinny?
I just thought straight away he'd be lucky to touch it. Not only does he touch it, he takes the catch and he makes it look easy. So it's going to be Bashir who goes 51 and out. But it's never easy taking him over the shoulder like this, running back with the flight.
This is
Say
an
what you like.
exceptional catch.
He's just judged it absolutely perfectly, and he made it look easy. I think, yeah, it was off the toe for sure. But, you know, France, they kind of fell away at the end of their innings. They'll be hoping, or Czechia will be hoping, that they can do something similar and keep this to something reasonable. Right now, we're looking at Bashir walking back for 51. Great knock from him. The score 111 for 3.
Hey, it's a great knock. I mean, I don't think he can believe. I don't think a lot of people can't believe that. I mean, you don't often see catches being taken like that. Well, that is the tank. Well, the tank, he's used to seeing him firing. Well, he takes a great catch. That is an incredible catch. A good innings, though, from Omar Bashir comes to an end as a result of that catch.
Mataranga, I think, is the man that took the catch in the end. But, but the tank, I suppose he drew the false shot, didn't he, with the delivery. So the over ends well for Tanky. It's the end of 6. It's 111 for 3.
Yeah, Mataranga, great catch, and of course the tank will be thanking him for it.
So, a couple of overs to go. And I suppose 4 is more than a couple. But if you check here, you're hoping maybe you can kind of have a collapse. But having a look at the batting, it's just improved a lot in that aspect of the game. The only issue is they're bowling. Well, as the score's now 282 for 3. Well, someone take a picture there because...
It's a new record. We got a new record.
This is...
There's still 4 overs. There's still 4 overs to go.
I can't believe that that's some good scoring, and definitely screenshot that if you're watching. Wow, it's going to be gone. Wow, the pressure of scoring what I think was like 170 off a ball gets to Kanisane. We're back to normal. But I tell you what, the Czechs needed a turning point. They got one. And Margashaim gets the second wicket now. So spin having a big impact as Czechia try to turn it around. Another dangerous hitter has to go. It's 111 for 4.
Yeah, well, how about this? You're right. This is what France did against Spain, didn't they? If you remember back to that, I mean, they scored 149, but of the last 2 overs, they only scored 14 runs. So they lost their way a little bit. And, well, they'll be gutted with themselves if they do the same here. They are off to an absolute flyer. So, well, Kanisane, well, he played some nice shots, didn't he? But he has to depart as well.
It was a nice glitch in the matrix, but it's like he had some sort of secret code, like a multiply by 10, because he momentarily had the world record score, but it was only for a few seconds. It's just funny that was the ball he got out. Anyway, plenty of batting to come, and Amjad, he's a very good cricketer, comes out. The captain at number 6, Benke, with these offies. Wow, this could be out as well, hanging in the air. Oh, unbelievable how that could fall safely between the infield and the outfield. But Amjad gets off the mark.
Yeah, dangerous batter is the captain. He did some good work here last year, made some very valuable runs for his side. He's one of the few batters that actually did get going for France last time round, so they need him to be at his best.
There's the moon. You'll be seeing more of that as we get into the night session. But this looks high. Again, difficult chance. Ashokan has it, finds it, catches it. So Czechs fighting back here as Cher's going to have to go for a duck. It's 112 for 5.
Yeah, Cher will go for a 2-ball ducks, and Shokan takes another catch. So, yeah, Czech Republic are fighting back here. 112 here now for 4. So, once again, it is the spin. Venki doing the job. Makashahim gets another.
Good catch. And this time of the day, kind of fighting the sun a little bit. He's got the sunglasses on the head. Pretty funny for someone that's fielding on the side of the ground that's straight into the sun. But Aaron, maybe slightly damaged retinas, but he takes the catch. Cher, no good for him, unfortunately, as he becomes the 5th wicket.
Important little phase here now. So 112 on the board. There's still plenty of time to bat. They're 5 wickets down. You've got Numan Amjad who's there. And I've talked about Numan before, saying that he's pretty key for them. Remember, back last year, he was the highest run scorer for his side, 143. He made valuable contributions in around the 20s. No really big score to his name, but he was there to give them wins. The win against in the eliminator against Luxembourg. Also the important win against Malta on both occasions, scoring scores in the 20s. And he'll be looking to score around about 20 here as well and get some support from some of the other players. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be Singh that comes in. And this is William Singh. He played pretty well last time as well. Played some nice aggressive shots.
Yeah, played really well actually. Just noticed, corner of my eye, I think that the tank's gone off. There's Magic Spray Mary. Oh, she's spraying the tank. And as he's gone off, always nice to see Magic Spray Mary. She's probably one of the leading exponents of the Magic Spray, and she'll be loaded up with many, many cans. And, but I noticed who's come on is actually Martin Verndl, who we did see play some internationals during the year. He's such an interesting European cricket story. There he is right there. This is in the air, and it's going, and it's gone. The skip up with his first blow, Maximo. In fact, that was almost into the medical tent. A lot going on. Ball retriever's not having a great day in the field, but there's 6 more to France. But I was just going to say, Martin Verndl, he's a guy, never played cricket until he was fully grown up, had a golf background, got into cricket, just fell in love with it, and he's very, very good player now. You know, he plays club cricket in England, very technically proficient left-hand batter. Good to see him playing here. This looks like it stumped as it drew Amjad wider. Was kind of determined to charge, wasn't he? So Marcus Shine probably gives up a wide here, but picks up a wicket.
Yeah, this is a crucial one. I think he's gone here. I don't think he makes it back. Let's have a look. I think we'll slow this down, and you'll find that the keeper is quicker than the captain trying to get back. That is a big moment because, as I was saying, he needed to try and stay here. Let's take a look at this. Closer, brilliantly done by Spring Productions. They're on the ball. And, well, we got the best team in the house, haven't we? Spring Productions, brilliant work. And you can see this clever bowling. He knows what he's trying to do here. And, well, he's got a plan. He sticks to it, and he gets his man.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because he didn't go that early. I just think it's really good instincts from Marcus Shine to think, okay, you're going to charge at me. I'm going to trade a run for a wicket. I think it's a good trade for Czechia as Amjad is stumped for 7 off just 2 legal deliveries. It's 120 for 6.
Marcus Shine has picked up 4 here. 4 for 19. He's got a ball to go here. Are we going to see, well, we've seen a century. We've seen a hat-trick. Are we going to see a 5-fer?
The thing is, it's not a fluke. Venki has taken wickets, and sometimes big wickets, in internationals during the year. He even took a hat-trick earlier. Well, I think it might have been a 5-fer earlier in the season in Dresden, right?
Yeah.
You were there. And I'm just quite amazed he didn't bowl earlier on, especially when the game was kind of rolling against him a little bit. Anyway, see what he can do here with 1 ball remaining. Can he get a 5-fer? Well, no, it is a 6 for the batter as Ahmadzai comes and mooses him and says, well, 4-fer, I'll give you something more than that. That'll be the end of the 7th over, 126 for 6.
Yeah, here we go. Well, that was the blast out of the park. And that's the way these guys play. And if you're not used to it, well, get used to it. There's no such thing as playing yourself in. You go out there and you try and hit the ball big. And remember, the cricket continues after the 4 weeks we have here at the Cardiff Oval. We still got a European Cricket Series in Croatia. We've got the Malta Encore to come as well. And then we come back to Spain as well for a European Cricket Series and European Cricket Internationals here in Spain. So much cricket still to come.
The other thing is, you know, people sometimes get confused. We'll be back here at the Cardiff Oval for the Champions League of European Cricket, Monday the 26th of February 2024. So again, we're still to work out an exact format, but put that date in your calendar. We always love playing cricket here, and yeah, it's great that we'll be back for the women as well. Okay, 8th over coming. And first ball, there's Martin Verndl in the field. So it's a wonderful opportunity for him to get out here to think about, you know, his origins of cricket, you know, obviously being Czech and not having a kind of childhood in the game at all. The fact that he's got to where he is a real success story, and now he's playing at the Field of Dreams.
Maduranga is the bowler. Starts with a single off his first ball.
right off the end of the bat. It's going to run away for 4. That's more good luck than good management from Ahmed Zai, but 4 more to the French total puts them up in the 130s. And still, the best part of 3 overs to go.
Sí, hay poquito de suerte ahí por el bateador. Ahmed Zai is 4 carreras. And that's exactly what they need. They say fortune favours the brave, but he's swinging hard. Well, that's one thing that French are doing here. They're not holding back. So even when wickets fall, they don't hold back. They keep going. That's why they got these runs on the board. But can they continue, unlike they were able to against the Spanish this time around, and get to that 160, even maybe a 170 score? And this is another blast. Fielder coming across, and oh, he puts it down. It wasn't an easy one. It always gets difficult that side of the field now because the sun is starting to come down. Have a look at the long shadows. So that's a great opportunity, but it doesn't get taken. And disappointment for the fielder. I think it might be Venki here to see. He comes across and he seems to go down too early, doesn't he?
Gets there though, doesn't he? We'll come back to Venki in a minute. First, here's Mataranga.
Shot.
Really good shot. Has it got the journey? It does not. Well, sometimes play bad shots, you get boundaries. Sometimes play good shots, you get out. And that looked pretty good. I suppose the timing not quite there from William Singh as Riaz Afridi skates around the boundary and takes care of business. And that'll be 7 down now. The score, 132 for 7.
Yeah, it just goes to show how the tactical play has changed in this format. I mean, normally you see a ball hit straight down the ground like that, you're thinking that's going to be a boundary. There's no fielder there. Well, these days there is.
Yeah.
And that becomes part of the ground. I mean, you saw Rhino talking about it earlier when Spain were there. That's the sort of fielding position that we saw Spain introduce. And now other teams are cottoning on. And as soon as that's hit, me and you thinking that's runs, fielder comes across and takes a catch.
And the thing is, there's 2 ways. You could have the true Southern Cross field with a straight fielder. It's pretty much almost dead straight. And then you have long on, long off a bit wider. Or you can kind of pinch your long on, long off and try and make it really difficult to get between them. And I think that's what Cheika have done here. Let's go back to Margasheim, though. I couldn't remember, did he get a hat-trick or a fifer? The reason I was confused, he actually did both. Back in the Dresden Internationals in Germany, he took 5 for 26 on the 26th of August. So that was roughly a month ago, and he's back in the wickets here. So I just think whenever he's been fit, he's been really good this year. I know that he struggled with an injury during the ECS for his club Vinarati, but he's a lovely guy, loves his cricket. Here's Action Jackson, who's into the side for the first time, missed the earlier game. Also had some mail on Dawud Ahmedzai. He's been suffering for a bit of illness today. That's why he hasn't been in the lineup. He's not feeling 100%. This is going to swing way too far. It's going to be a wide. So hopefully Darwood's okay. Obviously only 3 days in the group stage, so you want to get your best players on the park. But not sure what the situation is with Jackson. They played Gulami as the keeper in the first game, but I just think Action Jackson's a bit of a live wire. Can bat anyway. He's coming in here at 9, but sometimes he opens the batting. Won't reach this one though. Another wide. Mataranga.
Yeah, these are valuable runs, and of course will end up being valuable extra deliveries that will have to be bowled. They can cost you. It's one thing that coaches don't like. They don't like to see these extras because those extra balls, they hurt you. And just keep an eye on what happens towards the end of this over now. These extra deliveries being bowled. So the over really by now should be completed. That one is just stopped very well by the bowler. Mataranga comes in, makes a stop. So no damage done. That's one saved. Still got this one to bowl here now. It's the last one of the over. Can he finish well? You can see the captain there, Aruna Shakhan, just having a chat with him, saying, come on, do me a favour, make it a good one. And, well, they have set the field for this, and this time there's no boundary, as it is Senagupta that comes across and tidies it up and makes a good stop. So the over comes to an end. It's a good one for Matarunga. So at the end of 8 overs, 135 for 7.
Yeah, striking similarities to the first innings they played today, France. Kind of using up all their batting resources, but getting the job done. With the bat, at least. The only thing is, remember, earlier on, they blew a 149 total in the first game of the tournament against Spain. And Czechia have those kind of batters that can play the beginnings as well. But let's just say they're fighting an uphill battle at the moment Here's the 9th over, and it's going to start with a blast down the ground for 6. Well, that's Action Jackson. He's the number 9 in this game. Not batting like a number 9. Maximo. Big hit, takes France past 140.
Yeah, he's hit that really well, hasn't he? And this one has come clean out of the middle of the bat. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Es el golpe, es muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate, 6 carreras.
Now miss. So, it's kind of where they were before. Looks like they were heading for high 160s. In the end, you know, essentially ran out of wickets, which could happen here as well, right?
Yeah.
So, Czechs just need to keep creating chances and taking them. This is well bowled, right off the end of the bat. I only get a single here.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, Jackson. He's hit a boundary, isn't he? On big 6, takes a single, gives the strike now back to Kamran Ahmedzai. This guy can hit the ball pretty well as well. He's probably quite keen to face a handful of these remaining deliveries himself. Oh, he crunches this hard. He'll only get the single.
It's kind of a reprieve when it's only a single. So you can see the win predictor there. Yeah, the Czechs have kind of improved their chances slightly. We make the impossible possible here on ECN. Yes! Highly improbable at least, as they'll just get a single here. So, I mean, you can kind of handle singles here. We know that Czechia, a couple of years ago, they put big score, I think it was 143 up against Italy in the Eliminator. But then they couldn't defend it with Nisa Ahmed and Hamis Sharif going absolutely crazy for the Italians, chasing it at about 8 overs. But my point is that Czechia, if some of their key batters click, there's no reason they couldn't do something similar to what Spain did this morning.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. End of the 9th, 145 for 7.
Let's have a look at the bowling options here as we head into 10th over. Mataranga be the obvious one, looking at who's available. But I mean, they had the option, I suppose, going back to Afridi, who's bowled a few Yorkers, but I think you kind of go with who's done well in this game. And to me, it makes sense to go back to Mataranga. Once again, hello to all of our viewers, particularly those watching from France and Czechia, who are watching this game with extra interest, I'm sure. 10th overtime. Good length. Oh no, misfield though. That's going to hurt you. That's Sazi Bouyan there. Okay, yes, he's into the sun, but it was along the ground. Bonus runs for France as they get perilously close to the 150.
Yeah, I mean, that goes through. I mean, looks like he's making all kinds of excuses there, but that's a bad one from Bouyan. He doesn't get himself into a good position. You've got to always get something behind that avenue. And well, that's valuable runs. It's a boundary that comes from nowhere. And now, well, he's been told to get over there and find the ball. He said, there's no point you staying here. It went through you. Now you go and find it. Watch out for the snakes over there, boys. Watch out for the snakes. Well, they've run away. He said the snakes are out. We're coming back. One of the ball boys is going to have to find that one as a new one goes out there.
We'll say hello to Nirmal as well. He's making his Khartoum debut today. We saw him quite recently in the Rome series, so it's great to see a lot of officials being developed as well. And like I said, this is the format of the game that really puts their skills and concentration to the test. Mistimed. Freedy goes one hand, one bounce. Thinks about throwing it and trying to blow Mataranga's fingers off, but says, no, all right. Concede the one there. 150 comes up for France now. And like I said, we have seen some big chases this year. We saw 175 chased in the recent Rome series, but it doesn't happen very often. Biggest chase here at the Khartoum Oval is 150. Shot, really good. It's into the gap as well. Not that it matters because it's over the fence and into the tent. Maximo! Action Jackson saying, remember me? How could you leave me out this morning? And he's looking very, very organised. 6 runs.
Oh, boom blastic. And I tell you what, if there was anybody having a little bit of a nap in that marquee over there, well, they've just had a rude awakening. What a lovely stroke that is.
Oh, it should be a run out if he can pick it up. Oh, it just gets away from him in the end. It's not a bad result, I suppose, just a single at this stage.
I wonder if that was a catching opportunity or bump, you know. It'd be interesting to see it again.
Yeah, it was. I thought it got back to him on the full. Oh yeah, it was. It was low. I mean, if it slows down in time, he probably has a run out there. And meanwhile, Ahmedzai gets the strike, goes right back to the wall, and 6. Maximo! Well, France learned to bat. It kind of reminds me of when Happy Gilmore learned to putt in that famous Adam Sandler movie. And if their bowling clicks, they're going to be a force here. 163 now, still one ball remaining.
Yeah, no mistakes this time. This time they're making it count. They went too slow the last 2 overs against Spain.
Goes straight and goes out of the ground. 169. They're going to need the perfect check out. 170 here, check out. They'll have to have the chase of their lives as France put on a show in the first half of match 4 using 9 batters, and they end up with 169.
Yeah, it's a good batting display. And just think, I mean, there was that crazy run out that you're going to see as well of Zayn Ahmed. And just think, that was when those two put 50 on. If that didn't happen, who knows where they could have get to. I like the way they bat. I like what they did in the last match. They've learnt from the mistakes that they made here last year. Let's see, though, if they can bowl as well as they did last year.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, check you out. They're staring down the barrel, but they've got nothing to lose. Well, it wasn't just the planes that were flying here at the Carter Oval as the openers came out. They put 60 plus on in the power play. Not something that you see very often at all. But yeah, what impresses me about the French batting is they've always been pretty consistent, but it's almost like they've all gotten better. They've all gotten more confident compared to when we saw them 12 months ago. They've had a lot of exposure. They've had a lot of performances together as a team. And you can see there that everyone came out and they were swinging it.
Yeah, they certainly were. I like it. It's positive. Even when the wickets were going down, I mean, this one was in, out, shake it all about. Aja, nahi aja, chal, chal, mere bhai. Oh, yaar, kidhar ja rahe hain? Hami photo khachna janda, bapu se chal ja. It was a big mix-up. He got the wicket. And this one, well, it's a good catch, a really good recovery there from Senegupta. It looks like he had this under control. Pops it up into the air. The batter can't believe his luck. That's the way that it goes sometimes, and that was the end of Gulami. He went for 10 of just 4 deliveries. Then Kanasane came out there. He swung and missed at a few early on, but when he got going, did he get going? He hit some biggies. And, well, yeah, there were fist pumps all around there. The French were applauding some of these shots. It was aggression, and that's what we like. Aggression all the way. Umar Bashir, I think once again, he's certainly one to watch. Remember, he made a fine 38 of 14 against the Spanish. And then this time around, he made no mistakes. He gets to his half century, 51 of 18. But, well, that was a straightforward catch, but we saw some very good catching as well. But, of course, there was one from Hunteranga that was absolutely brilliant, and that was the one to get rid of Bashir. Good work there from the keeper as well, from Devindraj Singh. He played his part. A little bit of luck with this stump. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck as well. And this one, we thought this was going all the way, but it wasn't. The fielder came across and took a sensational catch. That came from nowhere, but it still didn't slow down Czechia. It didn't slow down the French, I should say, and Czechia just didn't have a response to it. The spin worked for a while, didn't it? But they ran out of options, and in the end, it was applause all around as France, they get to 169. Well, last time around, 149 it was against Spain, and they weren't able to defend it. Spain got there with 6 balls to go. They've given themselves 20 more runs this time, and they're hoping that'll be enough. They're needing the likes of Rahmatullah Mangal, and also I think Rahmatullah Mangal, maybe he'll bowl slightly higher up the order as well to do their bit. And maybe 1 or 2 others of the slow bowlers can play their part in this one. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And it's good reading because Umar Bashir, 51 of 18. And that was 7 sixes and 1 4 on his way to that. Zayn Ahmed, well, he'd be very disappointed, wouldn't he? He hit 3 sixes and 1 4 on his way to 25. But, well, then he gets run out. And then there was a little bit of a blip there, wasn't there, in the middle as wickets did fall. But then we saw a very good and healthy partnership there towards the end by Cameron Ahmadzai, who made 30 of just 9 deliveries, 3 sixes and 2 4s. And then, of course, Hewitt Aladdin Jackson played his part as well, 2 sixes on his way to 16. There's a scorecard there for you. But the key thing there was have a look at the number of balls faced. They didn't chew up deliveries, and that's what made them and helped them get to this good score. With the bowling figures, well, I think Czechia, they played around with a bit, didn't they? I think they used 7 bowlers in total. There you go. Yep, 7 in total. 4 wickets for Venkatesh Magakashayam. Well bowled indeed. He made the difference, but still, I mean, even with those 4 wickets, the only other 2 bowlers picking up wickets there. Wicket Toma, you could have gone back to him, I suppose, at some point, but they chose to go with Madarunga, and it ended up being an expensive one. So this is the mid-match summary of match number 4. You are watching the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket here in Andalusia, Spain, and we're loving bringing you the action. You're watching the European Cricket Network. I'm Rico Full, and I'm here with Vinny Sandu. We are your good time crew, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time to take you through the run chase. And, well, check it out. They need a big score, 170 required to be victorious in this one. One of these two teams will get points on the board. The other one will go back to base to a Sunset Beach Club hotel without any points on the board and got it all to do tomorrow. Join us back in 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we're going to have to see a kind of a record run chase, aren't we, from Czechia if they are to get to the 170 required to beat France in this match number 4 of the European Cricket Championship, Group A. As the sun starts to come down. Long shadows now across the ground. The umpires wait for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give them the thumbs up for the action to begin. Ticks away. Saad Ali is the umpire. And so need a good start, a good power play is what Czechia need here. Looking to go at 17 per over. So they're looking really to be around the 60 mark after 3 overs. Here we go. It's the first delivery. And it's straight up in the air. It should be taken. Wicketkeeper gets underneath it and he puts it down. I don't think he even gets gloves onto this. That's a real let-off. Well, that is Jackson. Jackson was in the action, but he wasn't able to take it. And can't blame the son for this one because the son's behind him. Looks like he has it covered, and right at the last moment, he just doesn't get there. It's a huge let-off there. As Buyan gets a life. Disappointment from the captain, Numan Amjad. Probably thought he was going to get a wicket of his first delivery. And now he gets this one through. He's got to stay focused though here. Remember, sometimes it's not just about the wickets, it's about keeping it nice and economical. You can see there that looks like Saad Ali just having a chat with the captain of France, just reminding him to try not to run in front of him. Just a polite word, liking that, letting the bowler know where he should and shouldn't be. Short, and this one's going to be called wide. Big grunt from Numan Amjad. But yeah, huge opportunity there to get the wicket of Buyan early. And, well, it's one of those that the wicketkeeper, Heaven Jackson, has got to put that behind him. He can't let that niggle behind his head because that would create more mistakes. Goes short again. And just having a look at the two umpires. And no signal from the square umpire, Nirmal Singh, about the height on this. Surprises me a little bit. And do see that maybe just going over the shoulder. That I think there is a signal here now. So yeah, you can see how Saad Ali turns around and says to Numan, that's your one for the over. Oh, it doesn't stop him banging it in. He still goes short, but this one probably not quite as high as the one before. Sticking to the shorter delivery here. It's something which we've seen work pretty well from the quicker bowlers on a number of occasions. But of course, you take that risk of too short, over the shoulder once more, gets called a no ball. Grover, 3 balls, no runs. And well, this one's got to be, well, it's a slower one. And I think he gets away with it. And well, this time, this looks like it's been signalled one for the over now. And I thought I saw that signal earlier. So obviously he doesn't get one before. So that's the one for the over. So I thought there was one there earlier. So he obviously got away with it. And well, this one is not going to get away with this because it's another short delivery. This one will go all the way. Manos arriba on the arbitro. 6 carreras. So Grover finally gets hold of one. But still, remember what they need per over. They only get 8 from that one. So that's a win, really, from Numan Amjad. Mind you, try telling him that. He'll be still thinking that he should have had a wicket. Matches since the Golden Ball 7, of course. This is something that is completely unique to the European Cricket Network. And if you don't want to know what the Golden Ball is, basically, if the scores are tied, then, well, we don't mess around. We basically say, right, teams stay as they are. Any batter who hasn't been out can bat and face 1 ball. Any bowler can bowl it. And it's quite simple. You score 2 or more, you win. Don't score 2, then you lose. That's the Golden Ball. And, well, we had a very exciting one in Rome. And it was quite a sensational, high-chasing game. And that was 7 matches ago. So, in comes the bowler. It's Mangal. And he gets hit right down the ground. This will go all the way. Balle. Rahmatullah Mangal. Once again, too short. Now, this was the problem for me with the French bowling attack against Spain. They just bowled too short. Now, we saw the captain, Numan, get away with it in the first over. Only went for 8. Man, he's not getting away with it, though, as Rahmatullah Mangal, the first one, gets smashed back over his head for a big 6. And that's going to be a wide. So, just not in the right department at the moment, as we welcome back to the commentary box here to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And I suppose Czechs keeping the flame alive with a couple of good bangs down the ground. Yeah, I agree with the second bouncer in the over. Might have been an unlucky break for the Czechs. And in this form of the game, you'd love the extra run, and particularly the extra ball and the free hit. Still, decent-ish start. This one probably wide as well, straight over the tram line. So, yeah, the French bowling, it was one of the stories of their group last year. The French had such a dramatic time last year. Didn't win a game in the first few, but then they managed to beat Malta twice. Then they had to play the table toppers Belgium in match 20, as it was back then, on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
They needed to beat Belgium or only just lose to improve their net run rate enough to get them past Malta, who also had 2 wins. They did it in the most dramatic of circumstances, a golden ball in driving rain. As this really takes off.
What a take this is. It's a fantastic take from Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson's a good keeper. Okay, he had the worst start possible, really. Well, this one, I think, is wide when it goes over the line. So, again, the Czechs haven't had the best of the calls here. Yeah, that's wide. Ooh, that's, if you check right now, you're screaming at the TV, put it that way. But he's getting some of that lift that was missing earlier. Rahmatullah Mangal. As this is up and over the top, and it'll run away for 4. So the Czechs swinging it early, and I like this opening combination. They're not going to sit on their hands, are they? And Boyan in particular making a difference at the moment.
Yeah, nice shot, nicely timed, gets enough of it, gets it over the infielder, who chases after it in vain. 4 runs, got to be positive. Like I say, you'd be looking to be over the 50 mark in the power play. And that's where you got to be. I mean, you're starting the innings needing 17 plus and over. So changing the field here now. So the man who was on the backward point boundary comes up. They put a finer third man back.
Edged and gone. Hatchin Jackson's not going to miss it this time around, as Boyan had a life first up, but he's going to have to go for just 11. And the Czechs lose their first wicket. It's Rahmatullah Mangal with the breakthrough, 20 for 1.
Yeah, well, that will give him some confidence. This young man bowled so well last year, Rahmatullah Mangal. And sticking with the short stuff outside the off, but going for it. And there's the batters they're going to have to. And he gets a thick edge on this. And Jackson, well, he gobbles this up. No mistakes. Thank you very much. And that's the first wicket to Boyan. He did get lucky, didn't he, when he was dropped by Jackson. But Jackson gets his revenge, takes a nice sharp catch. So go for 11 off the 5 deliveries that he faced. A really good catch taken by Jackson, but good pace bowling there from Mangal as well. A new batter have to come in and straight into the firing line. The rate has gone up to around about 18. We often used to refer this as the sort of the point of no return, but we've changed our mind on that recently. I think this year we're going to 20.
The point of no return has traditionally been set at 18 and over. I think 95% of the time, you're not going to come back from the point of no return. Actually got inspired by Back to the Future 3, if you remember that movie, when they've got the train on the tracks and they got to hit a certain speed, so they'll go to the future and they can keep going on the completed track. Anyway, Devissi's coming in. He's one guy that could take this away if he had a real heater, but he doesn't hit the first ball, and Rahmatullah Mangal is dealing. And this is a bit more like what we'd expected from the French attack.
That's a really good delivery because he gets it right straight away to the left-hander, doesn't he? And that shows you the ability of some of these bowlers and some of the class. That is such a good delivery.
Just speaking to some of these players that have played here before, they feel like this pitch is quicker and even bouncier than before. Maybe the long, hot summer, it's just kind of baked it. It's super hard, I guess, from playing on it more.
Yeah.
But they feel it's a bit bouncier than they've ever seen it here at the Cardimer Oval. Davisi has to deal with one more ball. This over at least. He swings and misses, and so end of 2. Rahmatullah shuts the gate after a couple of early blows against him. It's 20 for 1 after 2.
Good sharp delivery, that wasn't it? He bangs it in, and that's the beauty of holding it back, you see. You see a lot of bowlers use it a little bit early. That means you can't use it again. And, well, we feel that maybe the captain, Amjad, got a little bit lucky early. Look at the standings there. So Spain sitting pretty at the top, the home side. And, well, the home supporters were very happy this morning when Spain got their first 2 victories. So they'll be pretty happy with their work at the moment. But this is all about the team getting their first points on the board.
That's
Will
right.
it be France? Will it be Czechia?
Nobody wants to go on 2 on opening day. It's a long way back. Spain, they're sitting pretty at the Sunset Beach Club right now with 4 points in the bank. Here's the captain, Noman Amjad. Edge and gone. Once again, Action Jackson has to climb the ladder, but he does. He's caught both openers now, and Grover goes for 6. It's 20 for 2.
More of the short stuff, isn't it? I mean, I would imagine, and I'm pretty confident in saying this, that every delivery that Numan Amjad has bowled has been short. I mean, that's the plan they're going for. This is short. It comes back into the batter. He swings hard, gets the edge. Jackson takes the catch. Another one down. And, well, the French, they're up and about, and I can imagine that a lot of French that are watching around the globe are going to be pretty happy as well, watching in sport in France. Hello to you all. And, well, France, it's a fantastic start. They've got 2, the openers out.
This is where, okay, they're still hoping for a bit of a miracle here to somehow pull this off, Czechia. But if they don't win, they want to score as many as possible because with only 4 games, every game, margins matter. If you are tied at the end of tomorrow night with another team, it could be the net run rate that decides whether you stay in the competition or not.
Yeah.
So, at some point, I mean, what's the required rate at the moment? Pretty high. They're needing, 19 and over. Look, probably not going to do that. So I think now you start to approach it as if you're batting first. Let's put a good score on the board. 120, 130, 140. Let's see what we can get. Try not to take too much of a hit. So it's something a little bit strategic. And I think, with only 4 matches in the initial qualifying stage, margins matter and your net run rate can swing quite violently.
Isn't it amazing? I mean, remember last year here when the group lasted for the weeks, everybody played each other twice. Look at some of the teams and the starts they had. The likes of England, the likes of even the Netherlands, if you like, who were, of course, the reigning champions. In this format, they may never even got there.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually chatting to some of the Netherlands players, of course, during the year. We've seen them a few times. And I asked them, okay, because last year we saw England come in cold, let's say, on championship week because they were defending champions. But back then, the group stages were a 5-day group week. And the English players had a slow start. They lost the first 4 games. So I said to the Netherlands players, would you rather have to qualify or are you happy with the automatic slot? It's kind of to do with the number of teams who got involved as well. They said, no, this year I think we're happy to go straight in because 3-day group is so unpredictable. Who knows? A couple of bad games. We might not make it to championship week. Amjad round the wicket. This one swings late, but it will be a wide. Don't think there's any bat on that at all. But that's the only team at the moment that we know will be in championship week for sure. What do you like? I mean, we've seen all 5 teams now. This is the first chance we've really had to chat since now we've seen all 5 teams. Who are you liking so far?
Well, I've got to say, I'm going to stick with Spanish, and you know that. I like the way the Spanish played. I like the fact that they're batting well. I like the fact that even though they've got a couple of players that we saw here last year not taking part, they're still looking pretty good. They're pretty hot. They're playing good shots. They're playing aggressively. That's a lovely shot. This is being played away beautifully. Just a little flick off the pads. 4 runs, nicely played as Daviti gets off the mark.
Yeah, I think this is better by Sabo because I think he doesn't really pre-move at all. He just pretty much stands his ground, sees where the ball is, flicks it round the corner, nobody there at all. Yeah, I suppose when I'm critical of his batting, sometimes he kind of makes up his mind the shot he's going to play before the ball's bowled.
Yeah.
And I don't think he has to do that. Amjad just straying onto the pads there. And same thing again. I like this, even though it'll only be 1, despite the fumble. And so just a single.
Yeah, just going back to that, I think also the other thing that Spain have, and I like it, is they have the variations in the bowling attack. I like the fact that they've got a genuine spinner, and Byrne showed that. I like the fact they've got Yasser Ali. He's there as well that can make a difference. So, yeah, they're looking a good unit. And, you know, when you win your first 2 matches, that gives you confidence a big boost as well.
I'll give you my thoughts in a second. After this ball from Amjad, last ball of the power play. Edged. Oh, I don't think that this will. It may have carried, but it's definitely hit the ground. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, so I actually think it kind of goes in the very end of his gloves, and he does pretty well. I think it's kind of sitting in the webbing, and then it hits the ground as he hits the ground, you see?
Yeah.
So then even though he scoops it up, and he's pretty honest there as well, Action Jackson, he knows it's right in front of his eyes that that's hit the ground, so it doesn't appeal for a catch or anything like that. Takes us to the end of the third over, into the power play, 27 for 2. So just talking about Spain, and I agree, they seem to have gelled really well. There's a few new faces in their lineup, a few senior players not there, but they seem to have integrated really well. Again, I suppose having such a strong personality as coach setting the culture, you know, he's very vocal with his players. He's very clear about what he wants out of them, and everyone's bought into this culture. So, I mean, they've looked good so far. Didn't bowl particularly well, I think, in the first game, but they still got away with the win. You're not going to play perfectly every time. France, obviously, the other team that have really impressed so far, despite losing. If they can put a batting and bowling performance together, then they're hard to beat. Isle of Man, still a bit of a question mark for me, because it really was, their skipper, Ollie Webster, that essentially won that game off his own bat. I'm not saying they can't do it, but I think we'll see them in match 5. Let's see if a couple of other players can step up. His 100 was the innings of the day so far. Ramatula's back. Big swing and a miss from Sabo and Davitsi.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed today, and I think I've noticed this from all teams that have been guilty of it, is shot selection. I think there's a lot of deliveries like that one where the quickies are coming in, they're banging it in hard outside the off, and batters are still trying to hit either straight down the ground into cow corner. I haven't seen too many good shots being played on the offside. I think we'll see more of that to come. I think on this pitch and this outfield, see here again, I like that one. I mean, that ball is shooting up, but you've got to be looking to play the uppercut. You've got to be looking to send it over into that backward point area. So I think as batters get in, they'll be looking to try and use and play some genuine shots on the offside as well, because the outfield is quick.
If that hadn't have been taken, I would have been interested to see where that bounced the second time. And that's really jumped. Ramatula Mangal's a pretty special bowler. He's got his magic back here. So Davitsi tries to get creative. Okay, that I can kind of understand. Once in a while, he has to do something dramatic. He's not really dealing with the stock ball. He probably knows with Mangal as well, not many balls are hitting the stumps. What's his problem? Well, he doesn't hit the ball here. There's a big gap at flying leg, and unfortunately Sabo misses out. He's in a tough place at the moment, facing some fiery bowling.
Yeah, you see the captain, Arun, just comes over, maybe has a little word with Saba, and they're probably saying, hey, you're probably moving around a little bit too much. Try and stand still a little bit. Let's see if he takes on that device. No, he doesn't. He goes for the big shot. It's another swing and a miss. So a very good fiery spell here from Ramatula Mangal. Remember the first ball that he bowled, he was still a bit too short. It went to the boundary. Since then, he's got the length better.
Yeah, so that time you can see Davitsi goes really back in his crease towards the stumps, trying to pick something up. He's in a tough place. And this is one of the things in a country like Czechia, not too many bowlers like Ramatula Mangal going around, so it's very hard to practice against this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Samba's finding it pretty hard going at the moment. Big swing, 360 degrees of motion. Yes, I mean, Afridi is the only bowler that I would kind of compare to Ramatula Mangal. Yeah. And you might play him, so in club cricket, PCC versus Bruno, you might play him 2, 3, maybe a handful of times in the season. You might not even face him. So it's really tough to replicate what Saba's having to deal with right now. And it's a completely different ball game, I suppose, when you get someone that's really getting the ball to talk like Ramatula is right now. 1 for 12, his figures. Last ball of his spell coming up. That's a nice shot, but this is even probably more frustrating for Saba because he nails that one straight at the fielder. Action Jackson has to be about 4 metres tall to save that. But well backed up as we get to the end of the fourth over. It's 28 for 2.
Cracking over Only the one run came off it, and that was right off the very last ball. So what a sensational spell of bowling there from Ranatula Mangala. He was a guy that I was looking forward to seeing. Well, that was a bit more like it. That was a bit more of the firepower that we saw from him last year. And, well, it's good to see him back, and I think all the French will be happy that he's bowling that way. Also, you also got the likes of Rahul Mangal, who came on to bowl a little bit late against Spain.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll see him a little bit earlier this time around, though. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be Cameron Ahmadzai that's going to be bowling the next over.
Yeah, I know they like Rahula at the death. That's something that he's been doing a lot in 20-over cricket this year as well for France. So they kind of like his skill set. And again, note Usman Khan, who I still can't quite work out how he's not in the squad, considering he's different to all the other bowlers.
This
kind of rounds them out nicely.
Yeah, well, this is where you'd want your spinner, right? This is where you'd want somebody who's a bit slower, slow spinner. You've got the team, they're requiring over 24 and over. You can put everyone back, get a bit of spin on here. So I think that's certainly something that they could be missing.
Scored a wide, tight one. It probably was. Cameron Ahmadzai coming on. Yeah, so, oh look, I suppose you can only pick, I think what it is, squads of 13 or 14 for this series, so you've got to make some tough calls. I understand that. Obviously, what I do like about what France have done, they've tried to get a few more batters in there that we didn't see at last year's ECC, including a few new faces to the Cartermore Oval. So I think, obviously, they know if they can get their batting sorted, their bowling should take care of itself. No fine leg now, so Devissi probably thinking about ramping this. I've only got 2 fielders, or 3 fielders on the leg side. But yeah, if he tried to ramp that, he might have worn it.
Yeah, let's have a look at the height on this. This is a quick delivery. Does it go over the shoulder here or not? I can see the umpire is at the striker's end.
Yeah, I'm not
on
so
the side,
sure.
having a look at the square
My
umpire.
instinct was it was probably just okay, as in under the shoulder. That's a no ball.
Yeah.
Not no ball, it's a bouncer. Anyway, it doesn't matter because next one's just worked around the corner. Ahmadzai gets it wrong, Devissi gets it right, doubles his score. Maximo! 6 to the Czechia team.
Yeah, well, the captain won't be happy about this because you can see the field that's been set. Vinny, you just highlighted it. There's nobody there. And he's basically said to the bowler, right, I'll give you the field, I'll give you the protection on the off bowl it there, and then he bowls this one down the leg side. That's just an easy hit for Devissi, so that's going to be 6, but he times it absolutely beautifully. Oh, this is pretty close for me, but kind of a shake of the head from the umpire, so maybe it does too much. You can see the umpire just say, no, it's starting to go down. That's a good delivery, better. We haven't seen too many of these kind of deliveries. I like that from Ahmadzai. It's a good change-up, better areas.
I think it just had a bit of shape right to left there, and it looked to be heading down the leg side. Shokin's kind of been starved with the strike, hasn't he? There's cobwebs growing on him at the non-striker's end. And he's watched Devissi struggle to deal with the bowling, though he did hit a 6 earlier in the over. Now, the Czech skipper down the business end, looks around. And yeah, France are one team. They do like to stack one side of the field, the offside. They'll often bowl with a 6-3 field. You don't see that very often, yeah, especially in the middle to late overs. They go 5-4 now. And Arun pokes it towards the backward square region and gets a single. It's a tough time to bat, but I think, yeah, you're not worrying about the win. You just, I mean, they've only lost 2 wickets here. That's the other thing. They've got plenty of batting to go. So I suppose one issue you're dealing with is the quality of the bowling, for sure. But from here, 5 overs, let's say, can we get a good 5 overs, maybe get 70, 110, something like that, just to try and save that net run rate a little bit. 2 to come in this over. Devissi pokes it towards square leg and has to run. This is also one criticism of his game sometimes, that he doesn't really run hard enough. And that would have been tight, potentially.
Yeah, he misses out on that one. It's very similar to the one that he flicked away for 6, wasn't it? The same sort of area as Ahmadzai once again goes down leg side, but he gets a bit squared up on this one, doesn't get it right. But then you're right, he doesn't run very quickly to the other end. A ball to go, though. Only 9 have come off the over, including that 6.
Good delivery to finish. And that's the end of the over. It's 38 for 2. Once again, I want to welcome you into the Combox. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Great to be back at the ECC. Of course, it's our 3rd ECC. We've been here all 3 years, and it's great to see the competition growing as well, from 15 to 21 to now 31 countries, which is really, really exciting. And we're very excited with the fact that we will actually have the Euros for women this year for the first time to be held right here in December.
Yeah, it's going to be magnificent. I know that those players, those ladies, are looking forward to being here, and I just know it's going to be the first time for them when they walk down that little path and they see this.
It's going to be great.
It's going to take their breath away, isn't it?
So it'll be a 6-day tournament, 24 matches. In fact, we just finished one countdown. Time to start another. It's 83 days today, so just a tick under 3 months until the first ever Euros of women's cricket. And we're super excited to bring that to you here on the European Cricket Network. Right, back to the action. Yeah, 5 countries will be involved. There's an article on our website about it. We only revealed this. We got approval, of course, to have this many countries involved. You need to get ICC approval. That was done a couple of weeks ago.
That's amazing, yeah.
It's going to be the way we finish our season as well.
Sanctioned by the ICC, so plenty more outstanding international cricket to come. I can tell you what, that's going to be quite sensational. And, of course, we've both done a few women's events ourselves, and I know that they're just going to be really up for it, and we're going to see some magnificent cricket. I just know it.
Yeah, I know we will. And of course, Spain, the hosts, will get to play again on the Cardiff Oval. They have played here before. Austria, who are also one of the 5 teams, they've played here before in a series a little bit earlier in the year in March. And then, obviously, the Dutch team will be pretty hard to beat. You've got the Italian team in there as well. Well, mix up. Got to go to the other end.
Oh, they're going to get him in the end, and that's good recovery, isn't it, from Jackson? Because he doesn't know where Arun is. He's no idea, so he's thinking that he's got to take the stumps down at his end, and everybody's shouting at him, and then I think he sees the shadow of Arun. Now, are they making him wait here? They're just checking that he does this properly?
Actually, you know what? He might be out the first time if he has the ball.
I think he does. I think he can
be out the first.
I think Arun will have to walk back.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's have a look at this again. So
this is such a weird one. So I actually think Saba's out. If the ball's in the hand there, and I actually think that he's holding the ball, and it's actually hitting the stumps that knocks the ball out. So I actually think that Sabawandavitsi is going to be out at that instant. So, wow, it's the rare double play, isn't it?
Yeah,
so Aaron thought he was gone.
Because he does have the ball here. You'll see he takes the stumps and then the ball comes out. At this moment, the ball is in his gloves.
Yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, Saba will be gone. And Arun, who was walking off, probably saying all sorts of things to Saba under his breath, would now have to apologise because he's the one who's going to have to go back, and he's still there. So I think the umpires are just making sure of this. So there's no issues here for me. I think this is in his gloves as the ball comes off.
Maybe they're waiting so we can get the lights on. Yeah, but yeah, he's got the message now. Well done to the officials, because I think everyone, including Jackson, thinks he might have dropped that, because obviously he spots now that there's an easy run out the other end. So yeah, you know, one thing that we pride ourselves on the European Cricket Network is getting as many right as possible. So it's a little thing, but it changed the batter who was out. And so Stavisi, that's going to have to go. He'll be run out for 14 and the score 39 for 3. Looks like Riaz Afridi's going to get a hit.
Yeah, well, he's reluctant to leave, isn't he, Yasaba? No, he's still hanging around there.
He just wants to have a chat.
I think I saw the umpire, Asad Ali, giving the decision. Well, we all saw that on the screen. So he is out. He will now have to go. And he's going to be disappointed. But once again, I mean, you said it. He is a lazy runner, isn't he? I mean, if he runs there properly, runs hard, and he slides his bat in, he's in.
He's in, but Ashokan's probably out.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So the new batter is going to come in. He'll be at the striker's end. So basically, because Davitsi's out because he was closer to the end where the run out happened. So yeah, Riaz Afridi. Well, I'm glad to see him get a bat. Now he's a pretty dynamic cricketer. He likes to swing the bat. You know, he's probably, he looks to me like a kind of 7 or 8, but he can really give the ball a crunch. You know, he bats fast, he bowls fast, probably lives fast as well. Here he is facing William Singh. No, he can't hit the first one.
Nicely done again there by Jackson. You can see what you mean by having him behind the stumps. He just seems a little bit more agile, doesn't he? He seems a bit more fluent behind there.
I bet he's happy to get a few in the gloves after the first steepler. It's pretty much your worst case scenario. They haven't included you for the first game, even though you're a regular player. You come out in the second game, you get a big steepler first ball, you just misjudge it.
Yeah.
You feel like everyone's eyes are on you. But he adds a lot. In the air and gone. So Afridi goes for a duck. Nice catch by Amjad. And it goes from bad to worse for the Czechs. It's 39 for 4.
Very good catch. This was motoring. He's hit this hard, hasn't he? I mean, he said he likes to deal with things fast. Well, this was going fast from Afridi, but Nouman Amjad, that is a really good catch. I mean, you can see how much he puts into it. There's plenty of effort into this shot, but the catch, sensational.
Well, poor Riaz, he probably spent more time hanging around the outfield waiting to see who he was replacing than he actually spent batting. And that's the way it goes. Czechia going to have a good day too to work their way into finals day. Unfortunately, Riaz goes third ball. It's 39 for 4.
Yeah, he makes his way back, so it's a 3-ball duck. There's a new batter comes out. Any time now, we should start to see these lights going on, and the generators will be fired up, I'm pretty sure. As the sun here on the Costa del Sol here in Andalusia starts to make its way down.
Oh, I like that T-shirt. I want pizza. I probably don't need any more pizza after 2 weeks in Rome.
I bet you had a feast.
I sure did.
Got him. And, well, what a good delivery that is. Well, just remember that because, well, William Singh has taken 2 on the spin in his first over. He'll no doubt get another opportunity. Are we going to see another hat-trick? So just remember that. But it's going to be a golden. It's going to be a golden duck for Senagupta. So he's going to get a little bit of the old... As he makes his way back.
Now, I know we're getting a lot of questions about where's Derek. Remember, Derek's come from Rome, so he just missed his connecting flight. We're hoping that Derek will be with us tomorrow. But right now, it was just a little slidey ball into Sengupta, wasn't it? So he's the next man to go. End of the over as well. It's 39 for 5.
William Singh doing the damage. A very good over from him. Just the 1 run, and he's picked up 2 wickets as well. All smiles here from the French, and a little bit like Spain. Once again, Spain, they showed what they can do. The batters were clicking, the bowlers clicked in their second match as well. France as well, batters certainly have clicked. We were a little bit disappointed the way their bowlers performed against Spain, but they've come back strong, haven't they? And they're starting to show just why they are real contenders to perhaps be the victors in this group. Looking the business here. There's a new batter. Now makes his way out. So Arun Ashokan, the captain, is already out there. Hasn't really got going himself.
He hasn't had a chance, really. Hasn't faced too many. This is Rahula Mangal bowling over number 7. So France, okay, they start with I suppose a tight loss to Spain. Went down with 6 balls to spare, but going to thrash Czechia here. And I suppose we'll see what happens at Isle of Man in Greece last game. Like I said, if Greece can get the big wicket of Ollie Webster, not that there's not other players that aren't capable, but they didn't really step up in the first game to support their skipper. This is short, and it's going to be hooked away for 6. Nice shot. That's the tank coming out at 7. Maximo. Nicely played. And Rahula just didn't have the same zip his brother had. As you see a few people in the fan zone supporting Equipo España. But, yeah, it's an interesting one. I like that they've tried things. They threw Afridi up, saying, look, just try and get us some quick runs. It's just been one of those innings, hasn't it?
Yeah, Tom, look, we know about this guy. I mean, we saw him score 50 of 26, even though it was a loss to Austria by 27 runs last year. So he can bat, he can hit the ball hard, he can score runs quickly.
Tomar, he's done something a lot of his teammates haven't been able to do. Get one over the ropes. Now we'll get another gift, and that'll be 2 sixes in 2 balls. Good hooking from the tank, Maximo, as the Czechs finally bring up the 50 here in the 7th over.
Yeah, it's a good shot, but this is all about making the score respectable now, isn't it? It goes back to what you were saying, Vinny. Net run rate's so important. Let's just reflect on this. If you finish 5th in the group stages, you're done.
Yeah, you're done.
You got to try and finish in top 4, and I get the feeling here, like, you know, that 5th spot, or that 4th spot, I should say, it could be down to net run rate. So the way they finish here is so important.
100%. And yeah, at the moment, based on what we've seen so far, it could be the Czechs and the Greeks fighting for that spot. Yeah, nicely struck. That'll beat the fielder as well. I think Rahula's just a little bit carried away, dropping short. Like I said, he just doesn't have the same rhythm of his brother.
Yeah.
He's 1 year younger. But, you know, at his best, Rahula, he can be just as dangerous. But he just doesn't seem to have it. You see little steps in the run-up?
Yeah, you picked that up. So he hasn't got his run-up right. He's just, as he gets to the wicket, he's starting to do the little shuffle. So all of the run-up he's got is for nothing, really, because he comes to a standstill. And as a result of that, he's got no pace and no rhythm going into the ball. Let's see if he gets it right here now. Just keep an eye on his footwork here, folks, as he's running in. He just seems to be losing it as he approaches the stumps.
Shokin's probably wondering how come he couldn't get any of these when he was facing. Now, this is a good shot as well. In fact, that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, you never know who's going to fire. And look, I know this thing's kind of gone out of this game, but Tomar, you know, if he's hitting well, get him up there. He's a very, very good player. And again, he just plays the line of the ball, throws his hands at it and gets 6.
Yeah, it's a powerful strike, isn't it? Boom. Shakalagia, 6 over point. The over has gone magical already. 23 has come from it with the ball still to go. So Rahula Mangal just struggling here. Once again, just hasn't got his run right. Once again, there's that shuffle. And it's another one that's going to be a catch. That's well taken. It's a really good catch. And going for the big shots was Tomar. But the fielder comes across and holds on to that brilliantly. What a good catch that is. That's really well taken. And well, it's a good highlight for the man there. That's Cameron Ahmadzai comes in. I didn't think he was going to get there, Vinny, but good hands, safe hands, takes a catch. And, well, he rewards Rahula Mangal with a wicket that he never thought he was going to pick up.
Better ball, I suppose, although if he placed it slightly differently, it still might have gotten away from the fielder and gone to the boundary. He elects not to dive there, Cameron. He's a player we did see win the ECL for Drua early in the year. But, look, that's actually a productive innings from Ritik. Okay, yeah, he got a bit of fruit, to be fair to some of his teammates. But he is able to at least find the boundary a few times. He goes 22 or 5. He goes 3 maximos of 4 and an out. Checks a 62 for 6 after 7.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the clock there as well. Remember, if people are new, the clock is just when the 9th over really needs to be completed by. You're getting 40 minutes to bowl your 9. If you don't, then of course the penalty runs come into place. And at the moment, they should be okay. They've got to get a couple of overs in the. Looks like it's going to be about 9 minutes that they've got to complete it in.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Zadasher get a bowl, and again, he's a player we haven't seen too much of on ECN, and he didn't get a bowl this morning. So, our first ball so far so good.
Yeah, first time I think just a little bit of swing there. I mean, the sun has gone down and starting to see maybe the old Grizzly is coming to life. Oh, well, that one's been defensively played,
yeah,
isn't it?
He has this kind of, it's not big banana swing, but it just kind of has late tail. Look at this.
Yeah.
It seams in actually to Aaron Ashokan.
Yeah, it's a good spicy delivery, isn't it? I like a little bit of spice in the middle.
Yeah, over pitches this time, but
cover.
Ashokan sees it. He's only able to get toe with the bat on it. It's going to be great when we turn the lights on. This is kind of the twilight game, I suppose. This is obviously the latest the sun will set. Over the next month, it'll be progressively earlier. You normally have the full lights on by the end of this game. When we get to week 4. That's pretty well bowled.
One.
It's bowled well.
Showing he's another option here. Devendra Singh comes out at 8. We saw him opening earlier on. He's another player which sometimes is frustrating because when he looks good, he looks really good. And sometimes finds a way to get himself out. Marnus in the comment section with a very interesting comment regarding the Mangals. Worked away nicely, but straight to the fielder. And he thinks we could have a kind of Venus and Serena Williams situation where eventually the younger sibling ends up kind of outperforming the older sibling. Maybe. I mean, they're only 20 and 19. It's quite remarkable, actually. Very talented cricketers.
Yeah, they are. And I remember the first time that I saw them. I think I saw them first in action when I was in Germany, I think in Krefeld. And I was very impressed with their work there. And short, hit well. Fielder comes across and takes an outstanding catch. The catching has been brilliant. And they've hurt himself in the process there. And, well, we're talking about the Mangals. Well, there you go. Ramatula Mangali says, you can talk about me bowling, talk about me fielding as well. A really good catch.
Yeah, really good catch. He's such an athletic fielder. Now, I know he's been struggling with a bit of a groin strain all season, so I think that's what the grimace is about here. But he's full commitment. He only knows one speed. You see here, takes it, braces for impact. And, you know, these European cricketers like to take some very, very good catches. The other thing he does well there, he protects the ball. We had another incident in the Australia game last night against India where there was a catch taken and the catcher wasn't able to avoid grounding the ball before they completed the catch. But Mangal does it very expertly there, as that will be the 7th wicket to fall. Into the 8th over as well. It's 65 for 7 as we get ready for the start of the 9th. William.
How does that miss?
Where's the bounce in this pitch? That's the thing. I agree. Often we say this is the bouncy end that we're operating from, but I can't believe this has gone over the stumps.
William Singh can't believe it as well. This time a little bit down the leg side. I think that's well bowled. He sees that Arun looks like he's going to charge at him. So he fires that one down the leg side.
Yeah, Williams brings a lot to the table, doesn't he?
I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I mean, when they're performing and they're performing well here, I think I'm liking the bowling of Singh. I mean, he's going to, I think also he gives them something with the bat as well. So he's a good little player. He is little though, isn't he? I say little player. I don't, you know, he's a little tiny.
All right, we're going to see more of him because he plays for PUC, Paris University Club. We've qualified for the ECL next year. And yeah, the mail on him is he smashes them and he's a tough bowler to get away. Certainly proving the case right now. This is Vaishak Jaganevasan who is coming out. He's been added to the side this game, although he's coming out in a kind of hopeless situation, just trying to gather as many as they can. I mean, they'll be hard pressed to even get 80 here, so they're going to go down by a big margin. And I think we'll see tomorrow's fixtures in a little while, but I think it puts a lot of pressure on one particular fixture tomorrow. Miss stumping this time from Jackson.
Yeah, I mean,
he's been good, but he hasn't been perfect.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day, isn't it? I mean, the Czechia and Greece, that's going to be such a big match. That's going to be match number 3 tomorrow. Yeah. And yeah, could be everything to play in that one. Mind you, we're saying that Czechia versus Greece. I mean, Greece, we don't know what to expect here from the Isle of Man. I think you made a very good point. I mean, we saw a sensational innings from Ollie Webster. Scored a 101 out of the 135. Yeah. And there were 7 extras there as well. So I think already a lot of people are thinking, okay, if he doesn't perform, if Ollie Webster doesn't perform, what else are you going to see from the Isle of Man?
This is one game.
And I've got to say, Greece, I mean, everybody has a game like that where they just didn't click. I remember last year we saw the likes of, I think we saw other teams that just didn't perform. I mean, the likes of, I think even Belgium in one game only scored 40-odd runs. We know that's not like them. That's a nice looking shot. Fielder's got work to do. And there's going to be, well, Atula that comes again, makes a stop. So it could have been just a blip. And the same way with the Isle of Man. I mean, we don't know really about the other batters. I mean, just Ollie Webster performed. The other batters could perform as well. But I did like the way that Greece fought. They didn't make it, even though they only put 70 on the board, they fought hard against Spain. Well, this one has been hit hard and it will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Watch out, ladies. They're coming your way. Well, there we go. When you always got to keep an eye.
Wow.
Well, I think that's Mr. Weston Senior in the house, and was having a little chat there to Judith, and Judith thought about getting there, and then Rhino, that was that Rhino making a misfield. Oh, we got to save that one. Oh, Rhino, what happened there? As this one is going to go before a little bit of the inside edge. Well, we say that's the French cut. Well, that's the French cut against the French.
I think at the moment you're not going to win, so take a few cheap shots in a French cut against the French. Why not? This ball will probably take some finding. That goes under the fence. Still a pretty good ball from Zadasher.
So 3 balls to go in this contest, and it's been, well, very much one-sided. And France are going to get the victory that they feel that they will deserve. And Czechia, well, they're going to go another match with a victory. That's a thunderous shot, though. That's an absolute corker. And he's hit this sweet out of the middle. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of glove jumbo. What a lovely shot that is. It's just a shame that we didn't see a little bit more of this early on.
So this is what's coming up in match 5, and we're pretty close to a start there. It's about 15 minutes away, so stay tuned. Isle of Man against Greece. Greece sending in Isle of Man.
High up in the air, this should be taken. Sher wants it himself, and he will take it himself as well. Deserves that, picks up his second, 2 for 20. And Aruna Shokan gives his wicket away, but he's going to be very disappointed, isn't he, the Czechia captain. Nothing's gone right for him. He was hoping that they could change things round this year. Czechia lost all of their matches last year, and they were hoping for a better start on day 1 of the Euros of cricket this time around. But it's not going to be. It's going to be 2 defeats on the spin for them. France, though, well, they're playing some good cricket despite that loss to Spain when they put 149 on the board, and Spain got there with 6 balls to go. They're looking the business.
So yeah, Ollie Webster leads Isle of Man. That means we're going to have some pretty interesting clashes there. Sinan Khan, for example, bowling to Ollie Webster. Sinan bowled with some good heat. It'd be interesting to see who's the favourite for that. You'd imagine that Isle of Man would be. Yeah, there we go, 73% favourites. But Greece, I
wouldn't read too much into that just yet. I wouldn't read too much into that. I don't think we've seen the best of Greece.
Yeah.
Don't forget the captain. We know Aslam Mohammed. He got out first ball as well. So
last ball coming up, and Benke will get a run here, and they'll probably settle for that. So look, they do get to the 80 in the end, end up with 85, but it's a pretty high margin of victory. France just a bit too good for Czechia in this one. That'll be the end of the day for these 2 teams. They can go put their feet up at their Sunset Beach Club. I suppose day 2 will be a big day, especially for a team like Czechia, who walk away with no points from day 1. So they're going to have to perform tomorrow. Otherwise, it could be the end of their ECC journey.
yeah, it's a huge day for them tomorrow. And of course, that match that's coming up tomorrow against Greece, that could be the all-important one, depending how Greece perform in this one. Or it could be the crucial crunch match against the Isle of Man as well. But France here, I like the way that they played here. They showed the class and the talent that we know that they do have. We were impressed with their batting performance against Spain, though the bowling let them down. But this time around, they get it all right. The batting was sensational. They got 169 on the board, and then with the ball, I like the pace. I think Rahatulla was good. Well, there's Dino Oros. Well, look out for the pictures on the old social media as well, on Facebook, Instagram, and on Facebook, and some of the other social media as well. And some interviews up there as well. We will be talking, of course, to Ollie Webster for his century, and I think you've had a chat with Long Burns as well. They'll all be there on the social media, so check those out later as we have a look at the highlights. But some of the pace bowling there from Rahatulla Mangal was absolutely exceptional. He was certainly getting the ball to talk, wasn't he? And, well, France, they came back well. Well, this one was one that caused all sorts of confusion. We thought that Arun was going to be run out, but in fact, it was Sabarun that was out in the end. He didn't get his bat down. That was a sharp catch taken there by the happy captain, Numan Amjad. And nice to see plenty of people in the fan zone as well. And, well, one thing really good, just good performance there from France, I think, all round. They'll be very happy with the way that they bounced back.
Yeah, I think so. And look, their bowling didn't click earlier. I suppose it's hard to read into this too much. I think the Rahmatullah Mangal was outstanding with some of the unnatural things he was getting the ball to do and some of the lift that he was getting off the pitch. Cameron Ahmadzai with a good catch there. So I suppose they had to at least turn it on the first half. They did, and they kind of put it out of reach of the Czechs, who fought hard, to be fair. But I mean, France, their fielding's normally pretty good as well. Rahmatullah Mangal really gave everything there. Ashoka had a bit of a torrid time, didn't have a lot of the strike early. And in the end, the Czechs just not quite able to go with the French in this one. The margin of victory, 84 runs.
Yeah, a nice bit of bowling there. I like the bowling there from Chada as well. He did really well, bowled really well. As you can see there, the sun just about to go down the Sierra de Cartama. And the floodlights, well, they're on just like that. The lights are on. And it's time for the action during the night time. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll be tuning in, of course, because I'm going to make my way back to the Sunset Beach. It gives me an opportunity to talk to some of the teams that we saw in action there as well in the team bus. It'll be interesting. There'll be 2 different moods there, won't there? I think France will be very happy, very satisfied with the way they came back and got a win there. But Czechia, well, they know they've really got to bring their A game to the party tomorrow.
How about William Singh 2 for 2? Yeah. Kind of 2 22s in the first innings. I think Tomar hit the ball better than anyone, only faced 5 balls. 2 wickets also for Zardashev. Good to see him get a bowl, and then singles for some of the other bowling. Well, Rico, like you say, you're going to sign off for day 1. Fantastic job, though. I've really enjoyed having you next to me in the box. So, yes, great to be back at the ECC.
Been a wonderful start, hasn't it?
You must be looking forward to tomorrow already, because at the end of tomorrow, we'll know exactly who will make the top 4 on Wednesday finals day.
That's the thing. That's why it's so different to last year. Last year, the groups, you know, each group was the whole week. This time, it's just 3 days. And you know, we did that in the European Cricket League, didn't we? I think it worked wonderful. Everybody liked that concept. I like it. It just means that when you come here, you've got to be on your A game straight away. If you're not, you lose out.
Yeah, it's the race to survive tomorrow, and of course the top 2 double charts as well. We'll have a very quick break back in a few minutes with the start of the night's game. The lights are on, and we'll be home ready for match 5 right after this. Right now, you're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval here in Malaga, Spain. Opening day of the European Cricket Championship becomes opening night now as we get ready for match 5 here in Group A. It's going to be Isle of Man versus Greece. I'm sure both these teams would like to close out day 1 with the win. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming had the two captains out in the middle. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Greece, it's your call. Dream11. Dream11 is called. It is Dream11. We feel for us.
So Greece win the toss and their captain Aslan Mohammed has elected to bowl first. Maybe that's to do with the fact that when they batted first earlier, it didn't really go well for them against Spain when they were only able to gather 70, and a lot of that was because of a bit of a late push. So look, these things can happen in the 10-over game. We know that Greece, they are a team that pride themselves on their fielding in particular, and I think that we'll see a bit more of that in the first half of this game. I think guys like Chris Bogdanos, who also did a really good job with the bat, he's a key fielder for them as well. And maybe Sinan Khan can really get the key wicket. And speaking of the key wicket, I think it's Ollie Webster, no doubt. He scored 100. No one else scored more than 8 for Isle of Man, but they did start their campaign with a win earlier on. So it's all ready to get going, and the lights are on as well. Andrew Ryan is here. Rico, he's going to head back to the Sunset Beach Club, get ready for tomorrow. But right now, the next voice you hear will be Rhino with the news from the toss here in match 5 that Greece, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Mr. Vinny Sandhu, thank you very much for the introduction. Well set up for a good contest here to conclude day 1 of the European Cricket Championship. It is Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. It'll welcome all around the world, whether you're watching through the European Cricket Network on YouTube or any of our many, many broadcast partners around the world. Great to have your company here as we get into the twilight zone of the wonderful Cartama Oval, and doesn't it look resplendent there, lit up in the middle of the green pastures of the wonderful Andalucía region of Spain. And we should have a pretty good contest here to finish off day 1. Isle of Man, they were very impressive in their opening game. Ollie Webster punctuating their innings with a well-deserved century, an almost flawless century, until he was almost caught trying to get the final 2 runs for that 100, but fortunately a little bit of luck, was dropped, scampered through for the 2 and managed to bring up 3 figures. He'll be an incredibly important man at the top of the order again. Nathan Knights looked like he had some strong shots, powerful player, took a great catch in that last game as well. But the Greece bowling lineup showed that they have got plenty to them in that last contest. Sinan Khan in particular bowled some very, very quick balls with his right arm pace. Looking forward to see Georgios with his spin later today. So certainly the supercomputer favouring the Isle of Man at this stage. 73% chance of winning this game. But under lights, anything can happen. And I suspect the Greece boys will be much better for their first contest. It's just 8:30 p.m. local time here in Spain, so certainly the lights coming on to full effect. I might have seen Maximo doing his preview from across in the hospitality area. It's like he's over there with the well-lit section of the ground. So quite a few folks hanging around for this final game. It's been a raucous atmosphere in the hospitality area. Certainly, if you're in and around the Malaga area in the coming weeks, get yourself down to Cartama Oval, because the atmosphere is absolutely bombastic and you're seeing plenty of top quality cricket action here, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of good action in this final game tonight. So it is that man, Sinan Khan, who's going to take the new ball. Steams in, good length ball. Just pushed away from Webster, scampers through for the quick single. A reasonable chance for a run out. As it is, it's just the one off the first ball. Khan will be looking to get a little bit of sideways movement, take advantage of the evening conditions here. So, I mean, Casilla, very, very good with the opening over for the Greeks against powerful Spanish batting lineup in their previous game. Slightly wide of off stump, just called wide. Probably pretty tight call. Bowler signalling that he's not so excited about the decision, but yeah, passed over the wide lines. Good call from Charles. Just getting some exercise in the shoulders early on in this game. Man, very dedicated to his fitness. I'm sure he's warmed up appropriately in the umpires' change rooms before hitting the middle of Cardimer Oval. So they can't crack, but they've got a fielder out there on the cover boundary. Nice shot from Knights. A little bit of a fumble. They do get through for the second. He's big man, Knights, but Shoney can scamper through between the wickets. Lovely shot, got it right on top of the ball. See, they were just ambling through to start with, but pushed it when they had the fumble. It's good running. Fairly sedate start here. 4 for none. 2 balls, 2 legitimate balls so far in the over. And we'll have to wait a while for the third. Sinan Khan bails out of his run-up. Interesting experience for these players. Not all of them would have had the opportunity to play under lights before. Certainly from having been out in the middle of this Cardimer ground, it does give you a different perspective and certain intensity. The white ball under the massive floodlights we have here that's nicely struck. And it's struck through the gap, very well placed. And that's the first boundary of the innings. Just a touch over pitched and not a huge amount of footwork from Knights, but swung through the line very truly. Excellent placement. He's gotten off to a pretty handy start here. 6 runs off his 2 balls. It's a big question mark over this Isle of Man batting lineup. Webster doing all of the damage in that first game. Not a single other player scored in double figures to match his century. So Sinan Khan facing more pressure in this first over against the Isle of Man than he probably did his entire spell against the Spanish earlier today. Full ball outside off stump, and Knights has timed that to perfection. Point boundary, peppered with a lovely shot. Once again, Khan just a little bit too full. Made that right under his eyeballs. Only about 1.5 feet away from being a Maximo. Lovely shot. And Khan, 12 runs off his 4 balls. Well, and the skipper, Aslam Ahmed, threw him a new ball. He was expecting a little bit more. He's shifted going around the wicket. We didn't see this from him in the first game against Spain. Much better ball. Yorker just outside off stump. Fielder should have a shot at the stumps. Thought about it for a good 3 or 4 seconds. Thought he was about to execute a flying Jonty Rhodes leap at the stumps from about 15 metres out, but eventually let go. It's confusion between the batters. Knights really wasn't interested in the least. As it is, he would have probably been just out had he hit. Action aplenty in this first over from Sinan Khan. Short ball. And that's probably a little bit more the length that he was bowling that last game. Probably still a little bit shortish, but as it is, Webster tries to swing it away at the leg side. That's the end of the over. Isle of Man, 13 on the board, no wickets lost. It's a good opportunity to look ahead to the rest of the tournament. So we've had the chance to watch all of the 5 teams here in Group A. Spain starting strongly. And I think the French have probably put people on notice that they will be a big show in this group as well. Isle of Man, 1-0 at the moment, so they'll be feeling pretty happy about their tournament so far. We've got the Bailiwicks of Jersey and Guernsey in Group B starting on Thursday. So remember that it's only 3 days. You'll see each of these groups during the initial stages of the tournament. So it really is almost not quite sudden death cricket, but not far away from it. Ahmed coming on to bowl the second over, just drifting wide of off stump from around the wicket, but the prettiest delivery we've seen today, but it was effective. He's reeling in the field changes. He's decided after that first ball he's going to take an off stump line, so he's pushed the man out to deep cover. Well, he's certainly bowling to his field. Dragged that one across again, very wide of off stump, but just snaking inside the wide line. A couple of dots for Knights. Big change in pace from the first to the second over. Well, he's done it again. It's a triple play, strike 3. Well, it's not often in a T10 game of cricket that someone will drop short of a length wide of off stump on 3 consecutive balls, and the batsman won't make contact. Knights moves across to possibly the slowest ball that we've seen today. And even if he didn't pick the off-speed one, as he brings about a smile from his partner, Ollie Webster. I tell you what, Webster's sitting at 1 off 1. Probably would have loved to have that to put away. But Knights finally makes contact and smacks Ahmed away to the square leg boundary. And he's found that wide of off stump line again. Credit to him. He's getting a little bit of away movement. Already the natural angle from coming around the wicket. His right arm medium. Hustling through his over too. And he's done it again. The umpire's arm stays down. That's an incredible over for Ahmed. 5 dot balls from 5 balls wide of off stump. Credit to the man for bowling to a plan and executing it. I suspect if Nathan Knights goes back and watches that over later tonight, he will be immensely frustrated. Nonetheless, Isle of Man sitting fairly well positioned after their first game. So ignore the fact that they're on 0 matches. They've actually won their first game. Spain 2 from 2 at the moment. France 1-1. Czechia had a tough start to the tournament. 1-2. Showing glimpses of form, but not enough to register a win. Certainly that game against the Isle of Man earlier today probably would have been one of those 50-50 contests that you really did want to get a result from. And Ollie Webster back on strike. He's only faced 2 balls today. Well, Muaz looks like he's trying to replicate what Ahmed did in the last over. Unfortunately, he's just dragged it about half a metre further wide. Easy call for the umpire. So if you agree, you're probably not unhappy about the total at the moment. 18 for none, so no wickets down, but keeping the run rate under control. That ball was asking to be hit, though. Overcorrected, drifted onto leg stump, and Webster, he's still feeling it from his century earlier today. Nice shot, just stepped back in his crease, helped the ball behind square. Nice timing going right into the Cardamom night sky. Very uncomplicated player, Webster. Saw him do that a lot in the last game, drop back deep. He's managed to get a hold of that ball, which was very wide once again. Almost deja vu from the first over. The fielder out there at deep cover, just hurrying it down, but they don't take the second on this occasion. He's Knights back onto strike. He's 15 off 10. Full ball. That's too easy for a batter of his talent. Right outside off stump. It's an interesting one from Muaz, starting around the wicket to Webster. That was the exact line that Knight struggled with so much in that last over, and yet he's decided to come over the wicket once he's got on strike. Served up an absolute buffet ball and duly dispatched to the boundary. Short ball, but off speed, nicely disguised. Nice trying to swing it away to mid-wicket. Obviously didn't read the change of pace. Still staying in this crease. Oh, that's gone high into the night sky. Fielder dropping back from point, takes a really, really good catch. Never easy going in, particularly in the dark sky. And that's really, really well taken. And a good bit of bowling as well. Dug it on a little bit short. Knight's trying to heave it away over the point boundary. Unfortunately, gets it probably a little bit higher on the bat than he would have wanted. And he is sent packing. So the Isle of Man losing their first wicket, 29 runs on the board, 1 ball to go in the power play, and the Greeks have something to celebrate, and we have something to celebrate in the commentary box too, with the return of Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu.
Yeah, nice to be back, Rhino. Yeah, the lights are on, and yeah, right now, Isle of Man, it's an okay power play, I suppose. I mean, Greece, I suppose, from their point of view, a lot of them will be playing under lights for the first time. Maybe not some of the players like the captain, Muhammad Aslam, who has played before for Byron in the ECL, which was under lights. This is Greece and Isle of Man's first ECL, so ECC I should say. So a great experience for them. And look, Greece, yeah, they kind of got blown away earlier. It can happen. Isle of Man started with a win, but we talked about how important Webster was. Ollie Webster, that is. Muaz. Last ball of his over.
Short ball just into the waist area of Burrows, and he turns it to leg. So that's the end of the power play, so 3 overs gone. Isle of Man, 30 runs on the board, 1 wicket down.
Yeah, so 30 for 1. For me, probably honours to Greece. The power play really, okay, they only take the 1 wicket. But they've only gone for 30. Yeah, but Ollie Webster, not often you see a ton, although we've seen quite a lot because
not often you see them until you have a lot. And
exactly, because the amount of matches, I think that's what I was going to say. And you can see there, Isle of Man 2 points, and Greece and Czechia without any points. So Czechia fans out there, they'll be probably hoping Isle of Man win this one to make their task a little bit easier than playing catch up against Greece tomorrow. Hate to be the only team on 0. Oh, this is going nowhere.
Oh, he's taken a good catch.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a funny one, wasn't it? I mean, Aslam didn't seem to pick it up straight away. Burrows' big swing, but didn't really leave the immediate area. 30 for 2.
Yeah, Ahmed's turning into my favourite infuriating bowler of this tournament. He just comes in with such a dipping, slowish ball that just sits in the pitch. And you see that's exactly what's happened to Burrows here. It's just probably skidded a bit off the deck, maybe a bit of moisture there. It's come on a bit quicker than he expected and jagged off the deck too.
Yeah, so here's the complications. Yes, it's a catch you should take, but number one, you're under the lid and you see a big swing, so you're not quite sure where the ball's gone. He's obscured by the batter's body as well there, so that's why he was kind of late to see it, but when he did, it was just a simple pop-up. So Joe Burrows has to go. Isle of Man will have to plug along, as we see, and the staff here, they're working very hard to keep the fans happy. That's young Natasha there. Could see her back at the Cardimer Oval as well.
It's amazing she's had time to wave for the cameras given the amount that she's been serving down there. She's done a great job, as of all of the team here at Cardimer Oval. Great to have them on board with us, and great to have the Greeks putting themselves in, I wouldn't say pole position at the moment. In fact, Supercomputer's still saying 60-40 to Isle of Man, but 2 wickets down. So, but if Ahmed can use his nagging little medium paces to get out of this over with maybe not even necessarily another wicket, but just a tight over.
Put a bit of pressure on.
Pretty happy, the Greeks.
What's better than 1 Webster? 2 Websters.
That is another one of those moon balls that probably takes a good 3 or 4 seconds to get down the track.
Yeah, it feels like it anyway. But yeah, I mean, you've got to try things out here. Well, I think by taking the pace off, you force the batter to kind of make their own pace. Sometimes they overswing. Anyway, here's Ollie.
Goes wide of off stump. That's what he was doing in the first over. Clearly, Ollie Webster's clocked that, stepped wide of off stump, swings it over the boundary. Lovely shot.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. This guy's in great form. It's one of the better bits of actual off-the-field fielding we've seen today. Could be our very own Jay Sin, who is likely to represent Switzerland a little bit later in this tournament. And takes that on one bounce.
Probably hope he's collecting more balls in the field rather than over the boundary during the course of that tournament for Switzerland. Another one of these balls just drifting outside off stumpers. Great to see the lights take effect down here in Cardimer. Fantastic for the players and the commentators. Webster probably a bit annoyed with himself, but once again, Ahmed, just so little pace on the ball. If you don't get it off the meat of the bat, you've got nothing to work with.
I mean, he's just a classic bowler. You feel like you should be hitting for 6 every ball, which is a dangerous mindset.
Once again, drifting wide of off stump. It's almost a forward drive cut from Webster. Takes him to 2 off 2. Gets Ollie back onto strike. So Ahmed's done the job again in this over.
I mean, let's say it's 100. Greece still got to chase it. You know, they need someone to step up with the bat. Maybe they'll make a few little changes to their order. But anyway, Ollie Webster hasn't done too much of the strike so far. He's going to face last ball, the 4th.
Floated up. Glorious cricket shot. That is well played. Unfortunately for Ahmed, first ball that he's actually dropped right into the slot. Very, very good cricket shot. See this one coming around the wicket. That is probably exactly what he was waiting for, and he's taken full toll. Great shot. And that leaves the Isle of Man at the end of the 4th over. 45 for 2. A bit of thinking for the Greek captain. I think it looks like Georgios Galanis is going to come on. His spinners, well, pretty good first over against the Spanish earlier today. He's got a fair bit of variation, capable bowling wicket balls. Double dose of Webster, the crease. Certainly they'll be looking to get on strike as much as possible. So Christian out there on facing now. Actually, this is Kassir who's come on. Bowled his left arm orthodox, and his first ball just dropped a touch short, and good footwork from Webster.
Yeah, well, Christian Webster will be feeling a lot better now. Of course, he went for a golden duck in the first game for Isle of Man. But yeah, fraction short. And little mistakes have big consequences. And you can see Isle of Man, they're pretty keen to make sure that didn't go near a fielder. It didn't, and 4 to the score.
A little bit more air on that occasion. Decent bit of bat on the ball, well fielded out there. There's Christodoulos Bogdanos, who batted really well for Greece in that last game, be an important man with the bat.
We've seen him a fair bit during the summer, Chris, and he always seems like a good player out of luck. But I was happy to see him make a few runs. This will be called. Thing is, I suppose a lot of these players will be fielding under lights for the first time, or they're quite inexperienced under lights. No matter where or when you play under lights, there's always going to be times to lose the ball in the lights. It can be quite off-putting. You kind of get in your head a bit.
Oh, that's a nice ball. Just a bit of bite off the pitch from Kassir.
Saw with Bogdanos on the previous ball, you know, he did his best to track it. He didn't rush in until he got a good look at it, got it on the one bounce. But we also seen some sensational catches under lights as well. 50's up for Isle of Man in the 5th.
Oh, a bit of air. That's actually close. Oh, Crouch has just walked to the side. Direct hit, which I don't think is. No, they were actually going to go up to the video. I thought he was safe coming through there, Ollie Webster, but that was close, that LBW.
I don't think that's missing, but I mean, we'll have to look at the run out first. They've gone upstairs for this one. Has he made it home? Yes, quite easily. Yeah, but I'm curious to see, because
seeing the run out again, that's clearly not out. It's obviously dismissal here,
but it hit him in front of the stumps.
It's one of those instances where you just wonder whether or not, because it was actually quite a poor ball, that the umpire hasn't given it the thought that
if you take the batter out of that, can't see that missing. But I get it. He's coming left arm around and he's got quite a big angle. He'll be lucky to get away with it. Yeah. So
looks like Charles
the other thing was
into his clicker there.
Was there any bat in it? That's the other thing. There has been given a run, I believe, which is always a clever bit of umpiring, because you can always say, yeah, look, it was a little inside edge. Sheriff's Peener out now. He's actually going to give it a leg by. Well, Charles, you made your own bed there. Luckily, Matumi's looking to run out. We didn't really get a good look at the LBW. But, you know, the umpires did a sensational job. And obviously, the umpire felt there was some doubt there. Gave the batter the benefit.
Nice bit of bowling from Kassir. I think he saw Webster with the early movement.
Oh, well, a bit of Webster on Webster miscommunication here because Ollie wasn't too keen to go for the single. This will be a bye in the end. They get away with it. Half chance there to remove the dangerous Ollie Webster with a run out. Last ball of the 5th.
Kassir drops it on middle stump, and that's high. Very handsome from Christian Webster, showing that he's got some capability with the bat, as opposed to Ollie, who's 22 off 9. And Isle of Man going along quite nicely now. They are 60 for 2. Conclusion of the 5th over.
Well, now we know why Christian wanted to get down the striker's end so much, because he basically schwepped the next one out of the ground for 6. Want to welcome you into the Dream Box. It's night time, so the lights are on. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have Andrew Ryan here with me as well. Of course, Corey will be joining us as part of our commentary team, but right now, Corey Rutgers is the Spanish coach, so he's quite busy. Got Rhino in. And how are you enjoying experience so far, opening day?
Fantastic to be back here. I mean, it's always a big thing to be part of these major events out here at Cardimer Oval. You can just feel amongst the ECN team, amongst the players themselves, there's just a different vibe to it. It's such a big deal. And it's gotten off to a cracking start today. I think we're going to see some great entertainment in the coming weeks.
Now, obviously, we're not going hungry at the moment, but there are a lot of people in the world that are going hungry, and I do just want to quickly mention our charity partner, as the Precinct Mimi. It's a bit high to me, this one. Umpire, I think, is spot on, even though the protestations are continuing. Sinan Khan, pardon me, is coming back in over number 6. That was a bit quick for Amarpreet. Yeah, so as little as 70 cents, that's all it is. 70 cents, euro cents that is, which is about, it's about 70 US cents. It's about just over $1 Australian, about 60p. You can actually provide a meal for someone that's going hungry. This is a Gundy ball. Aslam Mohammed, the most agile 53-year-old that I know,
He's ripped, isn't he, for a 53-year-old?
Has time to gesticulate. He, at the toss, we had a bit of fun. I know Aslam pretty well. He's a lovely guy. He let me use his abs as a little bit of a punching bag, and I tell you what, I wasn't getting through. So, look, what I will say is from time to time you will see the QR code for the World Food Program. We're trying to provide 44,182 meals during the rest of our ECN season, so it'd be great if you'd go on board if you're enjoying the experience. This is a no ball for height, and it's going to be 4. So, yeah, Sinan, we know he's quick, we know he's raw, but this is going to cost him 5, and there's a free hit to come.
Yeah, pretty good adjustment from Christian Webber, particularly under lights. It's going to be hard to pick up these full balls. He's actually done very, very well to just shovel it around down a fine leg. To see the eyes wide open there, especially with Khan, who's still bowling with some quite reasonable pace. Unfortunately, he hasn't had the same location in this game that he did against the Spanish.
Yeah, you're right. Now, what's he going to do with the free hit? One final thing. World Food Day is on the 16th of October, so together we can have an impact by helping to provide life-saving food for families in need. And that is the first day of Championship Week, so keep that in mind as well.
What a celebration.
All right, back to the Webster show.
Free hit. It's a pretty decent ball. That's more the length that he's been trying to hit.
Do you remember Webster, the show?
The TV show, of course. I was trying to actually think of a way that we could introduce that.
Well, I'll just say it. I mean, it's Game 5 now, and we have a bit of a tradition on the European Cricket Network that Game 5, well, the last game of the day, is random question time. So if you're on the comment section, throw some questions in for us. Yeah, we love the interaction. We'll do what we can. Anyway, here's Sinan.
Oh, it's a good shot ball. I'll tell you what, Vinny, Sinan Khan, I've got a nickname for him.
Okay.
Given his pace, Grease Lightning.
Oh, yeah. That's brilliant.
Is that good?
That's
You
really
like that?
good.
Yeah.
All right, you've certainly already offered more than a certain C. Rutgers has in the commentary box all year.
I have a vocab range that's more than about 45 words, so it's not surprising.
We love Corey.
Hope you're doing well, Corey.
Yeah, Corey.
Hope you're doing well. Ollie Webster on strike. Oh, I thought Grease Lightning had got through in there, but actually managed to hit it to the leg side. It'll just be a single.
Earlier in the season, Bulgaria cracked a ton as well. You know, so he can be an all-round threat. And I think that, he's the sort of player that needs to fire if Greece is going to go deep. And the thing is, you know, the way things are looking right now, although it could change if Greece win this game, you know, Greece could be on the chopping block. They just got to make sure they find a way to get there, and then and then obviously have a good finals day. They won't get a run here. Aslan makes the block. I mean, I'll use an example from the ECL, the Swiss club Alton, who after the first day, they were actually 3 points and top of the table. They ended up bottom of the table after day 2. So look, you don't want to read too much into day 1, but obviously it's a good indicator to see how teams are tracking. Greece desperately love a win here. So far, they've kept it to a fairly average run rate.
Well, it's a slower ball, and it's absolutely dispatched. Lovely strike from Christian Webster. Good for this Isle of Man team to show that they've got more than Ollie Webster in the batting lineup. So a few concerns after that last game. May not have sufficient depth, but plenty of others contributing here.
Well, potentially they should just get every single player to change their name to Webster. And I think you can agree your batting run rate and your average is going to go through the roof. In fact, Christian's now overtaken Ollie in less balls.
Well, Khan's economy rate's going through the roof. There's pop-up ball, fielder coming in from out at cover, and he's made an absolute meal of that under lights. Unfortunately, he tried to sprint in hard, realised he had to do almost an L turn to get out to where the ball eventually landed. He's had a couple of grabs, and unfortunately, poor Amin Kassir, who had a tough earlier over with the ball, hasn't collected it, and it's boundary. And that leaves the other man 80 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the baby giraffe being born there about that attempt, wasn't it? It's, unfortunately, look, it is different fielding under lights. Unless you've experienced it, you won't really know. I mean, I remember playing at the Wacker under lights for the first time, and it was like there were 6 giant suns. And okay, those lights are a bit higher, these lights are a bit lower. Different places, different conditions, but there's always sometimes you lose the ball in the lights. A lot of the stadiums in the Middle East, they'll have kind of halo, the lights around all at one level, but the smaller lights.
I literally, when you were talking different places, different faces, I thought you were going to launch into the theme song, Different Strokes. We were talking about Webster about 10 minutes ago.
Another groundbreaking 80s sitcom.
Wasn't it? Wasn't it? Social commentary abound in 80s sitcoms in modern America.
What you're talking about, Rhino, as we're going to get Georgios Galanis coming on in over number 7.
I like Galanis.
Yeah, I
Good
like
change
him a
for the
lot.
skipper. Oh, lands that one just outside of leg stump.
I mean, he may look like an oversized Harry Potter imitation, but he is a genuine teenage set. In fact, he looks a bit more like a Guess Who character, Georgios Galanis, at this stage of his life, but I like him a lot. And he might get a wicket right here as it's hanging up in the air and it's gone. So you like Galanis, I like Galanis, Greece like Galanis, and it's not the Greece Lightning, but it's the spin of Georgios that gets the breakthrough. And Ollie Webster out for the first time today. It's 80 for 3.
I'm still trying to recover from your Guess Who comment, Maximo. That's a great shout. But Galanis has landed his first 2 balls very nicely. This one just kicks off the deck on a good length, and Webster, as he has tendency to, his weight sitting on the back foot, it's served him well so far, but this caused him to just pop the ball up to cover, and pretty neat catch from poor Amin Kassir, who had a struggle in the final ball of the last over, but he's taken that one neatly.
I know Amin preferred this one, but still handy contribution from the skipper, 23 for him. He leaves his team in pretty good shape. It's 80 for 3.
Yeah, precariously poised though this game. We know Greece probably don't have the deepest batting lineup, so if Isle of Man can get their way to sort of 120 odd, they'll probably be feeling that they're in a strong position. But if Galanis can pick up a couple of middle order here, George Burrows coming out, who's very, very strong batter, but probably didn't see the best of him in that first game. Never a nice thing to walk to the wicket when you've got a good quality spinner on, is it, Maximo?
Oh, well, that's right. And I think variety is the spice of life. Burrows comes out.
It's good first shot, but he's headed straight to the fielder, who is sitting on the 45 on the leg side. He's dropped it. There's going to be a run out. Oh, that's tragic stuff. Christian Webster, he's been batting so well. And after an ordinary bit of fielding with the dropped catch, that is a great bit of work. I think that might be Ali Muaz coming in there with the throw, and the keeper's taken the bails off. And once again, another run out off the Galanis bowling.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's worse than giving a catch first ball is somehow running out the set batter first ball. I mean, does he... He says, yeah, and actually, on second thoughts, when I see the ball coming in, I don't think it's a run. So, in a sense, it was 2 good running by Christian Webster, who was looking for a 2, and I think he's the one that got Burrows interested, and then he said, look, I was only interested because you were, and unfortunately, for Webster. It's going to end his innings on 28. So both Websters go. It's a little bit when you see close friends that play together. They like to stay together. Now they're going to have to play together in the dugout. It's 81 for 4.
Well, they'll probably both be stewing. It was actually Andreas Gastorados who came up with the run out. Great throw from him. Really hurled it in at good speed. And Galanis continuing this out. And you can see that Galanis is really running through his spell now. He realises he's on top of the batters. He's got 2 new men at the crease. He's got 1 for 1 off 4 balls.
Game-changing over. No doubt about it. 2 freshies at the crease.
Lovely ball. Pretty well played in the end, actually, by Hartman. That was a great leg.
Random questions come in from Elsboy. Good to see you. He's stopping lurking for now. He's saying, can I ask Natasha if the Leaning Tower of Freezer is still behind the bar? Well, I will. We don't get over to the bar that often in the commentary box. It's quite far away, but Natasha does a great job back there. Thanks, Elsboy. Good to hear from you.
That's the end of the over from Galanis, but that's a lovely final ball. Just took the pace off and wide of off stump. Isle of Man, bit of a turnaround there. 82 for 4, 7 overs gone.
Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow as well. And of course, it's day 2. It's the second day, but it's also the second last day of Group A. So after match 10, we'll have to make the cut. The bottom team's out. The top 4 will play on Wednesday, and the top 2 will get the double chart. So join us same time tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India for day 2 of Group A in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Also, Julian has a question.
Tell you what, before we go to the question, I think this is a good move from the Greek skipper, bringing Casilla on. It wasn't his greatest first over, but these two were not comfortable playing the spin of Galanis last over. Oh, an opportunity. He's gone down the track, beating him with a lovely orthodox left arm ball. Keeper, the skipper can't complete it.
Actually turned too much for everyone, including the keeper. Really bit and bounced.
Tries to move across to off stump, just swings it round for a single, but this has been a great period for Greece.
So Julian's got a question. He says, am I imagining it, or are the games an hour later than last year? We'll actually start at the same time, but due to some scheduling this year, we have a couple of extended breaks during the day, half an hour extra each time. So this game would normally start at 7:30 local. It's starting at 8:30 local, but it's kind of nice in a way because you get, both teams playing under the light, so fairly similar conditions for both sides in the night game. So I actually think it works out pretty well.
Yep, agree with you there, Maximo. That's another good ball. A little bit, well, not a little bit, prodigious turn. And tell you what, off these last 11 balls, Maximo, they've taken 1 wicket and only let in 4 runs. That's induced a little reverse, and he's actually got good contact. Hartman will take it down to the boundary, but Casilla will probably see that as a win, forcing that sort of high-risk shot. End of the over, 88 on the board, 8 overs gone.
And I think, as a keeper, you're annoyed when you miss the stumping. But I suppose at this stage of the game, it really depends on who you missed and if they hurt you. You've got a couple of guys out there that haven't really hurt you yet. There's a chance if you get a new batter in, that they might just come out and start bashing sixes. So, you'll never know. It's a sliding doors moment. 88 for 4. I think right now, Greece pretty happy where they are in the game. Of course, if the Webster-Webster partnership got going, they could be really staring down the barrel. But we're going to go to the 9th, and as we know, it all happens in the 9th.
Certainly does. And certainly more likely to happen with Georgios Galanis, top of the bowling run-up.
Spin to win. Seems a bit of a theme today.
Brings him down the track. Aslam Mohammed takes this one cleanly, and Burrows is on his way. Lovely piece of bowling from the leg spinner Galanis. Fantastic stuff. And Vinny, you would have liked that keeping.
Yeah, of course I do. And the tough thing is the bounce. You're not really ever catching too much fingers up. You see that one's out by a fair distance. But yeah, Aslam has to kind of ride the bounce, and he is almost catching it, with the reverse cup. So George Burrows takes 3 steps to the long march to nowhere, ends up walking back up the stairs as he stumped for 2, and the score's 88 for 5.
Yeah, they've really turned this around in the last couple of overs. So that first Galanis over went for 2, then Casilla went for 6. Now Galanis has come up with a wicket to start this 9th over. The Isle of Man have really dug themselves into a bit of a hole here after being in the ascendant position. Remember, they were 80 for 2 after 6. So it really has ground to a halt as This is Jamie Brown who's come to the crease. Galanis continuing to drop it on a lane.
Yeah, he's really putting on a show here. 2 for 2 off 8 balls, and I love the way they're hustling as well. You know, the spinners are getting through these overs so quick, not really giving the batters a chance to settle.
Oh, glorious leg spin bowling from Galanis. That one just a bit of air, but it was full of. Brown has played all around it, and he is continuing a sensational game. Young leg spinner. He's now got 3 wickets for 2 runs.
Good length anytime. You know, it's a Yorker, new batter, feet not really going anywhere. Just crashes into the bottom of the stumps. And I'm so happy to see Georgios Galanis in a Greek shirt at the Cardamom Oval in the Heroes of Cricket, playing on the opening day of Greece in this festival of cricketing entertainment. And he gets Brown for a duck. It's 88 for 6.
Tell you what, one thing I really do like, or it's an indicative of a good leg spinner, is how much in-drift Galanis is getting on the ball, which is certainly showing that he's giving it some revolutions. And that was probably what did Brown in there. Ball just drifting into his pads and played down the wrong lines. This has been a wonderful period for the Greeks.
Here's your man, Langford. I know you like him. Chip off the old block.
Look, he started like I do most of my innings with a tentative prod that
He's
goes
a
for a single.
left-handed Andrew Ryan. When we saw you playing in the European Cricket Series, I mean, if he starts charging at the stumps and taking them out like scoring a try in rugby, then we'll know he really has been following your career, Rhino.
We'll see if Langford can take a 4 for later in the tournament as Galanis drifts that one, probably just a touch full, and it's been nicely struck down the ground for 4 and a much-needed boundary for the Isle of Man.
All happening in the night. This could be a really good game. It already is a pretty good game. Isle of Man just trailing now in the win predictor, but I mean, Greece is still going to have to get them. Who's going to step up? Quick hello in the chat as well. I know it's hard to keep up, but I want to say hello to Charlie Hunt as well as Kevin, who's been great all day. Dave B, you've been wonderful as well. Also, Sada had a comment in the comment section. Last ball though first for Galanis.
Another one of those balls with a lot of in-drift, and Hartman can only just punch it straight back to him. Sensational spell from Galanis, 3 for 7, and the Isle of Man after 9. They are 93 for 6.
Yeah, Sada with the comment saying, not really a random question, but really happy to finally witness the Euros of Cricket. We've had quite an action-packed start of this party. Also, looks like Spain are too strong for this group. Well, might look like that, but as we've seen, and actually, Rhino, when you're here, we've seen some really action-packed finals days. I mean, you covered for Rico in Group D of the ECL. We saw Scotland considered unassailable in that group, and we saw Drew knock them out on a Saturday night. That was very, very special. Then Drew would go on to win the whole thing. So, yeah, don't count your chickens just yet. All right, here's Ali Muaz. 10th overtime. First one goes straight through Langford.
A pretty decent ball, actually, from Muaz. Just managed to get that to swing back into the pads of Langford. Just missed his leg stump. So, oh, man, what are they looking for here for? Vinny, if they can get to 105, they'll feel a little bit more comfortable.
105, 2 boundaries in the over with 6 down. You take that, probably get something around that mark.
Oh, it's wide of off stump, but Langford can only side slog it as his partner's coming back for the second. He's hustling and manages to get back. That's great running, in particular from Hartman, the non-striker.
I think you're kind of dispensable now. You've got 4 wickets in hand. Make the play, especially if you're not going to get the boundary. I think Langford was totally on board with this, but he did. Saw his partner coming back.
Didn't really leave him with a choice, did he?
Yeah, exactly.
Muaz will be okay with that, though. It's all about stopping boundaries in this final over.
Big lefty. What's he thinking here? Leg side with the angle.
That one swung across the leg side. It actually does pretty well out there. I think that's Amin Kassir. He's been stationed out of that boundary all night. The bespectacled left arm superstar. Tell you what, turning back to our YouTube chat, Vinny.
Yeah.
I feel like our viewers are not taking advantage of the random element of this question invitation at the moment.
Doesn't have to be about cricket. I was just saying, you don't have to be Nostradamus to pick a leg side shot, but I've been on fire predicting today. 3 to come here.
He's tried to scoop that around. I'm not sure that was the plan, but he's got enough bat to take it almost directly over the keeper's head. Much needed boundary.
Hey, I like it. He commits to the stroke, doesn't he? And we know that with the bounce in this pitch, you get any bat on this, he just gets completely inside it, right off the edge of the bat, to be honest, top edge, and runs away for 4. Well, there's one of the boundaries we talked about. In fact, it brings up the 100 for Isle of Man with 2 balls remaining.
Oh, Muaz goes the same sort of line. This one, Fuller, might have actually been an easier one to scoop for Hartman, but he can only just paddle it around for a single.
Charlie's piped in saying he genuinely has a module in his university studies that starts on Monday that is called sports commentary.
Oh.
And so he's saying
is he delivering the lectures?
Corey went to commentary school this year. That's the running joke we've got. I think if you got Corey taking the finals, I'm not sure if he'd pass. Here's the last ball.
Oh, what a strike. Langford. Well, he said he was imitating Andrew Ryan. I'm not sure it's the case after he's just launched that baby over the mid-wicket boundary. That's a sensational finish to this innings. The big left-hander walks off with his shoulders held tightly after being fairly happy with his work to finish that innings. And unfortunately, that last over from the Greeks has just released the pressure somewhat. So they've reached 107 for 6 after what was a very, very good 7-8-9 for the Greeks. But nonetheless, I think the Greek team will still be fairly happy with where they've got this, particularly after the start they had. And Nathan Knights, he got off to a flyer, Vinny. A couple of great shots over the offside. And then somehow the around the wicket bowling of Asa Ahmed just absolutely flummoxed this Isle of Man batting lineup.
Well, I think what we've seen today is what we see all the time in ECN cricket. We do it day in, day out. And the fact is that the game can change pretty quickly. So, I mean, Isle of Man had the Webster-Webster partnership going. They seem to be cruising. Maybe a big score on the cards, as we saw Greece Lightning there showing some long jump skills. But, you know, credit to Greece, they're a pretty plucky team. They're a team that pride themselves on their fielding and also their bowling variations. I think it just started to click for them. Having said that, Isle of Man, they did kind of finish with a couple of decent boundaries. Greece Lightning was a little bit off there. That one going for 4. But yeah, Christian Webster, I thought he was brilliant with the bat. You know, he came out, had the impact that he was hoping for. But ultimately, we would see things just start to go off the rails. There was the first dismissal of Ollie Webster, and then this calamitous run-out ended Christian's innings.
Yeah, it was a disappointing end for him. He was batting pretty well, and it seemed like this batting effort was almost the polar opposite of their first game against Czechia, where Ollie Webster just dominated the scorecard. This time around, they've had 5 batters who have finished in double figures, but probably without any of them in a really dominating fashion. Certainly Christian Webster, the best of them, with 28 off 10. But the spin of Galanis, he bowled a sensational spell in the middle of this innings, taking 3 for 7 and really, really put the brakes on. But never know, that final Maximo from Langford, who just puts the bat over his head, job done at the end of the innings. That could be decisive, because this is really a 50-50 chase here for the Greeks. And if they can get off to a good start in the power play, Maximo, they could easily run this down.
And you're exactly right, Rhino. You know, we'll remember that 6 runs if it does get tight. And this is the kind of score that I think could force a tight finish. Pretty much a coin toss for me at the end of the first half of match 5. 28 for Christian Webster. He batted really well. It's just a shame he got run out the way he did on that score. But Ollie Webster, again, decent start, 23 or 14. Good to see a bit more from Knights as well. So seeing a few players stepping up for Isle of Man. Also, I like the finish from Hartman. But yeah, Langford, that last ball, I think it's still travelling. For the ball, with the ball for Greece, Georgios Galanis, the teenage leg spinner, 3 for 7. Bit of a masterclass, really. You're right, I like the movement. He gets pre-bounce on his deliveries as well. Wickets also to Azra Ahmed, who was just nagging, wasn't he? 1 for 19. And Ali Moyes picked up 1 as well. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes, take us into the second innings. And it will be Greece chasing their first points in this series, needing 108 for victory. Many sound to him is to Maximo for ECN alongside Andrew Ryan. We'll see you after this short break for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
31 nations, 109 matches in this third edition of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. It's the biggest international tournament that you'll find anywhere on the globe. And you're watching opening night right here, match 5 in Group A. Isle of Man taking on Greece. Isle of Man scoring 107 off their 10 overs. Greece coming out to chase 108. I thought this was pretty close. And the Who Will Win predictor saying, yeah, it is pretty close. Almost a coin flip. Greece 53% favourites, but only just. Isle of Man 47%. But we'll have to see how it plays out. You keep an eye on that on the screen as well as it changes ball by ball. Great new innovation we've got as well. Thanks to all of our friends at Intelligent Cricket as well for their support in making that happen. So Greece, with the bat in hand, chasing their first points of the tournament. Joe Burrows to get us going. And the first ball is cracked and it's caught. Well, it's mishit. And that's the skipper, Ollie Webster, that's taken the catch. Now, they're having a look at this one. And so, yeah, I mean, the batter stood his ground here. I've got to admit, it was dying on Webster, but he looks cool as you like. Andrew Ryan joins me, one of the more honest men on the planet. Tell me what you saw here. We'll get a look at it. It's an interesting one, isn't it?
It is tight. I can see it certainly. I can see why Webster would have been completely unaware if that did actually touch the turf, but I think it's definitely worth. We'll get. I think he probably got that.
I mean, looks like it. Let's even really slow it down when it first goes in. I mean, thing is, he's not really watching by the time it hits his hands. To me, it probably more likely than not seems like a clean catch. And yeah, that's what they've decided ultimately. So it's one of those things, you know, even though he's not looking, he probably feels the ball hit his hands. And so, yeah, great work from crew at Spring Production. Got a few angles on that, but it's always tough, you know, trying to show a two-dimensional image that represents a three-dimensional situation. But what it is it's a horror start, really, for Greece, who lose Mohamed Gul Nawaz's very first ball. It's none for one.
Yeah, it certainly was. It wasn't the greatest of balls from Burrows opening the attack either. But the Greeks, they struggled with the bat in the last game versus Spain, and certainly a horrible start for them here. Preet Singh Memi, he was pretty good with the bat in the first game. Comes out much earlier than he would have hoped. Burrows, just a little bit short of a length. He's not a high-paced bowler. He'll have a shot at the stumps. Missed by a reasonable distance.
I have a bit of a saying, if you're going to make it a duck, a first ball duck's probably the best you can do, probably except for a zero ball duck, because you haven't really wasted any time. Okay, it's disappointing for sure, but still 10 overs. You got still 9 wickets in hand. You should be scoring at this pace, I suppose, if you bat well at 11 and over in these conditions. But perhaps first time batting on lights for a lot of these guys as well. Good to see Isle of Man hustling. They've got a pretty stacked offside infield.
Don't they? Ring of 5.
Yeah.
Short ball from Burrows. That's ordinary bowling. His pace, you can't do that in Kassir. That's good timing for a man facing his first ball.
Well, the
Maximo.
Ring of 5 giving me some Johnny Cash vibes, the Ring of 5, but there's a bit of fire on this off the bat of Preet Singh Memi. And you're right, it wasn't a very good ball from Burrows. He knows it. Somebody's going to have to try and find that one now. Greece off to the races.
Well, if you're the skipper, Ollie Webster, and you've just stacked your offside field and your opening bowler comes in and bowls a half tracker on the leg stump, he's probably not the happiest captain, and I'm assuming that was not part of the plan, but it's gotten Greece back up to a respectable position here. 3 balls down in the first over. They're 7 for 1.
I know I answered this in the comment section, but Planet X had a question about the timer on the screen. Thanks to Frederick Constant, our official timekeeper.
That's a decent length ball from Burrows, but he's actually placed it nicely and it's going to race away to the boundary. Pretty awkward looking effort in the field. Oh, it could have been
repair your divots there as well. I mean, and he does repair his divot actually, as we said that. I suppose, yeah, Ring of 5, but finds a gap. And I'm loving the fact that they're all putting in an effort. Everyone wants to contribute. I suppose the laws of physics win the race there. Gets across the line for 4 runs.
Yeah, good placement from Kassir. Burrows goes wider, he goes fuller.
Loving the keeping of Carl Hartman. He's wiry. He's like if you got an octopus to wicket keep, because he's just all tentacles and he's got great reach. He's got great natural attributes. He's technically very good. He's got a good eye and he's very proficient up to stumps. He just puts the squeeze on the batter. Makes him a little bit claustrophobic.
Good length ball. Tried to tuck it around to the leg side. Fielder coming around. Thought he was in position to take a good catch there. Christian Webber puts it down. That could be a big drop in the context of this game.
I mean, Webster's fortunes have changed so quickly in this game after he got run out. This is a proper thumb buster. I think he gets both thumbs on the way through. Well, if he was the Fonz, he would be putting them both up. But right now, it's the end of the first over. It's 12 for 1. 8 matches since the Golden Ball, and it was the last match of the day on Saturday night. Saturday Night Fever with the Greece theme, sticking with that. And that broke a streak of 334 matches, a very famous cricket number actually, 334. But yeah, we pretty much reset the count just before the start of this tournament. Of course, we are running series throughout the European Cricket Network in over 20 locations. All right, so pretty even, I think, in the first over, something for everyone. And it's going to be Caught to bowl over number 2.
Yeah, he bowled pretty well in the first game. Caught, bailed out of his run up there just to leave viewers in suspense a little bit longer.
So you see, people are hustling because, yeah, the clock's on the screen most of the time. It's just gone missing for a second. But, yeah, you need to finish your 9th over before that clock runs out. Otherwise, you'll cop 5 penalty runs. It's simple as that.
One's just inside the wide line. Good call from the umpire. Caught was bowling a pretty good line and traditional line and length of that last game, and actually got enough jump off the pitch, managed to get his location in the right spots, and actually bowled pretty well after being spanked for consecutive maximos to start his overs. Yeah, so there's been a few comments, and we mentioned earlier actually that Isle of Man beat Austria twice fairly recently in 20 over cricket. One swung away, but it is dispatched. That's a sensational shot from Kassir. Just no respect for the pace of Caught whatsoever.
This is the kind of length that, in these conditions, batters hold their shape. You can hit well, especially the power play. It's disappearing. And this is kind of my point. It's that, I suppose, in home conditions on a pitch that maybe gives a bit of sideways movement for the seamers to this kind of pace, you know, that's probably a dangerous ball to drive. But here, the batters can trust the conditions. And, well, this is, oh, he's fallen over and he would have been out. He's got to get up. Oh, this could have been disastrous on a number of fronts for Greece.
It was almost like Bambi on ice skates for both of the batters there. The Kassir is trying to scramble through for the single. Wasn't actually trying to evade the bowler. He's just literally lost his left foot and embarrassingly had to crawl his way to the crease.
It's almost like the multitasking got him, because he wanted to run forward, but he wanted to turn his head around to see what was happening. Maybe get him a pair of rear view mirrors there, but somehow Kassir survives.
Entertaining innings so far from Steve Kassir as that one from Caught. A little bit unlucky. He's drawn a false shot, but as is the way in T10 cricket, sometimes the outside edge is one of the most profitable in the game, and that has been squeezed past the man at 45.
Well, I've heard of the late cut. I think that's a late drive. It's pretty much what happened, isn't it? He went to drive, but he was so late on it, and it wasn't really an edge. It just felt like his contact point was so late in the piece that it went backwards for 4, but they'll take it.
That one's just jammed high on the bat. A little bit more bounce from Caught. Seems to do this when he hits the ball on a good length. It's despite being not particularly tall bowler, he does get a little bit of jump off the pitch, hits it quite hard. One just strangling the throat of Singh Mami's bat. So Greece 21 for 1, last ball of this second over. One's wide of off stump, just going across the face. And that is the end of the second. Caught goes for 9 off his first, and Greece 21 for 1, 2 overs gone.
Yeah, so yeah, Greece kind of tracking at the rate. I mean, I don't want to call it too early, but of course, golden balls are pretty exciting when they happen. And sometimes you think they might be a bit like London buses. Just look at the table. Obviously, if Greece can win here, obviously because they got whacked in the first game, I don't think they're going to overhaul the other teams on 2 points. But they will have 2 points, which is something Czechia don't have, which means Czechia playing catch-up and have essentially a must-win against Greece, and potentially might even have to force a result against another team as well. So a lot of scenarios can play out in this compressed group stage.
It's a really big game in the context of this group, isn't it, Vinny? And you can see there's a fair bit of tension. out there. Both these teams know a desperate need of a win here. As Langford comes on, he hits the deck. The slightly off-speed ball, and Kassir tries to launch him over the square leg boundary. No contact.
I know we've got the merchandise tent here, but I feel like Andrew Ryan is walking away with the Chris Langford shirt before the end of the week. I feel like it'd be a perfect fit as well, Rhino. And just like a mirror image.
Certainly after the last 4 weeks of me spending time at hotel buffets as Big Langford steams in.
Oh, I love him already. And yeah, but he's your archetypal left arm trundler that'll just give you everything. You know, he's not the quickest, but he's an irritating bowler to face.
Can we just close? I would like to think I don't fall into the category of trundler just yet. Surely the pace is a little bit above trundler.
Numbers are numbers, Rhino. Kassir on strike.
Oh, well, he's doing Andrew Ryan-esque things with the ball here. He's gotten a couple of dot balls in a row, so Maximo, this
I
is
don't
the
think
format.
trundler's slow. It's not like express.
I would call him
You know.
bustling.
But I'll give you bustling.
Yeah.
He's bustling.
I think trundler is disrespectful.
You
I think
what's
Langford's bustling. I think Langford's
Don't they
bustling.
mean the same amount
They do
of
not.
speed, but just one has a negative connotation.
Slightly short of a length. That's gone off the top edge, but he's managed to carry the boundary down behind square, and that's the second maximum of Kassir's innings.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get too close to him. And it's not really on leg stump, but it's kind of on the stumps, gives him a length to work with. It uses the pace, and I guess a bit of pace on it, because it did go over the fence. Maximo 6 runs crease. Obviously, different innings, different feel. Things kind of went wrong against Spain. That can happen in this form of the game. Langford, I think, has to get it right up to Kassir here.
Oh, nice comeback. A little bit fuller, moving away from the left-hander. That's a nice bit of bowling from Langford.
Yeah, it's what we said, isn't it? Pitch it up, better things will happen. I think also Kassir takes the bait, tries to go leg side to a ball that maybe can hit a bit straighter. Having said that, they protected that area pretty well with the long off pretty straight, and there's also a cover in the circle.
Yeah, you can see why he's going leg side, particularly in this power play. That one's gone high. It's going to land inside the ground. Fielder coming in for deep cover takes a really well-judged catch, and in the context of this game, that is a big, big wicket. Well bowled from Langford.
Yeah, it's George Burrows out there. Takes it in front of the fan zone. That was hanging up for a long time. Again, he had a bit of an identity crisis, didn't he? Kind of wanted to go leg side where there were more gaps, and that's actually good captaincy as well, I think, to set the trap essentially. Got him hitting across it slightly, leading edge. Well held by Burrows out on the offside fence. And so Greece loses the second wicket. It's 28 for 2. And this will be the time that we'll say hello to Christodoulos Bogdanos, who he top scored, I think, for Greece in that earlier game. And, you know, he looks like a very good cricketer to me. You know, didn't always have the results go his way. Didn't have a lot of luck, I think, during the season when we saw him in 10-over cricket for Greece. But, you know, he looks like a guy, he's made of the right stuff. And what a good situation for him to come to the crease.
Yeah, he's probably got a little bit of time here, particularly if Singham can pick up his run rate just to get himself in for a couple of deliveries. That's disappointing for them to lose that wicket, just as Kassir was really starting to time the ball well. Nice piece of bowling from the bustling Langford. That's predictor at the moment. 49% to the Greeks, 51% to the Isle of Man.
Changing ball by ball at the moment. Bogdanos.
Well played from Bogdanos late, but he can't penetrate the field. And that's the end of the third over. Pretty good one from Langford. Greece 28 for 2.
Yeah, really good game on our hands here. I know we do talk about on ECN the golden ball tingle, where you just have something in your bones, in your DNA, that starts to say, hey, you know what? Could have a chance of a really close finish and potentially a tie. It's early to call at this stage. We see that the percentages kind of swinging ball by ball at the moment as to who's favourite in the game, an indication that things are very close. Have some spin now. I thought this guy bowled really, really well earlier on today. Fraser Clark, although the first one, I think it's a half a catching opportunity. I think he gets there on the full. And that's JJ Griffin down there. But Harmanpreet gets a slice of luck, and it ends up being 4 runs.
Yeah, tough catch. That ball was dropping quickly on him. Wasn't a great ball from Clark, but Singham put it away. Good shot. Better length ball straight through him. What a wonderful comeback from Clark. You called it, Vinny. Bowled very well in that first game, and after dropping a half tracker for his first delivery, comes back and cleans up Singma Me.
So he's an interesting bowler to face because he's not really tossing many out, and you can predict, okay, he's going to push this through. But what makes him is that he's getting a lot of sideways movement. So it's, you know, you face him like a spinner, and he comes up, and he's a little bit of a mystery spinner, you know, because he's got this one that goes over the wrist, he's got the off spinner, got more of the finger spinner, but he's just getting the ball to do some things. So I really like what he's bringing to the table here for Isle of Man. Amarpreet does get a couple of boundaries, gets him a bit closer to the target, but he's bowled by Fraser Clark for 9, and the score now 32 for 3.
Feels like it's been a day for leg spinners, hasn't it? We had Lorne pick up 4 wickets for the Spanish earlier today. We had Georgios in the last innings pick up 3. Now it could be Fraser Clark's turn in the spotlight.
Well, look what's heading up the quarter mile here, Rhino. It's Grease Lightning. Oh, Grease Lightning. And Sinan batting 5, pretty low, to be honest. But he's honestly probably the most destructive batter in their lineup. But can he do it on opening night here at the ECC, facing Clark?
Well, after all that build-up and desperate attempt to try to get Grease Lightning chorus back into the commentary, he's just flicked one to leg.
I know it.
Run.
Everyone at home's doing the finger things. Up, down, sideways, back. You know what I'm saying. Don't get up off your chairs.
Oh, go Grease Lightning. I thought he might have been about to go back to the pavilion. Perhaps an inside edge.
Must have hit it. That's what the umpire says. Otherwise, I think he's dead duck. But yeah, little inside edge saves him here. Whew. And I mean little.
Oh, that one's flashed and flashed healthily. It's going to be a much needed boundary. Fortunately, Clark spoiled his over with one wide one and one short one that have both been punished, and Bogdanos doesn't need a second invitation.
There's still some experience in the shed. Aslam Mohammed, the captain, hasn't batted yet. I'd imagine he'd come in next. So, no, he's a cool head. Played with some very good cricketers as well, such as Javiminda in Pakistan, historically.
Bogdanos just gets himself back on strike with a single as the keeper Hartman chases out the square leg. So I'd say Otters are probably just in favour of the Isle of Man. Nice over from Clark, and the Greeks end up at the end of the 4th, 38 for 3.
So I suppose, yeah, it was a really good over. But does concede 10, which is around the asking rate. So just a fraction behind at the moment, but not too far behind. And yes, Creaser lost the 3 wickets, but I think for me it's about partnerships. This one and potentially the next one if they do lose a wicket with the captain, I think to come in at 6. And so yeah, Greece just falling a bit behind on the win predictor now. It's quite mesmerising to watch that develop.
So Bogdanos on strike. Langford coming in to bowl his second. Good first over from the left armour. It's not a great start on that occasion. Pushes it wide. Not sure he really wants to push it wide. Bogdanos probably a little bit stronger through the offside. We've seen him hit some good shots behind point and through the cover region.
Do you remember what happened last ball of the first innings? Langford smoking one into the night. 6 valuable runs, and they're looking like good runs right now, aren't they?
Smoked a maximum, I think was how we described it earlier, or should have. Bogdanos just mistimes that straight to the ground.
We're studying up on a bit of Manx and history of Isle of Man. Of course, first time they've been on the network, although we've been following them, I suppose, remotely this year in particular. But yeah, the fact I didn't think of Manximo until you brought it up, I felt was a...
Let yourself down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blind spot, I suppose. And it has a busy few weeks in Rome.
Oh, decent ball from Langford.
Sinan just seems a little bit off here. You know, when he's on, he's really on. So he practices the right shot. I think, I didn't mind where he was trying to hit this, wherever that was, but just plays down the wrong line here, loses his shape in the end.
Looked like he was dancing to Grease Lightning for a moment there, doing a full swivel turn.
Great album.
Wasn't
Watched
it?
a very interesting documentary on the plane about the Bee Gees, like all the way from the beginning. Have you seen it?
I haven't, but see that another good ball from Langford. Bee Gees are actually from my hometown back in Australia, Redcliffe.
Redcliff.
There is actually...
I've been to Redcliffe.
There is a street called Bee Gees Way, which you can walk down and you get some audio samples of the tunes.
All right, I think I'll have to go. I mean, I'm a bit of a fan. It was super interesting to see how they I suppose, adapted into different styles of music with the times.
Langford steams in. That one's been hit straight up in the air. Fielder coming off the boundary. Fortunately for Khan, he's mistimed it well enough and just drops to the 30 metres. So, I was about to ask you the question of what's your favourite Bee Gees tune, but I knew you'd throw it back at me, and I'm not sure I can actually pick one.
Yeah, my mother in particular had the One Night Only album going, but we're missing the obvious thing. We're talking about Grease Lightning and Saturday Night Fever and Bee Gees. Don't forget about the Bee Gees connection to the Isle of Man as well. Oh
my goodness, that's a fantastic shout.
Yeah.
We'll have to go through that in a moment.
This is a good white, because we need to keep talking about this. And yeah, they were actually born on the Isle of Man. And you talked about them growing up in Redcliffe, but and then they moved to England, I think, to try and further their music careers. Yeah, super interesting. And it was the authorised kind of biopic of the Bee Gees.
That's a great shout, Maximo. I'd completely forgotten about the Isle of Man. They could be the most famous Manxmen of all time.
So I missed Maximo, but I've redeemed myself now. 2 to come here. Langford doing a good job till last couple of balls.
Well, Maximo's predictions have gone off the
my trivia is better, but my predictions are getting worse. They are long days here. And actually, yeah, there's good random comment here as well from Marnus, and I'm pretty aware of this as well. You've got Chris Langford bowling. There's a very famous Australian footballer called Chris Langford.
Yes,
played
there
for
is.
Hawthorn
Hawks. Yep. Getting into some niche Australian sports chat.
Some plays well, I think, now.
That one's just dribbled around to fine leg. They're going to escape through with an overthrow. That's disappointing stuff. Feels like the game's just in a bit of a holding pattern. It's almost like a plane that's circling around Malaga Airport at the moment.
Kind of, you feel like these two, they should be moving the game along, but they've just kind of been quietened, I suppose. I mean, Sinan, probably indicative of that. It'll take us within 1 ball of the end of the first half. Crease, wickets in hand, but need to get a bit of a wriggle on. Last ball for Langford.
Well, he's tried to increase the pace. It's gone high. The cap's been thrown off by the fielder. He's taken a really good catch, swinging around from deep mid-wicket boundary, and Langford gets a reward to finish off his spell.
Yeah, well, ditch the cap. Obviously felt like it was superfluous to requirements, but a good catch under lights as well. I like what Isle of Man are doing here, and yeah, they haven't been perfect, but that's disappointing, I think, for Sinan. It just cannot get going, ends up going for 2 off 6, and that will be the end of the over. The score is 44 for 4. One sec. So players just taking a quick break. Gives us a chance to welcome you into the Dream Box here at the Cartmore Oval as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. Rico did a great job as well earlier today, and he's back at Sunset Beach Hotel. You'll hear more from him tomorrow. Corey, of course, once he's finished with his coaching commitments in Group A, he'll be part of our team as well. Pretty interesting first day, Rhino.
Yeah, certainly has been. I think that probably Spain and France, as we expected, have been the standouts. They've shown they're probably a little bit of a cut above, a bit more depth than the other teams, and I guess particularly in the batting, just those explosive hitters. But the rest of the 3 teams, probably the Isle of Man, have seen they're probably just a little bit more depth, a little bit more consistency than the Greece and the Czechs. But I still think it'll be a big battle to see who gets through for this final spot into the semis. As Fraser Clark goes on with his second over now, and just popped down by Bogdanos, who's largely dealing in singles at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the difference today has been a little bit of experience, I think, between teams. There's a poll right now in the comment section about who's impressed you most today. I think Spain, having done it before, so, you know, they've switched out some players for some other players, but they're very clear about what their roles are. A lot of them are kind of interchangeable as well. So, kind of the strategies there.
It's a good ball from Fraser Clark. So I'll pose you a question. With my fear with Spain is that they could end up not messing around, but tactically manoeuvring and trying to give players opportunity working out their best combinations, that they may only work that out towards the end of the group. and whether or not they will be better placed settling on
too much flexibility, not enough stability. That's kind of what you're saying there. And I kind of get your point. I'll go back to last year, how they got out of their group. Daniel Orkaya never opened the batting until the final in Group A. So there was a bit of this last year. I think it comes down to a bit of a philosophy thing. Oh, this will be out if he hits, he misses. So, yeah, right now, you've got the captain out there, Aslam Mohammed, with some work to do. Yeah, it's a different philosophy, but it's one that worked for them last year. So it's about trying to skill everyone in the team. So the idea being that, and you saw them do that by changing the batting order when they were chasing a fairly low target, not batting TDC. And I get the theory behind it. It's about when the games come, when it comes to finals, you want a number of people that have the ability to step up. End of the over, the score is 48 for 4.
Let's have a look at the batting card for Greece. It's trotting around at about 8 runs and over at the moment. They really need 1 or 2 big ones here to just get themselves back on track. But yeah, it's an interesting point you make, Billy. I agree. There is an argument that you've seen a lot of teams who have belted their way through with, say, a dominant pair of openers or a dominant top 3 who have then come up against a better bowling attack in a finals game, and the middle order just hasn't had the opportunity because they really haven't been at the crease that much. So it can work both ways.
Both strategies can work. CIYMS did kind of stick to a pretty rigid top order. As we see JJ Griffin getting a bowl here in the 7th. Starts with a full toss, but it's mistimed, and this should be out. It is out. So JJ comes up with the goods. Probably not the best bowl in his career, but he'll love the result. Catch held by Kieran Court there in the circle. And that's indicative of how Greece are going at the moment as the captain goes for just 2. And it's now 48 for 5.
Yeah, disappointing dismissals for him. He's probably the man who is most likely to be able to kick them back up above that run rate. JJ Griffin, the young man, steaming in, wide of off stump, full toss. Probably should have been dispatched, but as it was, just into the safe hands of Kieran Court, and he gets a wicket off his first ball.
Yeah, right off the toe from Aslam. He'll be disappointed, no doubt.
Might go back and punish himself by doing 45 sit-ups in the Players' Pavilion.
Don't think he thinks that's a punishment, though. That's the scary thing. Hard road back here, although you've got Georgios Kalanis, who can't hold the bat, coming in at 7. Can't do his own shoelace, though, unfortunately. Look,
I was about to say that Greece's batting is its Achilles heel, probably a little bit too close on the Greek history.
He's trying to hustle shoelace, I suppose, one of those unavoidable situations. Also a bit of random trivia coming in the comment section. Mark Cavendish, the cyclist. He's originally from Isle of Man as well. I'll say that Griffin, though, he'll be happy with that. Another day that could have disappeared to the boundary or over. Kalanis, left-hander batter and right-hand leg spinner. So I'm going to tell you who's loving this is Czechia right now, because they don't want to see Greece getting any points.
That'd be a great result for the Czechs as Griffin steams in. Good length ball. And they'll stroll through for the single. That's a pretty ordinary attempt at running it up the top. And it looks like Danos keen for the second.
But you can see that if you both run straight away, they got drilled straight at the infielder. It's going to have to be a perfect piece of fielding to get you out. So I think at this stage, you're not really turning too many down. You're going to have to take some calculated risk. You see Greece's percentage chance of winning has dipped to just 5% now. They need something dramatic.
That one's slapped out to deep cover. It's looked pretty good with the ball so far. JJ Griffin being brought into the side for this game.
You know, obviously really helps that he had that kind of slice and let go his way first ball and just gets him feeling good about himself. Trying the ball. You occasionally get this kind of morning, or the reverse morning dew that can come in around this time.
Another full toss, but at least it's sort of hitting the bottom of the bat. He hasn't given anything rank full toss at the waist level.
But I like that he's missing full. He's trying to go Yorker, but I just think you're better off missing your Yorker slightly full than slightly short, where the batters can get under it. We've already seen a full toss end up in a miss hit that got caught, and that one again, batter wasn't able to elevate.
That's a good length ball, just hit straight down the ground. Griffin sliding stop by the dew on this ground, and Bogdanos just takes it through for single. So he's got one ball to get out of this over. It's been a pretty good one so far, and that run rate is just starting to get out of control for Greece. 56 required. There's only 19 balls left to go. Galanis on strike. Well, that swings that nicely. Fielder coming around from a square leg. Actually does a pretty good job. And well bowled for young Griffin. He goes for 5 of his first over, and Greece 53 for 5, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, nice work from Griffin, who's still a couple of months off his 18th birthday, so confidence booster for him. This is what's coming up tomorrow. It's day 2 of Group A. At the end of match 10, whoever's in 5th place, they are out of the running. The top 4 teams will make it to finals day on Wednesday, so why don't you join us for more action tomorrow. 5 matches on the way. 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India as day 2 of 23 match days. Tomorrow. Czechia, Greece in match 8. That's one that you've highlighted before, Rhino.
Oh, Vinny, I think that's a mouth-watering clash of suspect if the Greeks go down here, 2 teams that will basically be playing off for a final spot. Such a great thing about this format, isn't it? Basically every match counts.
Galanis needs to go up a gear. He might have to take himself to strange places here. This is going to be called wide. But we're talking about Aslam Mohammed doing 45 sit-ups to punish himself. Marnus in the comments saying his 15-year-old son has started doing 200 push-ups a day, but your son's 15, not 53. This is my point.
The rock-hard abadabbas of Aslam Mohammed, well, might be moving to CrossFit Games rather than cricket sooner rather than later, as that one's whacked off the back foot, and it's actually a pretty good shot from Galanis. He's timed it well.
Yeah, good shot. 3 overs, they need to double their score. Well, there's Aslam Mohammed right there, and he'll be hoping they can put some sort of magical over together. I mean, the conditions are there, aren't they, on this ground? There's value. The balls are really flying. These Grizzly Bear balls, by the way, I've got to mention, earlier, Grizzly Bear Sports made a bit of a presentation.
Well, that one's managed to find the gap, and Galanis has got back-to-back boundaries. Not as nicely timed as the previous shot, but he's opening the arms and a couple of boundaries here.
Another toe buster. And yeah, it wasn't a bad ball by Court at all. And he's got the look of a fast bowler who isn't too impressed with the outcome after I think he locates that ball where he wants. But I was going to say that Ollie Webster, after the century, he was presented with a new pair of gloves from Grizzly Bear Sports.
What a wonderful
in honour
gift.
of the first century of this ECC. So yeah, Jeff from Grizzly Bear Sports, he said they were happy to make the presentation. Grizzly Bear Sports, big friends of us here at the European Cricket Network.
I'll tell you what, Court's got a little bit lucky there, that drifted onto the pads of Galanis. He basically had a free swing, couldn't make contact. Tell you what, Vinny, we obviously got to use the Grizzly Bear pills during the European Cricket Series event in Switzerland about a month and a half ago. I was really impressed. They're good equipment to
It
use.
almost felt like the balls were filled with helium at some times during that tournament. Although
What was the average run rate? About 15 per over?
It was almost.
Oh, well, the run rate of Galanis isn't going anywhere. That's a pretty good ball from Court. Previous ball drifted onto the pads. This one was essentially you miss, I'll hit. And that might be the final nail in the coffin for the Greeks. Galanis played a pretty good knock. A couple of boundaries, but the left-arm paceman Court, he's continued to be impressive with the ball. And the Greeks 6 wickets down now.
Look, I'm no scientician, but bowlers that have bowled fuller have had better outcomes. And yeah, Galanis, you can't really blame him. He has to do something kind of unprecedented, and he misses that one. But still a good game for him. I think he bowled really well. I'll be hoping he has a big day tomorrow. 62 for 6. It wasn't quite 15 and over. I looked it up. Our 2-week series in Switzerland, which was, I think, early August. 13.3 and over was the average, which is pretty high, though. 133 per 10 overs. But some teams were super high. Alton averaging 145 with the bat. Nomad's averaging 153 with the bat. Pretty big scoring. I think Geneva, the other team, I'd probably throw in there as well. Averaging 152. So that pitch, plus with the balls we're using, plus the fact we're at altitude, we're seeing some really high scores there.
Court steaming in, 2 balls left in his over. It's good ball to a new batter. Ahmed trying to swing him around on the leg side.
Some people might be wondering what we're talking about if they're just tuning in for the first time. This is our marquee tournament, but you know, we have domestic series 2 weeks at a time, all different locations around Europe. We'll go back to it after this with series in Croatia, Malta and Spain before we return for the Women's Euros.
Well, that's a good finish to the over from court. Wicket, dot, dot. And that might be the over that secures victory. Greece needing 46 off the last two. They're 62 for 6. 8 overs gone.
Yeah, you can just see how they were having a good start. And it's actually a really good example of how when the run rate dips, the wickets can start to fall. See, over 2 wasn't a particularly good one. That pressure built, and Greece just behind the 8 ball now.
That's a good point you make there, Maximo. Probably a lot of new viewers coming in for the European Cricket Championship here, obviously throughout our broadcast partners across the world. Great to have all of you on board, but there's European cricket action almost every week of the year, so it's just the creme de la creme here at the national team event, but domestic clubs getting plenty of opportunity throughout the year as JJ Griffin, the young 17-year-old, back on to completing his 2-over spell.
Low full toss is not the worst ball. Yeah, it can get hurt. And poor Bogdanos, they're kind of the demons of earlier in the season when nothing was going his way. They've come back here, 11 off 11, and there's only 11 balls to go in this cricket match.
Nice little bit of bowling from Griffin, just getting it to drop on a length. Bogdanos can't do any more than swing it to backward square for a single.
I think this is the main difference between, or one of the main differences between 10-over cricket and 20-over cricket is like a 1 is an acceptable result in a 20-over match. You know, 1, keep the ones coming. 1's a win for the fielders in this game, on the fielding side.
Dot's even better. Yeah. Nice stuff from Griffin. Surprising he wasn't bowling in that or playing in that first game. He's actually been pretty impressive.
Yeah, a lot to like about him, and think he's only 17 years of age. Imagine all his family, his friends watching this, you know, on the big stage, getting an opportunity to impress, and he hasn't let us down so far. He's taken that wicket first ball, but also he's been super tight here. Just conceding 6 runs off 9 balls bowled.
Oh, another one just drifting in. Looks like he's mixing it up too. He's getting the odd in swinger along with balls that are just staying gun barrel straight, and he's hitting a good length in between the full toss Yorkers. Bogdanos and Ahmed just cannot find the boundary at the moment. Greece sort of has slowed to a crawl. 44 required off 8, so it's almost completely out of reach. Well, there was the opportunity there. Full toss. It's been called no ball, so they will get the free hit for the next ball. That'll be Ahmed on strike. Tell you what, Vinny, if you're trying to chase 44 off 8, that sort of ball's got to go for a maximum.
Yeah, true. I mean, you're also probably trying to keep your hip where it is meant to be. There's a bit of self-defense about that. Anyway, free hit coming up. Rare miss from Griffin. Let's see if Greece can cash in.
Well, Ahmed,
2.
This could be 2 in the air. Well, the keeper's fumbled it. Probably actually gave him a better chance for the 2.
You see, he's laughing, but it would have been better as far as his social capital to just let it hit the ground. Because, I mean, you can replay that without the context and it looks like a big blooper. But because it was a free hit, it wouldn't have been out anyway.
Gee, that's an ordinary catching effort from the keeper.
He'll say he didn't care, but I think he was trying to catch it.
Griffin has managed to get yet another dot ball. Great spell from the young man. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. And Greece, they are just about out of this one. 41 required off the last 6. They're 67-6 off 9.
And unfortunately for Greece, the more things change, the more they stay the same. They could well get something around the 70 that they scored against Spain earlier today. Difference is this time it's batting second. But yeah, Isle of Man, you know, you talked about France, talked about Spain, teams that we have seen a fair bit. I mean, Isle of Man, they're going to walk away with 2 wins out of 2. You can't do too much better than that.
No, they feel like almost the floater team, don't they, Vinny? That wouldn't put it past them to cause an upset against either the Spaniards or the French. Particularly, they've got a disciplined bowling lineup, and they've got a fair bit of variety in that lineup as well. With a couple of left-handers, the leg spin of Clark, and Burrows coming in for the last over, and that's been nicely struck. So Ahmed's pulled out a Maximo from nowhere.
Well, that one's gone straight into our brand new studio. No, we probably just show it in the sunlight, but well, luckily there wasn't an interview going on at the moment because that's hit, I think, the director's chair. So
Tell me what that's going to be used for,
It's a bit
Vinny.
of a
You're just going to go and
multi-purpose.
lounge there at some point?
Oh, occasionally. Might put an umbrella up. And a lot of these that have been hit onto the body and gone nowhere. I know that the plan is to kind of get a few more stories, and a lot of people don't really realise the stories behind cricket in these countries. So I know that we'll be chatting to a fair few people that are associated with the organisation and history of cricket in these countries and provide a bit of content, amongst other things. Maybe we'll be over there sometimes. Maybe we can do our after the final ball wrap-ups there, depending. I just think it's a nice little addition. And look, this is now our 5th major tournament here at the Cartermore Oval. I've got to say a big thank you to everyone that's helped set it up. Every time we come, it's just a little bit better. And just when you think it can't get any better, just things like that, for example. I just think the efficiency and the way it's been put together now, it's just a well-oiled machine.
Well, Burrows gets slapped to the leg side. They found the boundary. It's a nice shot from Bogdanos. One of the few times he's unleashed. Could have done with a few of those boundaries earlier. Got to say, actually, Vinny, the Burrows feels like he's potentially the weak link of this Isle of Man attack. Just doesn't have the same control of line of lane, coming in at pretty pedestrian pace. They'd love to have a 5th bowler that's the same quality as the rest of the attack.
Yeah, just need someone to step up into that role, I suppose, to come in the day. And Bogdanos, when he hit that boundary, you could kind of sense the frustration that he hasn't been able to do more. But no credit to Isle of Man. I think you look at how they've bowled, they know themselves a little bit, I think. They've treated this like death bowling, because most of it is death bowling. They've stayed full, they've tried to get the block hole, they haven't been super fancy. You throw someone like Fraser Clark in there for variety. I think they've had a good day. Here's the last ball of opening night.
Steams down the track, hits it nicely, but it will be taken in a relatively inelegant fashion by Ollie Webster down there, and they will scoot through for a second. A little bit of a messy finish, and they have Burrows in an awkward position, so he's down on the ground, so not a great finish to the game, which is otherwise ended up in a win. So we'll just have a look at that throw coming in, skidded off the ground, hitting on the front of the kneecap, I think.
Yeah, well, just when you think you've done it comfortably.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, you need to go take an anatomy lesson. I didn't really want to talk about it, but...
we do know there's a 3rd leg on the Isle of Man flag. Well, that's exactly what's been struck there.
One of them might have a bandage on it tomorrow. But anyway, look, congratulations to Isle of Man. They can be super happy about their first day's work. Perfect results for them. Of course, they've got a couple more games tomorrow, which are going to be pretty important, because we'll see them take on France and we'll see them take on Spain. Just quickly, we can show you the fixtures for tomorrow, which will basically show you the draw for the second day. And yeah, by this time tomorrow night, we'll know who isn't going to make the finals and who will. So have a look at Isle of Man's draw tomorrow. They play Spain in match 7. They play France in match 9. So at the moment, they're in the top 2. They'd want to stay there to get the double chance on Wednesday. So why don't you join us tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. We'll start with Greece versus France, and what feels like a big opportunity, I think, for Greece as well to improve their performance and maybe grab some points against France, who are a little bit off in that first game of the day, despite making a big score. Let's go back to the highlights. And Greece, they kind of held pace, didn't they, despite the loss of a wicket first ball. But they managed to kind of, I suppose, trundle at the rate. But when they fell behind, they just had no way of making it up in the end. Yeah, probably just a lack of explosive batters in their lineup. And Min Kassir hit some nice shots coming in towards the top of the order. But once he was gone, you just got the feeling that there was no one who was really going to be able to score at 12, 13 runs and over. Lovely spell again from Fraser Clark. The leg spinner's been on fire here today. Saw some great bowling from Georgios Galanis in the first innings of this game. But tell you what, there was some good outfielding from the Isle of Man team as well. They're good catchers, and they've got plenty of guys who patrol the boundary well. Yeah, the Lights can kind of play with people's minds sometimes, but I think they just got down to business, caught what came their way for the most part. I'm now obsessed with the 3 legs thing, and I found out just before we go that the 3 legs on the Isle of Man flag have been adopted since the 13th century as a royal coat of arms for 3 kings of the Isle of Man, whose realm at the time also included Hebrides in the Western Isles of Scotland. So there you go, as we see the wickets. Are you suggesting that flag is not based on just giving them the opportunity for a cheap joke at the expense of a player who's been struck in the nether region? Well, put it this way, when I spoke to Ollie Webster, the Isle of Man captain, after his 100, and I asked him about 3 legs, he just pointed somewhere and said, "What do you want to know?" But that's another story, probably for a time slot
that we're approaching at this time of night. But have a look at the batting card. I mean, Kassir was good while he was there, 22 off 12, just couldn't stick around long enough. Bogdanos was kind of bogged down, wasn't he? 18 and not too much better than run a ball. Just not clicking for Greece. They're not the only team though. Czechia have had similar struggles. 2 for 13, Langford gets the figures there, but all the bowlers contributing. I thought it was a really good team effort. Again, for me, Fraser Clark, he looks like the kind of wild card in the attack. He provides something a little bit different. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes on day 2. And look, both these teams, they're in a slightly different positions, obviously. Isle of Man with 2 wins, Greece with 2 losses. But we know that anything can happen on day 2, and it will essentially shape the final 4. Well, once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. And obviously, we mentioned that so much work has gone into making this ground. Look how it does. Looks great under lights as well. We've had a lot of entertainment. I suppose maybe not too many close finishes, but we know that typically in this form of the game we do see some. And I think tomorrow we've got some mouth-watering clashes ahead.
Yeah, and I think probably look ahead to that clash, given we do lose one team from this group tomorrow before we hit finals day on Wednesday. And I think that game between the Greeks and the Czechs, essentially both of them coming away with 2 losses today, that's probably the crucial clash of the day. But it'll be interesting to see Isle of Man. I feel like the draw's been quite favourable to them. They've played probably the 2 weaker teams in the group today, so that the chance to get into the tournament, get a bit of experience into this T10 format, I wouldn't be surprised to see them create an upset against one of the Spanish and French tomorrow.
Expect the unexpected, that's what I will say. Okay, we didn't really have the big upset here. Isle of Man, I like what they brought to the table. They're kind of one that we don't really know where to fit in at the moment. We'll have a better idea tomorrow when they play Spain and France. Just finally, before we go, I want to just remind everyone that if you are watching on ECN, don't forget to like and tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Also our social media at European Cricket, great place to get some content as well. The highlights will be there. And finally, don't forget EuropeanCricket.com. It is the home of European Cricket. You can see all the fixtures, stats and standings there. Well, I do believe our fantastic crew at Spring Productions have put together some of the highlights of opening day. So we'll leave you with that. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Rico Ford, of course, Andrew Ryan, hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here from Spain for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. For now, it's hasta mañana.